Mm. Oh, all right. Let's get rolling. Wait, what? Oh, they still got the 2 times XP. Yo, do we stone cut again? Low key, kind of interested. Low key, kind of interested. I don't think it's probably the best idea to do another 7.5 hour stream of just cutting fucking stone, but I don't want that shit. You gotta do it sometime. Why not cut the time in half? What do we got? Fuck, man. I am so tired. Territory stand. I have 37 territory standing. Oh, because of the other places. Oh, okay, we'll just. Got a bunch of standing trees. We just go to 25%. Good, nice round number. 25% round number. That's a good round number. Kind of wasted, but like if you actually are able to get to 300, but I'd rather get to like for more levels in a reasonable amount of time and waste 5 or 6 upgrades. They're gonna have diminishing returns regardless. Then 5%. Yeah. Then we gotta eventually hit a Brightwood pretty hard. Got some whatchamacallit too. Storage space. Alright. Rabbits, boys. We're getting a rabbit's foot tonight. 100% getting a freaking rabbit's foot tonight, guys. Whoa. You chasing rabbits? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I know y'all don't want to see me hit fucking stone for another 7 hours, but like honestly, guys, it needs to get done at some point, and I'd rather do it in half the time. Don't get me wrong, we could speed this process up significantly by doing our one-time crafts, which isn't a bad idea either. We just have to pick up a little bit of lodestone to do it. Do the first one-time craft lodestone, and then some of the other one-time crafts. But I just feel like the amount of EXP we can gain just by doing one little loop over and over again is much higher than taking the time to go and grab a couple pieces of other materials for single one-time crafts. Oh, let's check our activity card too while we're at it. Oh, 2-tap. Oh. activity card. Got one little stepperino. Could complete this one into completing this one, to completing this one, to this one, to this one, and then we're stuck. So we still need two. We could do a double play. It actually works. Play two songs. Need to play a song anyways, so. I got a bandit on my fingers, so we're gonna screw this all up. I don't know how the first one didn't work. The D that I hit, like for some reason that just didn't work. Bandit on that finger. Yo, Jukus, what's going on, man? How's life? Oh, wrong button. I don't have. I remember turning that sound off. Pretty sure it worked last year. Yeah, I'm doing good, Jukas. I'm just really tired today. Like, I stayed up, mowed the grass and everything, put down some weed and feed for the winter and things like that, and then you know, took a shower, you know, ate lunch, blah blah blah. But I didn't get to sleep until like 4:30, 5 o'clock, and then the wife came to bed at like 8:30. She was tired, which, you know, it's fine. I don't really mind. But I peed right before she got in. Like I peed, and then shortly after I peed, like I kind of just fell asleep, and then she came in right after. And then, you know, she's getting ready for bed. She's getting all comfy. She get into bed. She's watching something on her phone. You know, she can't really sleep without like some sort of TV on or something. So instead of her turning the TV on, I appreciate it. She just watched something on her phone. But I just couldn't go back to sleep. And I didn't really care, right? That she came to bed. I didn't really care. She was watching something on her phone. Normally, if I'm tired, I just go back to sleep. Whatever. But I just couldn't fall back asleep. And I've been having this problem a lot lately. Like, I'll sleep for like 2 or 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And then if I get up to go pee or something, like, for some reason, I just can't go back to sleep. And I don't know why. It just drives me insane. And then I'm just up for the rest of the day. That kind of is what happened to us today. All right, so we did that. Okay, so we should be able to complete almost this whole card. Huzzah. Card complete. So yeah, like I said, I got like 3 hours of sleep, and now I'm expected to stay awake for over 12 hours now, so it's gonna be a rough one. All right, so all right, bow. Okay, that was pretty easy. Bow, magic, ancient. Pretty easy. Okay. Bow, magic, ancient. So, yeah, bow. Put on the magic weapon. And let's kill some ancients. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, it's not that big of a deal, right? Like, it is what it is. It happens to me all the time. Like, so, like, I have a kind of funky sleep schedule, right? When it's in general. Because I work nights. So, I typically try to go to sleep around 10 and I wake up for work around 5. Most days. But for some reason, you know, because of the way, like, my body just sleeps, what ends up happening is on my days off, I stay up until like noonish, right? Most days, 1 o'clock sometimes, sometimes 2. But I sleep till like 9, 10 o'clock at night. So I get my like 7, 8 hours of sleep, sometimes 10, sometimes 12 actually. Sometimes I go to bed a little early. Like today, I might go to bed early and sleep for like 12, 13 hours. Um, but anyway, So I'll do that, let's say on a Thursday, right? And I work on Friday. So Thursday, I'll sleep till like 10. And then I'll stream all night, right? And then I'll, you know, do morning stuff, breakfast, clean up, dishes, blah, blah, blah. And then we will, I'll go to bed around 10, you know, because, you know, Thursday, you know, I slept most of the day, and then I streamed until Friday, and then I go to sleep on Friday to work Friday night. Right. So it's usually at work. So I go to sleep at 10, and I'll wake up at 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I just cannot go back to sleep. So I'm up from, like, let's say 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, Friday night, until Saturday at like 10 a.m. when I go back to sleep because I have to work Saturday night. And that's been happening to me for the last few months, where that's my sleep routine, and it's really fucking annoying. It just happened to be that, like, oh shit, yo, Bazaar, what's going on, man? Life's good, man. Life's good. How you doing? Appreciate you stopping in. Appreciate the subarino. Super unnecessary, but I appreciate it regardless. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Absolute pleasure. Quit work? Nah, I actually like my job. My job's actually really chill. And no lag glass, like I could honestly grind like games while I work, because that's how easy my job is. It's just I don't want to play this character's playthrough off stream, because this is my third Ironman, and I've wanted to capture it in its entirety from start to finish in a like a VOD, right? For a very long time, and I've never been able to do it. I always play it off stream. I always play it while I'm working. I forget to save off the VODs, whatever it is. And this is the first time I'm actually sticking to not playing this character off stream. I'm saving every VOD off, and like I'm making sure I get this one correct. So I Jones for playing New World while I'm working, and I really want to play it, but I have to wait for stream nights, and I've been forcing myself to do it, and it's fine. I just want to play. I just want to grind, but I don't want to do it off stream. So, but I can't stream and work at the same time. It just can't work. Oh, they're begging you, dude. Bro, what are you talking about? If anything, I do the opposite. I tell you not to do it. I'm just an IT guy. I literally sit at home. I watch, you know, Crunchyroll. I stare at my computer screens, and I look for, you know, anything to break. Like files don't come in on time, or there's failures, or something, you know, turns off for some apparent reason. You know, anything like that. I either fix it myself, depending on what the issue is, and what access I have available to that certain situation, or I call the correct person that has full access to fix whatever it is, or to dive into the admin portion of whatever it is that's broken, and you know, fix it as needed. And then, you know, obviously if anything does break or anything does happen, I have to make incident reports, and I have to send out emails to, you know, corresponding, you know, teams and stuff, so everybody's aware of like what the issue is, you know, what's been done, what who's working on it, you know, what the current status is, blah blah blah. That's a pretty easy job. Yeah, I beg so much, man. I'm such a beggar. I'm like that guy that sits right outside, like, I want to say Panda for some reason. You know, like, Panera Bread, right? You got these Panera Breads that are in these, like, malls, right? They're in these, like, plazas. And you got this, like, big, like, clusterfuck of, like, I want to call it a parking lot, but, there's usually, like, one junction right outside Panera. It's like a big light with like a lot of like traffic for all the cars coming out of Panera Bread, right? It's usually just an absolute shit show out there. Um, but anyway, I'm like that dude that sits out there right at the light, like looking for people coming out of looking for people coming out of the freaking the Panera and begging for food. That's me guys. I forgot where I was. Okay, one sec. Oh yeah. I was checking. Yeah, I'm a big beggar, man. Doesn't it? You know, it's a funny story. I've told this before, but I used to work for Panera when I was in high school and stuff. Gather tier 5 resources. How was that? Whatever I gathered, I don't know what it was, but how was it a tier 5 resource node? What did I gather that was tier 5? I don't remember a sing. All I've gathered is rabbit and boulders. I did get one chest actually. Does chests count as tier 5? Low key, I'm gonna check that. This firefighter, yeah, no, you could think of it that way, Glass. Like, that was really loud. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry, I heard a big boom. I had to go check on the wife. And she dropped her phone off the bed or whatever. All right. But yeah, like Glass, it's kind of funny you say that because it's like, if you actually kind of think about it, like my job kind of feels like that sometimes, where I'm just putting out fires all the time. Like, oh, this is a problem. All right, time to put this fire out. Oh, this is a problem. Let's put this fire out. Like, yeah, I can see that. It's kind of funny actually to think about it like that. I more or less like to consider myself like a hall monitor. If I had to consider myself anything, I would say I'm like that high school hall monitor that I just sit in the hallway and I look for people that are like out of their classroom when they're not supposed to be. And I'm like, hey, go to class. Go to class. I'm gonna tell somebody if you don't go to class. You know. Yo, what up, Topher, man? I'm tired too, Topher. I am fucking dead tired. 3 hours of sleep. I have like 15 hours until I can go back to sleep. I'm dead. And it just started. Yo, Topher, low key, like, is it just your room that's having the problem? Because I'm thinking, like, hear me out. What if they're not getting in, like, what if they're living in the room, right? Like, not that they're getting in through the wall or anything, but like, they got in originally, and now they nested somewhere in the room. So, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Topher. Fucking burn that shit down to the ground. Fuck that shit. So what I was thinking is, I don't know how well it would work, but what if you just set off one of those bug bombs in your room? Because if your room is the only room that's having the problem, then it's something to do with either there's a hole somewhere in your room, somewhere, shape, or form that you can't find, whether it's between the baseboards, you know, around the bottom, because there's usually a gap between the baseboard and the floor for expansions and stuff when it gets cold. or it's like behind some piece of furniture or something, or they're in something nested. So what I'm thinking is like a bug bomb. It's smoke. It gets into everything, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you uh seal off your room, right? You know, close the windows, put a towel underneath the door, you won't affect the rest of the house, but it's gonna take hours for it to like dissipate, right? It's gonna take a long time for that smoke to go away to a point where you can then open the door, air it out, blah 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 blah. You know, then you have to clean everything, which is the big problem. You got to like wipe everything back down because there's gonna be like residue everywhere and XYZ. That's the worst part. You got to wash out your bedding. You got to, you know, that's probably the one downside to it. That one reason why I wouldn't want to do it. But if it can kill the hornets, or at least force them out of wherever they are because they don't like smoke, maybe you can like figure it out. Maybe you can solve the solution. I don't know. Bust old pig. Wait, what? What do you mean? I would say if you can't figure it out, oh. I mean, I saw the burn it down to the ground and thought about it, but I didn't know what I meant by old pig. Sorry. Oh, I do. I could break down the. I just don't know which one I want. That's the only reason why I still have it. They're the same pickaxe basically, but mine has mining luck, which is giving me all those adders or whatever. But this one has EXP, and it gives me haste after mining nodes. I'm tempted to switch over to it since I have so many adder stones now. I have like 22 adder stones now. 27 adder stones. Like, I have so many adder stones. It's actually nuts. I can make 9 sets of fucking bags right now. Oh, Tover. I was looking at some, because I don't ever do stone crafting, stone cutting. I never have. Thinking about doing that. Actually. Just a first time craft, just for the EXP. Uh, Same thing with like some of these, right? Like this first time craft is actually pretty low, but I was tempted to do some of these like first time crafts, just for the EXP purposes. But these things are actually correct. I was looking them up. This is what allows you to make max gear score items and get to select basically every perk that rolls on it. It's actually nuts. Because I think at some point you get a craft. This also allows you, this here is actually nuts. It allows you to re-roll a perk on like artifacts and some other stuff, like named items and stuff. So this is actually kind of cracked as well. I don't know if it shows it here. But I was watching, like I said, I was watching a video on it. And basically, this guy, he was showing you that, obviously when you're max level or whatever, you're going through this, you'll see like, you know, in the plate section, right? It'll have like the different tiers as you level it up or whatever. When you get to like 250, right? It'll have like mithril stuff, right? Like mithril gear, mithril plate body, mithril, you know, kite shields or whatever. And there'll be options that are like craft with, like there'll be a section that says it'll say mithril plate bodies or whatever, or mithril gear or whatever. It'll have like 5 of the mithril pieces, and then in that it'll be in a subfolder that says craft with golden scarabs, right? Or craft with there's another item, I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I'll just go over to the faction guide and show you. Yeah, I haven't started on armors yet. I'll show you one of the things that I found. So from this, from your faction vendor, right? There are 2 items that allow you to do this. Did they get rid of them? They might have gotten rid of them. Did they change this up? Because I'm not seeing them. Oh, here's one of them. Okay. So this item here supposedly has a weekly cooldown. You can only buy so many of these a week. And it might only be one. I have no idea. But you see how it says gear score item of 725? Basically, it allows you to make a max gear score item using this item here. Yeah, 25,000 gold and 250,000 faction tokens. But it allows you to make a max gear score item. Guaranteed. There's a second item, but I'm not seeing it. It's an orb. Oh, this thing. The chromatic orb. Okay, so this is the other one. This is for the 700 gear score. This is the previous one that you would buy, right? This is the new one for 725. This is the old one. So this is the 2 I was looking for. So this one allows you to craft higher tier gear, but it's not guaranteed to be max gear score. It'll have a variation. You could buy a bunch of these a week. There's I don't know if it's a daily limit or if it's like, I think this is a daily limit. You can buy X amount of these a day. But this one's like a weekly. See how it has a cooldown next to it? I think you can buy as many of these as you want, but this one has like a weekly cooldown. Anyway, so this was the max gear score craft. You can guarantee make 700 gear score items, blah, blah, blah. And then this one funnels into like 725s, which is kind of what you're shooting for. And then you upgrade it from there with shards. And then this one used to be the other one. So what you would see in the crafting menu is craft with chromatic orb / golden scarabs, which allows you to craft with like 1 golden scarab plus, you know, blah, 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 blah. And you can roll something from like a 695 to a 700 gear score item with some, you know, leeway in what you're crafting. This is one of the ways that you were able to do it back, you know, before this expansion. And then, like I said, this was the once a week guarantee. The problem is the materials required to craft a max gear score item using these items, Topher, was wild. Absolutely wild. So I don't remember the exact numbers, but for example, these right here, the prismatic ingots. So you need all the prismatic stuff. There's a few other ways to go about it, but let's just say for the simplicity's sake, without trophies, without armors, without buffs, foods, blah, 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 you would need, the 3 items that you would need would be like these, from smelting. You'd probably need like, you know, the prismatic planks, depending on what you were going to make, right? You know, or whatever the prismatics were for the 3 prismatics that you would need, because each piece of gear that you make, regardless of what it is, always takes 3 types of materials. You would basically need the prismatic version of each one of them to make the max gear score item. But anyway, the amount, these are a daily craft. You can only make so many of them a day. And it was absolutely wild when I looked at the, like, when he said how much of the materials you needed to craft one. I think he said for the ingots, because he was making like a chest piece, right? It was a heavy chest piece, so obviously its primary resource was ingots. So his primary resource for ingots was roughly, I think he said 40 days of crafts. So like, yes, that's a once a week cooldown for that one thing, but it would take you 40 days just to get the ingots to do the craft. It was wild. I mean, honestly, if you look at my inventory, Topher, it's relatively empty. When I drop the stone like that, 190 out of like 400, like, this is 4 pounds, so let's just combine this as like 5 pounds. This is the only thing that takes up inventory space, which I could drop. The rest of this is like nothing. This is very little. Um, very little. I keep getting this because I'm killing rabbits. This I keep getting randomly, but it's not a lot of weight. But you're not wrong. I definitely should bank more so I can do a full run. The only thing I'm contemplating is maybe trying to do like a couple faction missions really quick to try to get a holding just to make a second bag, because that would fix all my problems. Yeah, it's the weapons. I have a handful of weapons on me that's like taking up a bunch of weight. Which, in all honesty, here, we'll fix that really quick. Like, here. I don't even know why I have this. There we go. Yeah, don't even start on my rewards. For the 6 years I've played this game, I've had people bitching at me to claim my rewards for 6 years on every character I've ever played. I just can never bring myself to claiming my rewards. It's just such a nuisance. I'll claim certain rewards, but most of the rewards in my bags are just stupid ass frivolous shit that I don't care about. Like, like okay, these little PvP try like dust and potions. I don't care about that. Random foods, random dyes, and potions. I don't care about. Most of it just boils down to these that I hate looking at, because I'm constantly dropping them and I'm constantly picking them back up because they're constantly just giving to me. Now I could like get rid of these. This is dyes. I don't really give a shit. This is dyes. I don't really give a shit. These I could open. They'll give me more resources, but most of the resources they give me are Arcana stuff. And then it just takes up more weight than the box actually does. Now, don't get me wrong. I should just store them in a storage place instead of opening them and instead of holding on to them. It's just I get them so regularly and so frequently. I don't even I close the tab and I just ignore it because I just can't be bothered to fuck with it. It just annoys the shit out of me. Oh yeah. We can finally hit 300, so that's huge. That allows us to get the one hits now. So let's go back to season, right? Because I think we started a new activity card. Okay, yeah. I think we can do. Okay, yeah. So I don't know how I got a tier 5 resource, so we're not gonna even think about that. I don't think I can do anything else. Yeah, because I was testing that. I am curious. What did I get that was like a tier 5? Oh, it was the rare rabbit. Interesting. Okay. Let us reroll our card. Technically, we could do the rare rabbits, but that would take a hot minute. What else we got? Did we seriously not get a sing? Okay, kill with magic, but we don't even need it. All right, so we're kind of cucked. We could do this, but it would only give us one in return. We could do a twofer to give us one return, and then a twofer to give us one return, and it doesn't allow us to finish another one. Because then we would need at least two, and then at least two. We only get one in return. Huh. I don't think there's any way to make this work. Max this out with what we have. So, fuck it. We'll just do as many as we can. And then we'll hold on till hopefully we get an extra. Alright. I don't know much about it. I saw a little bit of information on it yesterday while I was working. Datmods was watching a bunch of stuff, and then I saw a few articles pop up on my phone. But from my understanding, they're rebooting Breach. Yeah, revitalizing it, bringing it back, and like iteration number 2, keeping what is kind of core about it right now that people like, and then revamping like the end portion of it. I think that's pretty sick. I've never been a huge Breach fan because it just felt unrewarding, right? Yeah, you open it up in your maps to get extra EXP and drops and stuff. But it just felt like, yeah, you can make money selling the breach stones. Yeah, you can make money running the breach stones. It just didn't feel very rewarding overall. So I would run it, but I wouldn't like prioritize into it. But being a dedicated league again, obviously I'm gonna run the shit out of it. But I hope it revitalizes its worth. I haven't looked at any like the skill nerfs or buffs. I typically don't care about buffs or nerfs all that much. I pretty much always play the same build, so it doesn't really matter to me as long as my build didn't quote unquote get nerfed. I don't really care about most of the nerfs, but I will say overall, certain builds that do get nerfed, it's annoying for people that play those builds, but at the end of the day, there's a reason it's getting nerfed. If you look at like the analytics of like how many people are playing like what skills on what characters, when you have an overwhelming percentage of the player base playing a specific build, there's a problem, right? There's a reason why everybody's playing it, and it's because it's overpowered in some way, shape, or form, right? Just like Lightning Strike, right? Lightning Strike was hitting billions of damage, and it was like basically impossible to die. So they obviously somewhat nerfed it. Same thing happened with like some of the other slam builds that were like absolutely ridiculous and stuff. So when it comes to like builds, I do like that they do nerf the like superly overpowered ones, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of power creep that goes on in Path of Exiles already, and if they don't nerf the builds that are absolutely power creeped out of their ass, then the whole game is going to get completely out of control. Because if every build was doing 1 billion damage right now, 1 billion damage would be nothing, right? They would have to scale the mob difficulty up to fix it, and then at that point, what's the point of doing 1 billion damage when now the mobs have 1 billion HP? At that point, you might as well just nerf the few builds to keep everything somewhat in line, so you don't have to keep power creeping the mob like HPs and stuff. I mean, so according to Edge, it's like a huge nerf, but what did they nerf on it specifically? Like, because here's the thing. Let's take Righteous Fire, for example, Bizarre. There was like 3 leagues in a row that they quote unquote nerfed Righteous Fire. And now don't get me wrong, Edge can attest to this. There was one league that they nerfed Righteous Fire, and I was pissed beyond pissed. Because I was like, you know what, I'm going to play it like always, because I don't really care about a nerf. If it's like a 10% nerf to a build that already doesn't do a whole lot, like 10% isn't a lot. Now, if it's doing 1 billion damage and you nerf it by 20%, it's still fucking strong. It's just not as strong as it was, right? But they absolutely gutted RF this one league. Like, they literally cut its damage by like over 50%. They cut its, not only its damage, they cut its area of effect by 50%. They cut its damage by 50%, which indirectly, lowering its AoE already lowers its damage output, because the bigger the AoE means the longer they're in it, the sooner they get in it, the longer they stay in it, right? So indirectly gives you more damage per second because they're in it for longer, right? Versus, you know, just lowering its damage, right? So they did both. They gutted its AoE, they gutted its raw potential of damage, and it was absolutely atrocious. But we still found a way to make that build work, and it still to this day works, even with the gutted nerf. And we still enjoy it, we still play it, we still have a good time, and it's still viable. It's just, it takes a while to figure out how to fix it, right? And usually what ends up happening is they nerf something, but then there's something that gets introduced that makes it viable again. Whether it's a unique item, a new skill gem, you know, maybe it won't be this league, maybe it'll be next league that they introduce something that fixes it. So it might be dead for a league or two, but eventually it comes back around because something, you know, gets reintroduced or they rebuff it, right? And I get it. It does really suck, Bizarre. Like when you have a build you like I said, that one league where they gutted RF, I didn't play that league because I absolutely love RF, and that's like the only build I'll pretty much play. And I was not happy, and I didn't play the league. And like I said, at this point, like if your build is, I would at least try it, see if you can make it work, see if it's still quote unquote fun enough for you. Because a lot of times what ends up happening is those nerfs, yes, it's an overall like nerf, but most of the people that play those builds, unless they're like super good at the game or they put enough time into it, will never actually see the difference in the nerf, right? Like they might be like weaker than they would have been normally, but the true nerf doesn't really get noticed except for like the true like top 1%ers of the builds, because they're, instead of doing 1 billion, they're now doing 700k, and they can feel the difference. Versus somebody that normally does like 1 to 200k on the build is now doing, I don't know, let's say like 180k. So that 20k difference, they're not really going to notice all that much. So I mean, I would honestly recommend, even if you're like really upset about the build, your build being nerfed, and you're kind of on the fence if you want to play or not, I would at least try it and see how gutted it was, just like I did with RF, before you make your final decision. Yeah, it'll be more click intensive, which is really annoying, having more buttons to click and stuff. So I don't think it's too big of a deal. But the 30% less damage can be kind of noticeable, obviously, and the duration makes it kind of annoying. But like I said, there might be something bizarre that either A, gets introduced in this league or maybe another league or something. Or maybe you swap out some gyms or something, or some sort of other mechanic to automate the process in some way, shape, or form, or to extend its skill duration, because there's a lot of skill duration nodes on the tree, right? So maybe you drop like a couple of like random nodes that, you know, you typically would grab for skill duration nodes or something, to give you a little extra duration. I mean, at the end of the day too, like you could try another build, right? There's a lot of interesting, fun looking builds that are possible. You're installed New World, let's go. Gonna go pub crawl for 8 hours though. All right, I appreciate the lurk, Chris. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully New World isn't too terrible treating you when you get back into it, but thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like, what is it about Bama that you like, Bizarre? 'Cause I honestly, I'd have to actually look at the Bama skill. I don't really, like, off the top of my head, I don't even like, I can never recall what this skill truly does in the grand scheme of things, to like ever recall like, oh yeah, that's this build. Like it's a build that I've literally never touched, that I couldn't actually like recall what you do with that build. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like Mirage archers or something, if I remember correctly. But like, what if you played like the tornado build, bro? The automated tornado build. I mean, it's a little expensive, don't get me wrong. That shit's hilarious. Literally don't have to click a single button. It just works. It's pretty much a 0 button like build. I mean, technically you could hit buttons to like more defense and buffs and stuff like that. Oh, it's first build you ever played. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. But if you like, so the reason I asked Bizarre is like, because if you have an idea of like what you like about the build, other than just the nostalgia effect, maybe you could find a similar build that would like suit the same like kind of criteria, and maybe make a like a pivot to that, right? Since yours got nerfed, maybe you could pivot to a different skill that's relatively similar, but not nerfed, right? So, for example, the one league that my RF got nerfed, they introduced Mana RF. I pivoted to Mana RF, and it was okay. Wasn't my cup of tea. And then I pivoted to Death's Oath as well because that was also buffed. And I actually really liked Death's Oath. It's just, the problem I have with Death's Oath is it's very hard to scale. Not that it's hard to scale, I guess is the wrong way to explain it. But it's like, it kind of sucks early until you get a bunch of like cluster jewels in ways to like actually scale its damage and its AoE, and then it gets really fun. So it's a little bit of like not a heavy investment, but there's more investment into that skill getting it up and running than there is to like say RF. Like literally RF, like nowadays I can what I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. I can go in and just have a bunch of blues on and I can clear T15 maps. I can literally clear all the way up to tier 15 maps with pretty much blue gear on, except for like one or two uniques that I can like usually get for stupid cheap, like Rise of the Phoenix or something, right? Immortal Flesh. Like those two items alone, I can pretty much clear tier 15 maps. And it's purely because all I need is HP and fire res on every piece of gear that's on armor based values, and I can pretty much clear T15 maps with the build. That's how simple RF is. Now, don't get me wrong, it'll be slow. I'll do basically no damage. But I'll be tanky enough and, you know, enough damage to like just walk through the map and not have too much problems. Never actually fully tested this, but you can kind of infer it from the sheer fact that whenever you watch me play RF and I'm being lazy, I will have gear that is from like level 14 and I'm in red tier maps. Just map blasting map, you know, tier 15 maps, tier 16 maps, and I'm literally still wearing something I found in Act 1. Like multiple of my pieces. Like Edge laughs at me and yells at me all the time, every league. I'm like, yeah, I need to like level up my gear a little bit, you know. I'm struggling with like, you know, I need to get my HP up, I need to get my reses up, or you know, whatever it is. And he's like, oh, what's your helmet look like? And I just laugh, and he's like, don't you fucking link it to me, because I'll literally link him like a blue item that doesn't have like any. It doesn't even have a single stat for my build. It'll literally be like evasion with intelligence, and he just looks at me, he's like, what the fuck are you wearing this for? It's so bad. I think there was one league I still was wearing a white pair of gloves. I pay attention to my gear so little. I was wearing a white pair of gloves that I found on the beach when I killed Hillock. Like, and I was in like tier 16 maps. Like, Edge was just like, bro, just hit it with an ALK. It's gotta be better than what you're wearing now. It was so bad, dude. It was so bad. But now I have an iteration of the build. Now, here's the thing. I've always followed Pox builds because I actually like Pox's builds. Pox puts a lot of effort and testing into his builds, and they're tried and true. They work every time. But the way he plays doesn't really suit me. So someone pointed out an AFK version of the build that people have made for AFKing Synarachrums, which I can never say that word right. But anyway, they have builds, RF builds that are for AFKing Sims, and I was like, all right, cool, let's take a look at it. And I ran it last league, and I fell in love with it. Like, it's RF still. Play it the same way to a point, but the tankiness difference in that build versus fucking Ox's is night and fucking day. It's absolutely mind-blowing how much tankier it is, and that's what I'm looking for. I want a like almost unkillable character. and the single target can like go through the roof with it as well, if you get enough AoE. And that's kind of what I was like, damn, I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. I don't even have to click a button. All I have to do is turn on RF and I could literally just walk into a room and stand there. I fucking love it. So I mean, I mean, I've been playing the game for so long, and I'm still finding newer ways to play my build that suits me better every single league. So like I said, it's one of those things. It's trial and error, man. It's literally try something, see if you like it. Try something else, see if you like it. Once you find what you love, find a way to make it work for you every time. That's literally all it boils down to. Yeah, and I'm the same way, Bizarre. Like I'm such a slow like reaction time person, and like paying attention to so many things on the screen. I have literally like goldfish brain. I have to play tankier than damagey. Like most people are like, oh well, if you have more damage, you don't have to be tanky because you kill everything before it becomes a problem. And they're not wrong. If you have enough damage, literally everything dies, and you don't have to worry about, you know, getting hit by anything. So like best defense is a good offense. It's kind of key for PoE 1. It's not actually 100% true, but you still run the risk of, since you are glass cannon, that you can get one tap trying to run into a room, or if you stand in something incorrectly or whatever. You still gotta have some sort of brain cells to run a glass cannon build, because you can't just stand anywhere and everywhere you want. You have to pick and choose your battles properly, and, you know, move properly, stand properly, pay attention to the mechanics a little bit, even though you're like absolutely map blasting or whatever. So just one of those things that I typically just base tank everything, because I can't react fast enough, especially when I'm like tired, or if I'm just like autopilot. I get like a little complacent and I'm not paying that much attention, reading chat, whatever the fuck it is. Like, I just need to be tankier. That doesn't bother me all that much. Yo, what a big dig. I couldn't find that game you were speaking of. I'm assuming it's not on Steam. Would you like to elaborate on what the game is? Like the Raven 2 or whatever? Yeah, there's a handful of retaliation skills, Bizarre. I personally, retaliation to me just feels very meh. Because there's no, you have to retaliate damage, right? So something has to hit you for you to do damage in return. So if they're not directly hitting you, you have nothing to retaliate. I'm not a huge fan of that. That's why I like RF. It's one of those, it does damage even if they're not hitting you. Same thing with like Death Note and stuff like that. But yeah, so, like retaliation builds can be nuts, because like they're heavy block builds with a lot of sustain and stuff, and like all the damage is just directly reflected back. So like you just stand there and just kill everything as it hits you. It can be nuts. Yeah, I haven't looked into that. Like as I said, I don't know much about the new league. I haven't actually sat down to like look into it. I probably won't. Um, but you know, from my understanding, there's like some power creep involved with it that might not stick to core, but there's some ways to like juice your character. This new one. Not on Steam. How dare you, the blasphemy of trying to get me to play a non-Steam game. Oh, but anyway, what is it exactly? I mean, I have to figure out what my I literally have to figure out my, what's it called? My brain isn't braining. My password for Epic in order to even do it. Or I mean, like you said, I can go to the website, just an account or whatever. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing a lot more, is instead of like diving into every little sneak peek, every little like aspect, reading on entire patch notes and stuff like that. Bro, I literally I get the shortened, you know, very high level basics of what the league is going to give us. and then I just go in completely blind and just play the game as I normally would and figure it out from there. The problem with that though is you don't read at least read the patch notes. You don't know what was added. You don't know what was changed. Like, so you won't even know a new boss exists. You won't know like what items were added. There's a lot that you won't know going in blind like that, because it's not like you're just gonna figure it out on the fly. 90% of the stuff you won't just figure out on the fly, because you don't, if you don't know it exists, you don't know how to like get to it. You don't know to even look for it, right? So there is some reason to at least read some of the information, but at the end of the day, I don't care enough. I don't go for Uber fights all that often. I don't go for like boss farming or anything like that. I just play the game to play the game to have fun. So uh but anyway, so that's why I was gonna ask you, is like, because I don't mind talking about builds for, you know, the night while I'm just sitting here whacking rocks, right? I got to get my rocks off anyway, so if you want to chat about PoE while we're getting our rocks off, I'm down to like pull up builds and talk about things and try to see if we can find you a new starting build that could work for you. Because like I said, you're trying to find something that has very little buttons, right? That's relatively tanky, kind of style, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, don't shoot the messenger, but I mean, obviously RF fits that bill like to a point, like to a T. If you, like I said, if you want a little bit lower damage, so here's the thing: if you want less damage, less survivability, but more consistent like app clearing, and it's a little speedier, you could try an RF or a Death's Oath version. I'm not gonna lie, I like Death's Oath a lot more than RF, purely because if you play it as an occultist, the guaranteed pops while you're running through the map as an occultist feels so satisfying. You literally just shield charge through the map, and you just go pop, 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 and the screen just clears over and over again, and it's super satisfying. Your boss potential is okay as long as you layer lots of things, like you drop a wither totem, you hit them with bane, and you start hitting them with, like, you know, maybe Val Blight into a Blight while you're standing next to him with like Death Oath. So on single target you drop a lot of skills, but you can kind of melt bosses if you do that, because it's like 6 dots all being applied at the same time, versus RF you have like 2 damage stacks, right? So single target on RF can be a lot lower than Death's Oath, but Death's Oath in general has less damage for like map clear, but its pop potential kind of mimics the clearing speed of RF at that point, because RF as a chieftain, you have a very small chance to get big pops, and that's what you're relying upon as a chieftain. You're relying upon those massive pops that happen very infrequently. But when they do happen, they cause such a big ignite and such a big amount of like burn damage and stuff. It basically clears any boss. It clears any elite or anything like that. So you get like massive clear speed, you get massive DPS, and then there's ways, like I said, with the new build that I'm running, to have permanent ignite. So once you ignite something, the ignite never falls off. It stays on it permanently. So let's say something had a massive amount of HP, you got a big pop. Let's say that pop was burning for 1,000,000 damage. The thing has, let's say it had 1,000,000,000 HP. The burn would be doing 1,000,000 damage until the thing eventually died, because of that 1,000,000 damage ignite would never fall off with the way the build is set up. And that's what makes the build so strong, especially for like AFK. You literally stand there, and since you're so strong and so tanky, and you can't really die unless you stand in like a one-hit mechanic, which is not very often, you can rely upon this one random pop triggering, and then this boss just burning to death in seconds. Really cool. You don't really get that with, you know, Death's Oath, but you know, they're both cool in their own way. Oh yeah, those are kind of cool games, Dig, where like one of the premises behind the game is get a drops from like all these different mobs and stuff, and it like adds to collections, and the collections like boost your account power. I do like that kind of system because then it rewards horizontal progression and grind time throughout the game. I do like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of stuff I really do like. Like log collections are so much fun. The only problem I have with log collections is typically games that have log collections usually have items that are like a FOMO item that at some point like you can get the item, but then they stop like the source to get the item gets removed and then the item is still part of the collection. So if you never obtained it prior to them removing it, anybody that has it is permanently stronger than anybody that doesn't have it. And that's the problem I have with collection logs. If they don't actually clean it up from time to time when they remove things and change things. Hey, if you want to get your rocks off, you're more than welcome to, Bizarre. Um, and the three new Uber bosses, are they related to the League mechanic? Are they gonna be the Uber versions of the Breach bosses? Yeah, so my prime example I would say, Dig, is like take Trove for example. It's not quite the same. Like it's kind of apples and oranges, I guess, because there are certain mounts, there's certain items that were only obtainable during an event back in like 2020 or back in 2015 or something like that. And anybody that didn't obtain the mount or the hat or the weapon skin or whatever it was could never obtain it again. So you could never actually climb the leaderboards on collection logs because you can't obtain these non-obtainable items versus people that have been playing longer that have obtained them and they still have them. And that's where I like get pissed, and it's kind of like a bullshit thing. Yo, Crispy, why aren't you sleeping, my man? I mean, it is the weekend, so actually, is today one of those days that you can actually play a little bit? I'm just getting my rocks off. Don't mind me. I saw you and Edge in Discord the other night. I was gonna come say hi, but I was busy working. And then after a little while, I saw it was just you. I was like, oh, did Crispy fall asleep in Discord again? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a little bit tonight, I'm down, Crispy. I think Edge is around. We could all jump in and maybe do some dungeons or some faction quests or, something. Are you getting ready for some magic stuff? Gotcha. Yeah, so the way that reminds me, Dig, is like if they eventually add it back, like I don't mind if an item is like a seasonal item and it comes back once a year, during a specific event, they like, hey, you can buy the legacy items that you've missed in the previous years that you weren't playing, once a year when this event comes around. I don't mind that because at least they are obtainable. I'm specifically talking about the games that refuse to ever bring an item back. It's like, oh, you can never get this again ever because you missed an event. Okay, sucks to suck. I'm gonna go pee. Give me just a second. Oh, all right, we're back. Whew. But yeah, I think most games that fall into that criteria of collection logs, I think they do usually do a decent job of either bringing the items back in some way, shape, or form, or removing them from the list so it doesn't pertain to, you know, the collection log anymore. They're usually pretty good about it, but then there are some game companies, aka not saying that New World falls in this criteria, but that when they do change something or they do remove something, they don't think all the steps through from start to finish, because you know it's a big game. There's a lot of code, there's a lot of different moving parts, and some things get missed. It happens. But at the end of the day, yo, Crispy, hit me with the sub. Let's go. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. That's huge. 46 months. That's insane. It's almost 4 years, man. That's nuts. I remember those good old days of being in the freaking I want to call it medevac for some reason. In the ambulance. Good old days. Staying up too late. Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. I saw you were still in there and Edge was out. I'm like, oh shit, did he fall asleep? Sounds about right. But yeah, like they removed the stats off of gear in this game, right? But then left the achievement that says, hey, wear gear that gives you 260 of X stat. And it's like, how can you wear gear that gives you 260 of X stat, or even 80 of X, or any stat, right? Any amount of any stat, if gear doesn't have stats on it anymore. So at that point, it's like, what's the point of having the achievement in if no one that didn't achieve it prior to you changing the gear can now no longer obtain the achievement? So now any achievement hunter can never 100% this game, right? So if you're an achievement hunter, you've fresh the game, you're like, damn, I love it. I love like completing games. I love getting all the achievements, blah, blah, blah. You can literally never 100% this game because there's achievements that are never obtainable going forward because they remove the ability to be able to obtain them. And that's the point I'm getting at, is like it's literally my crux when it comes to games like that have any type of collection system and or achievement system or whatever. If the game company isn't very thorough, I guess is the word I'm looking for, making sure that they're changing things, updating things, modifying things, keeping up with, like, you know, removals and additions to things, and like, you know, from start to finish, not just like one foot in front of their face, right? They only think about one aspect and ignore the rest. You run into these problems. Obviously, it's company to company, game to game, so you won't know until you try, right? You got to try the game out before you can really say if it's, you know, bad or good. So I have nothing against it. But if it's a collection system based game, I'm assuming it's like an MMORPG of some kind, where you go and grind like goblins and you try and find like all the item drops from goblins, and then you go and farm all like chickens and so on and so forth, right? Scroll up and chat. And yeah, Dig, I don't mind games that are like, hey, spend money to, you know, accelerate your progression, right? As long as it's not true pay to win, where it's like, hey, you swipe your credit card, you obtain items that that a free to play can never obtain, right? That, like, the true pay to win. Like, I don't mind pay for progression. I don't mind pay for skipping, you know, the content to a certain point and things like that. I don't care about that. But if it's like, hey, if you don't spend this money, you can't obtain this sword and armor set, which gives 10%, you know, attack damage or whatever permanent to your account. Like, that's bullshit, right? I shouldn't have to spend $10 to obtain that. Now, I will say I'm not opposed to games saying, hey, pay for our membership to have access to certain areas of the game. And if you don't pay for the membership and you can't access these areas, you're missing a bunch of collections. Because I would consider those like membership collections that you can't obtain unless you are a member, aka like RuneScape, right? RuneScape, you can't access 2/3 of the map and like a third of the skills, or like 3/4 of the gear and armors and weapons unless you have a membership. So I'm not opposed to that. It just allows you to play the game for free, to see if you like it and you enjoy it, to see if you want to support the company, and if you want to progress it further by buying a membership. I'm fine with that. But the true pay to win bullshit is where I draw the line when it comes to a game. Exactly, to dig. Like you won't know until the game progresses, right? And you might love the game for the first 3-4 years, and then they might segue into what you dislike, and then hey, you got 3-4 years of fun out of it. Fuck it, right? At least you had some fun. Hero rewards and stuff. Yeah, that sounds something like Raven Dawn's membership, that you can literally play Raven Dawn 100% for free. Last I played it, at least. But the membership gave you like cheaper repairs, free fast travels, to spend money and miscellaneous other things that, like, it gave you an advantage, quote unquote, but not really. Like, it didn't give you a combat advantage. It gave you like an economy advantage, right? You had like more crafting attempts, you had like more refreshes on things, things were cheaper to repair and craft and bro, he's got a cool ass mount. What the fuck? So I mean, I'll look into it. Like I said, I just wanted to ask you because I saw your message and I went to Steam. I was like, oh, I don't see it on Steam, and I'll ask him later. And I figured I'd just ask you on stream because it wasn't that big a deal. Like I said, though, I am stupid tired today, so keep the conversation rolling or I will fucking fall asleep, especially just sitting over here whacking rocks. But anyway, Bizarre, if you are still chilling, my friend, do you want to talk about like PoE builds and like see if we can find something? So if Bama's nerfed and you don't want to try it because you're worried it's just gonna suck and you don't want it to reroll a second character, do you want to chat about different builds that could kind of fit the criteria of what you're looking for? The auto salvage is kind of nice, but I could see like that's not really game breaking in my opinion. Like at least without playing the game, it doesn't seem game breaking. Like the extra XP, obviously you level a little bit faster. Once again, pay for advancement kind of thing, right? You just level faster than other people. Yeah, so I don't see that being game breaking, but I could see it like simplifying your life. It's kind of like the Lotro membership for me. Like it gives you more bag space. It gives you the ability to like sell and repair on the fly and stuff like that. It's things that aren't really required or necessary, but it's just quality of life, simplicity's sake kind of stuff. Being able to fast travel from point A to point B instantly, you know, whatever the fuck else it gives you. Like it kind of feels the same way. Oh my god, Edge. That video of specters never dying. Oh, that sounds amazing. So I do have a question about that though. So they made a comment that like technically they go in just, ghost form or whatever. And when you go to another zone, they just resummon. But he also stated that you could resummon them while still in the zone if you wanted to. So here's my question. If you're fighting a boss that nukes your specters and they die, how do you get them back without wasting a portal. Right? Because like if you, let's say you had 8 hydras, all 8 of your hydras died. How would you be able to like resummon your hydras without leaving and coming back in, kind of thing? And that's what I was wondering. Like, do you just have to like leave and rejoin? And at that point, certain bosses would still be unkillable for you as a specter, you know, like that, because you're limited to the survivability of your specters. I mean, technically, eventually you could specter, you know, juice your specters up to a point where you could actually do the fight, but some fights would be really hard for you to actually do. Well, I mean, okay, so if you want to talk about like new things, like what are you leaning towards? Like I said, when it comes to a build, what are you looking for? Like, I'm assuming you want tanky and like not a lot of buttons, right? So are we looking for something that like it casts on its own, like an automation ability, or like auto cast things? Are you looking for like a cast on crit, like auto bomber style, where you just shield charge around and like it auto cast things when you crit? Like, kind of like what are we looking for? Because obviously, you know, my go-to is RF and Death's Oath, for example, right? But we could always talk about like that tornado build I brought up earlier. We could talk about specters and minions, because those are pretty dope as well. We could talk about animate weapon builds. um we could talk about like one button builds where you just kind of click one button, like Bane Pop, right? Bane Pop is pretty insane. It's not quite a one button build, but it's pretty easy. Essence Drain Contagion, like that's an easy ass build as well. You just get cast socketed skill, you know, when you use another spell with Essence Drain in it, and you just fucking contagion everything, and everything just fucking cascades and dies. Like, we have lots of fucking options. I just need to like narrow it down, like what we're looking for, you know. Yeah, it's fine. I just, like I said, I want to try and narrow it down. Like, do we want to try and find like a bow build? Do we want to find like a spellcaster build? Do we want to be like on a melee build? Do you want like some sort of like damage over time build? Do you want you know, a non-direct skill casting? Like, for example, like, do you want something like RF? Or do you want something like minions where you don't really have direct control over the damage, but it just happens? Um, are you looking for maybe like a poison build? You looking for like a bleed build, some sort of dot? Like, bro, let's go bow. Okay, okay, that at least narrows us down. So I will say, as a starter build, without looking into anything else, just previous knowledge, Lightning Arrow is always an insane league starter. Lightning Arrow is fucking nuts. Which one are you thinking about? Oh, I shot could be fucking dope as well, bro. I shot could be fucking cracked. Okay, so there's a few off the top of my, yeah, you can link. Edge, hold on. Let me. Oh, okay, you're mod, so you can link anyway. I was gonna do the slash permit. Um, so there's that one there, Bizarre. So here's the few that I would say. I don't know how relevant this one is anymore, but Explosive Arrow used to be nuts. I don't know how insane it is nowadays, but Explosive Arrow used to be nuts. But Tornado Shot, Magic Find Tornado Shot builds are still god tier, because Tornado Shot is just always a bonker ass fucking skill. It's always overpowered no matter how they tune it. But supposedly, you know, Tornado Shot is fucking cracked out of its mind. You got obviously the Ice Shot. You got the Lightning Arrow, which is fucking cracked out of its mind as well. But you can always go a little off-brand and do like cast on crit builds with like Barrage or something, where you just literally single target cast Barrage, and every time one of the Barrage arrows hits and crits, it like cascades a couple other like cast on crit abilities. Like, you can get kind of crazy with it. I don't know, it's kind of niche. You also have poison versions of it. So you got with the toxic rain builds, and you can use like uh ballista totems as well. So all these builds can also be done as like a ballista totem style, where you're just putting down a bunch of ballistas that are casting these skills out, and you have like 10 ballistas like on the ground that are just like shooting your skills all over the screen while you're just kind of running around. You can also have like a Mirage Archer once again, because we already know you like Bama. So I mean, you could have Mirage Archer as well, like it's placed down on its own. Like there's lots of variations here. I don't know, Edge. Is there anything you want to get done? He's level 27. We could just help you level Crispy if you want. Like just force you through the main storyline and like maybe do some dungeons and stuff. I don't know. I've just been getting my rocks off, man. There's 2 times EXP for refining skills, so I'm trying to like speed level my my stone cutting. I have no idea, Edge. I want to assume maybe for a week, and I started doing it on Thursday, I think. Was it Thursday? No, it was like Tuesday, right? Whatever my last stream was, I think it was on Tuesday. And then I work Wednesday, Thursday. Now now it's Friday. So I mean, maybe the rest of the weekend. So I'm just taking advantage of it. I did a 6.5-hour stream of hitting rocks on Tuesday. Now it's gonna be like another 7-hour stream of hitting rocks. Yeah, Crispy, like that. If you gotta sleep, you gotta sleep, man. Don't stay up to play games with us. I don't want to make you tired or anything and fuck up your sleep schedule or anything like that. But if you're interested in playing something, we're here. Like I said, if we can run some dungeons, we can help you with your main story quests, because sometimes it could just be faster with us just doing stuff for you, get you caught up. Because I think I just got to Weavers. Like my main story is literally the very first quest inside of Weavers. So if you want to like get caught up with us or with me, you're more than welcome to. You're not my mom. Oh, maybe put the foot down. Mom might wear the pants in the family. But, Dad still has the shorts on. There's a lot of builds, Jukas, that are viable. It just depends on what you're looking for, like PvE, PvP, melee, ranged, DPS, healer, tank, any of those variations in between. Like if you want to be like an off healer tank, an off healer DPS, if you want to be like an off tank DPS, if you want to be just like pure DPS, pure tank, pure healer, like you know what I mean, like want to be like a paladin kind of tank healer. Like there's so many variations. All right, yeah, I want to see the one Edge posted. I
grew up on a farm and ranch in Nebraska, so I'm
interesting. What skill is he using to make it shoot into the air? Is that a volley support? Hey, is this build running volley support? Is that why it's shooting from the sky? So if I'm gonna be honest, Bizarre, this is what I typically do. Okay. I go to PoE Ninja, I go to builds, right? And I literally just um I look for like I'll do something like this, right? Switching from top DPS, right? I'll kind of like scroll down, like, right? Ice Trap, Flicker Strike, Ice Trap, Flicker Strike, Tornado Shot. Once again, this is why I've recommended Tornado Shot. Tornado Shot's absolutely cracked. Right? I just kind of go down the list. I kind of see like what are the top DPS. And then if I have like a specific skill in mind, right? So let's say ice shot, right? Ice shot penetration. Very few people are playing it, but like 43 mil, pretty insane, right? We can like remove this one. We can go to like regular ice shot, 69 mil, which is regular ice shot, right? We go with like just looking like tornado shot, for example, right? 800 mil, and there's like that's like a standout, obviously, but like you got like these ones at 40 and 30, but most of these are magic find based builds, right? Most tornado shots are. Um, but like what would it explosive arrow? Like this is another build that was nuts for a while there, but it's obviously fallen off. Um, is barrage not a thing anymore? Why am I not seeing some of these skills? Are we only PO? We are on PoE 1. I'm so confused. Isn't Toxic Rain a build? Oh, it's because it's explosive arrows still. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, so Toxic Rain is another insane build. It only says 12 mil, but here's the thing about Toxic Rain. It's normally played with, say, the totems I was telling you about. The ballista totems. They get like 10 to 12 like ballistas down, and they kind of shoot the same way that the ice shot was. And they shoot up and they pelt down the whole screen, and everything just melts to poison. So what's cool about poison builds is it completely bypasses energy shield based mobs. So when you have a mob that's like, oh, extra or life has extra energy shield or something like that with energy shield regen, those mobs can be a real pain in the ass to deal with unless you have like super high DPS. Unless you go in poison, because then you can just insta give them with poison. There are a few mobs in the game that damage doesn't bypass energy shield, but that's very very niche. Doesn't happen all that often. Poison's like one of those, either A, you get so much damage that energy shield doesn't matter, or you go poison, and poison just makes a lot of fights super easy because you just don't have to worry about killing their energy shield. Let's take like Maven, for example. Maven has like a lot of energy shield, right? If you stop hitting her for a few seconds, she starts regenerating her energy shield again, and that could just indefinitely like extend the fight, and it's such a pain in the ass. There's so many times where I've been fighting mob bosses with that have energy shield, and it's literally impossible for me to kill them because I start chipping away at them. I start chipping away at them. I get their energy shield almost broken. They teleport away. By the time I get back to them, their energy shield's already maxed back out, and it's like I can never actually do damage to them because by the time I break their energy shield, like they're just running away and regenerating their energy shield. So that's one nice thing about like why I enjoyed Death's Oath, is because there's certain boss fights that just became trivial, right? But anyway, like I said, it's apples and oranges. I'm gonna show you a build though that I don't think I've showed you and I've talked about a few times. Huey Tornado. Is it?
Hey everybody, Ron right here, and I absolutely love Tornado of Elemental Turbulence.
Oh, this is the one. Trying to remember what this item is called. Um, all right. Well, I'll just show you the build of the week. Take a look at this bizarre. So this build is aspect of the avian. It's hilarious. It has absolute like decimations for bosses. But literally, the way it works is you get reduced like duration and stuff like that in certain like aspects. It's a little expensive, but basically every time it changes from one aspect to the other. So it's like you have one aspect for X amount of time, and then it switches to the aspect 2, and then that aspect lasts for so long, and then when that one falls off, it goes back to 1, and then it rotates back and forth from 1 to 2. But every time you go back and forth, it casts tornadoes, and if you get the duration low enough, it's instant. It's like boom, 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 and that's where all these fucking tornadoes come from. It's constantly just changing back and forth from your different aspects, and it gets absolutely nutty with how many tornadoes you can get. And then it doesn't, it literally, you see how he stands there? You don't have to push anything. And then if you do the build properly, as you can see here, you have enough like HP regen and sustain and stuff like that. He's running Petrified Blood with energy shield and stuff, and he's running RF to increase the damage even further, but the RF is doing a little bit of damage. Yeah, obviously this is back in the day when you can have Molten Shell on left click, so you'd probably be running Molten Shell or something like that on like a cast and damage taken or something. And basically all he does is walk around. It's literally a walking simulator, and you put curses on things that you want to kill. That's literally the entire build. So you walk up to a boss, you curse it, and you stand there with RF burning his ass to death while these tornadoes are just going fucking nuts. What on earth? What language is that? Wait, where? But also, Jukas, did I think I said something to you, but I didn't get an answer in reply. What exactly are you looking for when it comes to a build? So I can help you like pick one. This build is hilarious, bizarre. I actually ran into one of my viewers. See how it like switches aspects so fast? That's where the tornadoes are coming from. And then you can cast like manually cast a big tornado as well. And I think it consumes tornadoes and gets bigger. So for like a big boss, you can stand there and just cast like a big tornado. And it's a freaking insane looking build, bro. Yeah, I would look at this. This build is not cheap though, bizarre. Like if it was me, you do not league start this build. This is a build that you start with like something like Lightning Arrow, you farm yellow tier maps for a while, you get some currency, and you buy this build. But this build is hilarious. Oh, I was like, what? Kind of crazy though, man. Yeah, see how he has RF on? RF doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but what RF does is it gives a boost to spell damage, right? So he can take advantage of being on low life with pain attunement. And then he can also take advantage of the damage, like the spell damage from RF and a couple other miscellaneous things, and he can just do a shit ton of damage. Because all that spell damage just increases the damage of his tornadoes, and it skyrockets. Yeah, if you're okay with like farming currency, play it just to play it. It's one of those funny ass builds that it's not like I said, it's not a league starting build. It's just one of those memey, hilarious, just walking simulator builds that once you have some currency, you just throw it on and you just run around and just murder stuff. It's hilarious. Like I said, I had a viewer come in one day. I needed help with something. He's like, "Oh, I'll come help you." And he comes in and he just blanketed the entire room with tornadoes and just stood there and killed a boss. And I was like, "What the fuck am I witnessing?" He's like, "Oh, this is my aviation build." I'm like, "What?" And I just followed him around for like 5 minutes, and he was just like spitting tornadoes out everywhere. Everything was just dying. I was like, "Okay, this is fucking stupid." That shit was crazy. Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. Oh man. So anyway, okay, so we're all online. What did y'all want to do? I don't know if Topher's around. If Topher wants to do anything with this as well. Put the options on the table, Topher. I know you're probably lurking while reading manga or something, but there's 3 of us online right now, so if there's anything we want to do, we can group up as 4 worst case, and we can do some stuff. Yeah. The one thing I do like about ice builds, Bizarre, and keep this in mind while you're looking into it, is you can perma-freeze bosses if you do it properly. So, not even just bosses, you can do it to mobs too. So, even if you have very low DPS, or not DPS, well, DPS as well, but even if your survivability is relatively low, it's not taking into consideration freezing the mobs. So, as long as you have like a very high chance to freeze, you could take you could have less survivability for the fact that, you know, they can't attack you when they're frozen, right? So you can permafreeze things, and as you're running through, like the problem is the way it shoots up into the air and then comes down, they have the chance to maybe hit you with a fireball or arrow or something in that duration of it like landing. But at the same time, like it's kind of niche if they actually do hit you. Kind of, I wouldn't say rare, but maybe if you had like dodge, it would be more than enough, right? Or if you just sidestep after you cast and sidestep, as long as you're like moving and sidestepping, you shouldn't get hit by like almost anything. But like I said, it's one of those things that you're just kind of blanketing the screen. You're kind of freezing things that don't die in one hit, and you get shatter, which is insane. Shatter does extra damage to any mobs around it. It also prevents on death effects, like porcupines don't explode and kill you anymore, things like that. So there's a lot of cool things when it comes to ice, and I think that's why ice is kind of like the goated go-to like element to do, because fire doesn't do anything but give you ignite, there's more damage over time. Shock is busted because it does give you like a 20% multiplier, like a damage multiplier, which is absolutely nuts. This is why helmets like the 3 dragons or whatever it's called allows for any damage to shock, and that's really strong on elemental damage builds that aren't running lightning, because that way you can still shock even though you're just doing cold. So I don't know exactly how the build runs. I didn't like look into it or anything, but uh yeah, it could be nuts. Like that's why like icicle traps are really strong, because not only do they do a shit ton of damage, especially the single targets and bosses, but with the fact that they can basically permafreeze things, they are indirectly super tanky, especially against bosses. All they do is just throw down a shit ton of traps. Now they're just blanketing the screen with like explosions and icicles shooting everywhere and ice damage going everywhere. Things are just frozen, and you're just standing there throwing traps, and you don't have to worry about like, you know, taking any damage, except for like mechanics and stuff sometimes. So it's all like, not that I'm trying to get you off of Bama. It's just, if you're already upset that they're nerfing it, there are so many cool builds in the game that are worth trying. And until you've tried a lot of builds to find out that niche thing that you like, you're better off honestly just trying things, fiddling, tinkering, right? Try something you normally wouldn't try just to see if you like it. You know, I played Sunder one league and I didn't hate it. but it wasn't my cup of tea. I played Double Strike one league. That was hilarious, actually. I fucking smashed that league. But once again, it wasn't really my cup of tea. I played Golems one league. It was okay. It's in my top 5 of what I would play. Maybe not top 5 anymore, but it was up there. It was actually something I would replay if I was really feeling it. Cyclone is definitely up there as well, but it's also on it's on my list of ones not to play because it's super fun. It's like my kind of skill, but it's so hard for me to survive with that skill that I typically don't run it all that much. But anyway, like I said, we can chat more about different builds if you want. We can, pull up some wikis. We can pull up some like YouTubes if you want. I don't really mind. Yeah, like Edge is notorious for playing lots of different builds, right? Every league, Edge is like, let's try something else. Let's try something else. And that's kind of like, in my opinion, that's what Path of the Exiles is for. Path of the Exiles is meant to experiment. It's meant to try things. It's not meant to literally log in, try one skill, and only play that one skill for fucking 30 years, right? It's meant to, try something new every time you play it. Now, obviously, pot calling the kettle, right? I only play RF nowadays. But I did, when I first started playing, I played like so many different skills, so many different variations of skills. Like I started with Incinerate, and then I tried Scorching Ray. I tried like different versions of Scorching Ray. I tried fucking melee skills. I tried so many abilities until I finally found what I loved. And that's the thing about it. It's like you gotta trial and error. You gotta experience things in order to know if you like it. You can't just look at something and know you don't like it. I mean, you can. Like, I don't have to eat dog shit to know I don't like dog shit, right? Like, pretty self-explanatory. But when it comes to like playing a video game or like trying a different variation of something, you're not gonna know until you try it. Like, obviously, if you tried something similar, you're gonna have an idea. It's like, oh yeah, I played a build that was like this, and I wasn't a huge fan of it being like this. It's like, okay, maybe you won't like it. Yeah, and Edge is like, Edge, how many years have you been playing Path of the Exiles? It's like you've been playing Path of the Exiles for a hot minute, and you're still trying stuff. And that's the thing. It's like you continuously test things and try things until you find what works for you. Like take Gazzy for example. I don't watch Gazzy. He's a big PoE streamer, but he is known for playing minion builds, and that is what he loves. Right? He loves minion builds. That's all he does. Just like Pox. Pox found what he loves, he sticks to it. Gazzy found what he loves, he sticks to it. Most PoE streamers or top tier players find the skill or ability that like resonates with them, and then they just make it their own. And that's kind of what you need to do in this game. It just takes you a lot of trial and error. Because like I said, you might love Bama right now, but it's not like the first skill you've ever played and one of the only skills that you've ever played, and you keep playing it over and over again. But how do you know you don't like maybe Lightning Strike might be your your cup of tea? Maybe, maybe Hex Blast might be your thing. Like, you won't know until you try. I know I hate bow skills. I fucking despise them. I couldn't even level up a bow skill to fucking level 10. I fucking hated it that much. I've never liked a bow character in any game I've ever played. So it's just like, well, what's the point of even trying a bow? Same thing with spellcasters. I've never been a spellcaster friend. In any game I've ever played, the closest thing I've ever played to a spellcaster is a shaman in World of Warcraft. And I played Resto, but obviously even as Resto, you still like cast lightning bolt and stuff like that. Technically you can do RF as any class, Edge. I wouldn't see why you couldn't run it as an elementalist. it would probably have some holes in it. So that's the thing is with RF is like there's so many ways to play it that everything has its pros and cons, right? Whether it's just more expensive to reach the same stat, or maybe it lowers its damage, like it's single target damage to get, you know, more survivability, or to get more, you know, AoE damage, or it gets less AoE damage to get more single target damage, or, you know, it's always giving something up to gain something. That's just the nature of playing one class over another class. We can pull up the Elementalist and kind of judge it, but I will say from past experiences, Edge, playing RF as a witch is viable, but can be hard to get started. And the reason I say that is because you can get into CI and just ES stack, and it can be nuts. You were sleeping? That's all good, Topher. Oh yeah, oh, there's 3 of us online, and we're like, I haven't figured out what we're gonna do yet. I was just waiting on Crispy to tell us what he wanted help with, or what he wanted to do. And if we were gonna run dungeons, I was gonna say you can come and join us. I don't know, Topher. I'm gonna assume for the whole week. Because I started doing it on Tuesday. It's still here on Friday. Their weekly update doesn't happen until Tuesday morning again. So I'm gonna assume Tuesday morning's weekly update will remove it. So we're gonna take advantage of it best that we can. I do not want to level up stone cutting. I just don't. That shit is so fucking tedious, and it uses so much sandpaper if you do it like, you know, making other things other than just regular basic stone. It takes so much fucking sandpaper. I'm not interested in wasting all my sandpaper on that when I need so much of it for doing engineering. Engineering takes so much sandpaper. Oh, and yeah, Bizarre. Holy Relic Totem, or yeah, Holy Relic, or whatever you were talking about. Fucking Edge played that shit. That shit hurt my brain, man. My soul was screaming at me trying to fucking comprehend the math behind that build. That build was so cool, but God, was it so annoying. Like, I feel like if it wasn't so, like, math heavy and just so tedious to get the correct stats in the right spots, to get the right breakpoints, and just, if it wasn't so niche in that way, I think the build would be a lot crazier. Because, I mean, not crazier, but I think it would be a lot more fun because it's more accessible, but also more people would play it, which would kind of get it nerfed even harder than it probably should be nerfed. But yeah, it was definitely a cool build. I saw a couple people playing it over the last couple of leagues, and it's pretty nuts if you can get it set up properly. The Double Refining XP event didn't copy the date. I'm like, what the fuck? So the 27th. So today is the 25th. Yeah. So Tuesday morning at 1 a.m. is their is their maintenance window. It's when they do their weekly maintenance. Which, if you think about that, it's probably West Coast time, which would technically put it at like 11 p.m. on Monday night. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a full week, so it's basically Monday night. Yeah. So basically, I have all weekend to try and max this shit out. Yo, the boobs are dying. Are you guys talking in game? I was not paying attention. Anyway, yeah, Crispy, I'm available to do anything and everything. You know, you need me, I'm here. I want to help wherever I can. Obviously, like I said, we can speed run your main storyline. Just try and get you to max level with as little effort as possible. I'm fine with that. So that way, when you are online and you are available, we can like group up to do things like dungeons wise. Right? We can do mutes together. We can maybe do some PvP together. Whatever the fuck you're feeling that night. Corn? Okay. Well, hello there. Get my rocks off. Don't mind me. What is that? I haven't been a week. Yeah, where you have that mark, that's my quest. Alright, I'll be there in just a minute. Let me finish wrap. Oh, I need to eventually go into the saved VODs and put a little effort into like maybe putting a little bit more description in the title of what I did during the stream, and then maybe timestamp some of the stuff. That's just a lot of work, bro. It's a 7-hour stream. It hurts my soul to think about. Yeah, exactly. Let's speed that shit up. I mean, I could cut out some things, you know, a little bit of the AFKs here and there, but that only cuts out like 20-30 minutes, maybe, max. I could probably cut out some of the load times when I'm teleporting and stuff like that as well. Cut out a couple more minutes, and then, like you said, like maybe just speed it up to like 1.5 times. But like, doesn't look weird, it doesn't sound weird, it's just kind of consolidates a little bit to like a more digestible time period. Yo, Bizarre, did you want to see what my AFK build looks like? I haven't looked up a video for it. What was that, Christian? Oh, yeah, I'm almost done with this route. I think he's still behind. Oh, yeah, he hasn't slept well. He has a hornet problem right now in his bedroom. So every time he goes to sleep, he gets attacked by a hornet. He's killed like 3 or 4. That's what I said. I was like, bro, are they like living in your room? That's fucked. I'd burn that shit to the ground. Alright, let me see if I can pull it up really quick, Bizarre. Alright, I don't know if this is the exact... This is like a Q&A and information. I don't know if it's going to show you much for it. This is basically the build. So it's an RF build. that runs Petrified Blood with Blood Notch and stuff like that. And basically, you just stand there, and everything just kind of triggers. You have detonate, like eventually, like you switch to detonate dead and stuff like that, but like it spreads your ignites to everything, and it permanently ignites. Like let's like move it up to like higher difficulty, right? You basically get to the end here where it's like you're fighting the bosses, right? And it's just you just kind of stand there, and everything just melts. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You see the boss damage though? Look at these bosses. He's not even pushing anything. Look at these bosses, bro. Like, okay, so you saw how fast I died at the end? That's because of that big pop. Remember I was telling you about as a chieftain? You have like a you have like a 3% chance for a mob to explode for 500% of their HP. So you sit there and you chill, and once one thing actually gets a big explode like that, it applies an ignite, and then that ignite spreads to everything in like 2 meters, and then it's a permanent ignite because of the way the build is set up. So and then when you reapply that ignite, because it's, you know, you're reapplying it, which is why it's permanent, it reapplies to everything around it. So once you have that one big ignite, it just cascades to everything, and everything just dies, which is what makes the build insane. But it's so fucking tanky because of the blood notch and the petrified blood and the life regen and the life recouped his damage recouped his life, and like a handful of other miscellaneous things, max block cap, blah blah blah. It's fucking nuts. I fell in love with that build last season when I started running it, and I'm gonna run it every season going forward. The only downside to the build is its single target can suck if you don't have enough AoE, because you're relying upon these phantasms to spawn. When you take damage, you spawn a phantasm, and a phantasm is an enemy that you can kill and make pop. But if they don't have enough AoE for that pop to actually reach the boss, you will never actually cascade an ignite on a single target boss like that. It's kind of annoying. But that's a really cool build. That's why I was bringing up RF so much. It's like it's literally like you just shield charge around in maps or like even in bosses or whatever, and you just let RF do the work. But you're so tanky, like you don't have to worry about dying. Like your damage might be low, but you literally just face tank everything. I'm almost done with this. I have like 3 more things to break. Oh, you got boys exploding on you? Sounds like a good time. You can't help but licky licky. Gotta pay extra for that. Oh yeah, Chris, you want me to invite you to the this club? Yo, I'm 151. Let's go. This is like the highest I've ever actually got my stone cutting. I can shit stuff. It's alright. I have to run over. Oh. What else? So yeah, Bizarre, that build I showed you, it's not super expensive. It's expensive, but it's not super expensive. But you can league start it. That's the nice thing about it. You can start it as a regular RF and segue into the petrified blood version of it with the blood notch.
Oh, hello. Say, so
That's what I love about it. And it's so easy to level. Like, stupid easy to level. But like I said, the ice shot is a little bit more flashy. It's a little bit more damage oriented. Definitely have faster clears. Probably farm money faster. You know, it suits more people than the RF does. Same thing with the aviation build. A little more flashy and, you know, interesting looking. Do you guys have this defeat the dinner? The Diener? Whatever this guy's name is. The quest I just picked up on the way down here. Okay. Yeah, the guy at the top of the little nipple up here kind of past where we had to do the quest anyway. Have you guys already done this quest that you marked a second ago? You hear where I'm running to this? I just gotta find any information on Corpse Prone or whatever. But did you guys want to help me kill that guy up there? I don't know if it's an elite guy or not. Curious. Catch up to you guys. I marked it right up above me. The dude right up there I have to go and kill. I think it's the big slammy dude. Is it crocodile? I thought it was big slammy dude. Right up the road to the left of it. It's right. So there was two there. One was to walk down the road and pick up stone along the road, and the second one was to fight that guy. They were literally side by side next to the same spot. Really easy XP. Fine. Hey Edge, do you remember if death defying from the hatchet will proc if your hatchet is sheathed? Yeah, if you sheath it. Oh my face! What the fuck? Bro, this guy hurts. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead, bitch. Go through button. No, I can't vlog with the hatchet anymore because I have the throws. Oh. That's good. Missing one searchable. I'm so fucking.
Quickly proved a waste of time. Whatever reason the ancients cultivated them, it was not to defend against the Crimson Madness.
I just can't wait to go fucking sleep today.
The mushrooms seem to offer. Finally, my efforts have yielded results. I have exposed several volunteers to corruption. And while the mixture may still require some fine-tuning, it's clear that it works. Unfortunately, I noticed right away that the cure somehow deadened the volunteers' senses, and a short time later they seemed to lose their ability to communicate. Later, their eyes began to glow with a chilling Mahaban, and eventually became completely non-responsive. The villagers have taken... Damn it all! The situation here in Perryville is deteriorating.
Lay down, bud.
It seems one of the lost somehow passed their condition on to a family member who had not been a volunteer. I offered to assess and treat the poor woman, but I was met with nothing but anger and fury. Everyone seems to
Let it be hereby known. I hope you the only thing. I perhaps it appears.
Anyone is want me to meet you guys up there for this? Okay. I just got to the next part of that quest that you guys are on. Did you? Kill it already? No, I just saw him shooting and I got XP. That's what's asking. It's like I didn't actually get the kill. Yeah, I didn't get. It says defeat so and so. Oh, well, yeah, it says and bring it. The crocodile. Big dude's back. Yeah. Point blank shooting. Alright, thank you, thank you. Get that fast travel that I missed.
You, my comrade called me sent.
Like this. Back to that. Oh, this is the kill the guy I just killed. Alright, that's done. And over this. Go and get the fast travel on the case. Oh, I guess it's up here. Oh, kind of. Should be right here at this. Yeah, just run. Or you already did that. This question. Excuse me. shit. My hatchets are stuck in the window. You see that? You got it right here. Both of them. Then I'm gonna go get the fast travel I missed. Like I said, I'll catch up.
Yeah. I'm. No, for what it's worth.
Where's that one take us? Return residence to the rest of don't see it on the map. Oh, is that part of the okay. Part of my other quest area that's covering it up. Y'all looking forward to running the forge again? Oh, you want gen runs? I need to run some Laz runs at some point. Crispy got good at dodging when he was running naked the first time he played the game. Didn't you play naked till like level 30 or something? Yeah, that's what she's. Oh. I bet you couldn't do it. And he said, oh, really? I'm gonna raise no bitch. Alright, I gotta discover some tragic past. You guys already did this quest.
I heard you were looking for me.
Yes.
This is the sad fate of humankind on this island. All of us, everyone, doomed to lose their souls. That is why we fight.
What am I gonna do? Oh. All the guys I gotta kill dead? No, it's in like the. Okay, there's one. There was like none. Like I couldn't find any. Like everybody already killed them all. What's wrong with it?
You bloody cat!
That's honestly, bro. I've been jonesing to play this game for so long, and I wanna play the end game so bad, but I have to do it all on stream, and it's like not pissing me off, but it's just like it's slowing me down so much. Stop working. You know, I contemplated it, but I sometimes I just work like nonstop. Like I don't have a break. I couldn't actually do that while I streamed.
What did I should like that is the only place I should like that is
Just stream all day, every day, nonstop, like real gamers do.
Am I true? How cool?
The nice thing at this fucking rate, I want to be max level before I even get to fucking Great Cleave. What the fuck?
Final. I'm Dr. Le. You see,
Look at the. It's a fire.
Fall on purple balls. Getting shot in the butt. I had a side quest that wants me to loot chests, so. Short barrel counter. Yeah, I was looting like all the chests while I was leveling, and then I got to a point I was like, bro, this is taking way too much out of like my leveling experience, like to make it worth it. So I'm like, I'm gonna be doing chest runs like so much when I'm max level. What's the fucking point of grabbing all these chests right now? For refining specifically. I mean, yeah, if I had more refining materials, I could do higher tier stuff and level it faster, but I don't care enough. Because smithing and woodworking and all that shit's so easy to level. I'm gonna level that shit so fast anyway. And you climbing. Yeah. It's we're on quest one. Yeah, it says continue. It says continue climbing.
translated the glyphs on the bridge, and it's clear.
Press T.
This passage
Ooh, I almost walked right
was
up the
once
edge.
a major supply route. Just as with the obelisk, the bridge was protected by magical devices, strategically placed to ward away some danger, almost certainly the corruption. Well, no, this chest, of course.
I think this one. Oh yeah, what are the the letters down there? I'm pretty sure I saw them on the way up. We'll do P on the right. I got P. Guess we had it.
At last! I found one of the ancient devices.
I need to get back into light gear. I was gonna run medium gear since I was gonna be playing melee. A little bit more survivable, and then just like, fuck that shit. Go back to light. Are you wearing medium gear? That's why. Yeah, so they changed it a long time ago. Whatever you're wearing, you will find 99.9% of the time. You will randomly find other pieces like light or heavy when you're wearing medium, but if you want to find heavy, you have to wear heavy. What's up, Crispy? Oh yeah, we're heading to town. I would like to go south to do side quests. Main quest takes us down there. If not, I'll catch up on it later when you go to bed.
The fact is, like, if Britma without
Yeah, so it's kind of nice, Edge. The way it works now. When you're at max level, looking for specific, so you're not getting like dog shit ass gear. Well, yeah, because like you remember before, like you're wearing heavy gear, but you keep getting light pieces, and it just like wasted all your drops. But now that it like prioritizes what you're wearing, it's pretty nice. But it can be annoying if you're trying to make a gear swap to a different build. So that's where you need like just craft like stupid light gear, and when you go to open a chest, you open it with like the light gear on instead. So the gear that comes out of the chest will be light gear, stuff like that. Because it's just whatever you're currently wearing when you obtain the gear. Yeah, it's just safer in medium. So I mean, you could buy faction gear, like the faction heavy, and then just run around with that. And then when you go to open chests, just open it with heavy gear on. Yeah, you can just run some faction. That's why I was asking Crispy what to do, because we can always get some expedition faction quests. And we could just run a couple expeditions. Yeah, I'm just talking to you. There's one right out here to talk to somebody. And then I would like to go where you're going to get that fast travel, and there's a side quest on the way down there too.
She gave me. I saw that she gave me.
But I was waiting to see where our main story took us. I think it's taking us south. He's right outside the city. We go right out the east side. Oh, you got to talk to the actual innkeeper. He's not marked. You have to actually talk to her. Like, she wants you to set your recall to her, basically.
Well, suffice.
You going to bed? You got a little less than an hour. I did. You gotta get 3 pipes or something from torches. Yeah, there's one right back there on the road while you're traveling through these ones. Yeah, the one that's back there is literally kill mobs in this little area. Technically to the left more. It's the fire breathing dudes. Kill them and they give you like a pipe or a torch or something. Really? Done so many. I was watching Summit earlier and it drives me insane. He pushes M and there's just dots all over his screen like he's got fucking chicken pox. Because he hasn't picked up any of the quests and he hasn't done any of them. And
First, that's this.
yeah, that's how most people do it. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go and do that side quest. I think you guys are already doing it, right? Defeat the Revenants to get the strange torch. That was the side quest that you went back for. Is there a quest to kill alligators? Oh, I do have a quest to kill alligators. I get a quest to kill alligators. One of the torch dudes. Yeah, I think that's the one I killed a minute ago. Got a torch off of him. You just follow this up there, Crispy, and you'll turn in that quest. You'll be on the one that I just picked up. Once it's to go south. Yeah, the gators are technically south, but they're all over the marshes. I was looking for more of those torch guys. Get that one done too. No, this one wants us to go this way and destroy a bunch of anchors and stuff. And then we have the, you know, defeat the gators and then get the torch. We got another torch guy in here. Maybe a torch in there. Yeah, I got all three of mine.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, what up, mate? No, thanks for the hydrate, man. How's life? How's the day? How you been? Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Alright, we gotta go west, or I think it's another anchor. Wait, never mind. Oh yeah, it is. So we have the west anchor, and then we have this southern one. I'm just gonna mount up and run. It's pretty far away. Great story. Oh, let's hear it. Are you found a gate? Where? Let's go. Wait. Oh, and we have to collect their scales. Oh, it drops off. Oil. Yeah, could you imagine if we had to actually skin them? Oh, I think mine's 49. You bought? Okay, mine. I had a guy try and steal my fucking stone I was fighting yesterday. Like, bro, I'm literally sitting here just minding my business, whacking the stone. You're gonna come up and try and take it while I'm doing. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck, stupid? Oh, you can swim now if you didn't know, Crispy. Or just walk on the bottom of the water and drown to death. Alright, that's done. I don't know if that worked for you or not. I'm gonna go get this fast track. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go west and get this fast travel over here. Yeah, I want to get this fast travel over here, and then I'm gonna have to sell from there. A little far away, but I'd rather have the fast travels. Deal with it later. I already missed the one to the north when we were on our way down here. I have to do. Yeah, just gonna go grab this fast travel. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I love crazy stories, man. You're the craziness. Gotta do this horse quest. Good.
But I don't let me into this new besides.
I was just waiting on you guys, so I went up here to grab this side coast. Figured we'd head south. We gotta go to Crispy's. You don't have to. I just miss having the dodge roll for being light gear, honestly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're kind of early up here. Yeah, and then we can turn in that one. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the autopilot thing. It just does. Yeah, so you want to turn in that one, turn in to the east a little bit more after we get this show? Is that what you're saying? Yep, 158, my riding, let's go. Zoom, zoom, baby. Oh, Jesus. That sounds kind of frustrating, but entertaining at the same time. Ooh, get it. It's candy. Ooh, okay, I need both of those. Can you mark the bag?
Oh, yeah.
No bags. Alright, south we go. Okay, yeah, I did that already. Man's look at these damn gators, man. I need to. Has a smidgen too far away from this one. Why the hell would that guy remove the ramp for, like before you were out? Like that just sounds dumb. Like, what the fuck? Oh, we gotta go back up. Are you?
Is a place I would not wish on my worst enemy. Come away and join me in brighter lands.
No, right? What the fuck? Would have been worth putting a fucking gator. Would have been worth putting like a tent down and then just like recall it. Letting a gator eat me alive. Hey, one more gator. Right. Right there. Got one right here. Alright, mine's done. Alright, north we go. Liked side quest, but I'll do it. In my OCD, getting rid of all the marks on my map. Nah, you don't have enough time. Like per day, you don't have enough time to just like grind it out. I feel like right now. I feel like that's just like you prioritize getting to max level first, and then worry about like side doing things when you have free time. Yeah, really, all I really enjoyed doing with you is, yeah, as a 3-man, we could easily reverse it. I'd like to get expedition faction quests. So, Everfall? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
More gain went I could. But more
Isn't
gain
it right outside Everfall? Oh, gotcha. Still weird.
But I want.
I can understand it though.
Eternum secrets.
Crazy though.
As to, it's wait.
Okay, I've already leveled like fucking. I gotta go back to town. I think my end's there. Oh, how's your Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with your beavers going along? Edge? Jesus Christ! You just have too many beavers or something?
I'm still.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about some of those games, like the way they're like coded. Yeah, that's the thing. The way they're coded and stuff can just make it poor when you get like really far into a game. By beaver, you know what we really mean. Beavers. You like beavers? Beaver believers?
Of most. Oh, how if this we must hunt.
You mean technically it's all in the DB, New World database. But yeah, I pulled all of them together for profession gear. Edge, when we got here, I was 46. I got 6 levels in the few quests that we have done. It's just absurd. When you actually get to a place that has like a higher level than what you're you are, you just level so fast. Yeah, I was waiting on you guys. I just picked up the quest and then like the mobs were just right next to me, so I just started killing mobs. Oh yeah, I'm done. You can always do that. I mean, with how fast we're leveling, I feel like you get to max level so fast, and we'll be able to just start running mutes instead of dog shit ass low level stuff. Which I don't mind running low level stuff for like fashion quests and stuff, but yeah, 70. Yeah, you hit 70. Well, max. You gotta get the max level first, and then it's like a minimum gear score. Since max gear score is 800, I think. I don't think so. I think it's less than that. Let me actually look. Mute 1 is 650. And then 675, and then almost 700 for mute 3s. Alright, we gotta find a bunch of boars for one of the quests. If we find boars, just kill them. They drop tusks. Yeah, we're gonna kill a bunch of them on the way to the 3 things we need. But that's what I was saying. It's like if we just happen to see boars, just make sure. Really? Gotta go all the way around? Ooh, boar. Bro, we went the wrong way? Right. Right. Ooh. Well, I killed one right there, and this one. Yeah, there's one to the left that I left. But I need 3. This one plus 2 more. Where's yours? Oh, you're one. Okay. I'm coming, Crispy. But yeah, whatever weapons equipped, you just keep finding them. Whatever, yeah, it's just yeah. Ooh, let's go. Oh shit. Oh. Right, thank you for that. That was my last boar. I need to change it to like middle mouse. Like hitting B can suck it. Yeah, you guys grab that. Don't worry about little old me. Wait, what? chest. I don't have any other quests here. Did I miss a side quest? I did. I didn't see it when I zoomed in on the map. I didn't see it. Quest. Hey, you guys want to do the event that's right on the other side? If there's anybody there doing it? But look. Let's go. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna shoot it because I'm way too weak to go in there. They hit me for 10,000 last time I was there. Yep, last day is super. Is something glowing? I want to assume no one's. I don't see the boss. Oh, I see people running around. Oh, no, people are running around. I see boss. He is. I see one guy. Oh, he's full HP. It's just a single guy trying to do it. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. I saw the boss like moving around and I saw a dude, and then I got closer and I realized it was a single dude. Oh, I'm gonna go north and get this fast travel. Yeah, you're right here. Like it. Let's go. You think we can? Ketchup and liquor? I don't even see him on the map. So weird. Oh, okay, good. I'm grabbing this fast travel really quick. You. I'm just heading there on like autopilot because you're like, oh, let's go grab that. I'm like, all right, cool. And then you're like, oh, let's do this. I'm like, I'm gonna do that first. My brain can't fathom more than one thing at a time. Yes, 10% damage. Think so? Oh, something I found out with the new perk system. So you know how like you can put charms in for perks and stuff? Well, if you put a charm in your sheathed weapon, right? Even if it's sheathed, it still works for your weapon that's out. But it's only the ones that you actually put charms in, right? So the ones that aren't that are static, those ones cannot be they don't affect your primary. But if it's actually a placed one, it actually affects it. Corruption horror. You moved him and I missed. This hurt. Okay. I need you. Well, they're weak to thrust, so you're gonna do a lot more damage with that than you are the sword. Yeah, and you actually spec for it. You did, but I'm running the same direction. I'm hitting 1500 for a little new. That's pretty nice. Oh, I got him. Nice having a healer. Yeah, they're definitely worth it. If you have a group to like speedrun these, it's definitely worth it. Someone needs to be in range so it doesn't just reset. Yeah. I'm just too far away, so I don't want a chance dying. And it's gonna go boom. Pull the aggro, I'll just grab it. How much did that give? 1100 XP. I don't know, I'd say about 3%, 5% maybe. Well, yeah, you're a lot lower. I was just saying for me, it's like 3 to 5% XP. Whatever. This one, and then we'll do the smaller one to the left after. I don't want to do the big one. Just 3 of us. You going to bed, Tober? Alright, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Sleep tight. Talk to you later. I'll be around all weekend. Why do I have aggro? I haven't even attacked you. I'd say I'm getting like 3 to 5%. Yeah, it's gonna be all weekend. Tomorrow and the next day. I'll be around. Huh? Oh, 40, let's go. I have a quest turn in up here anyway. Yeah, so I have this, and then there's a quest right above it that I have to turn in for. Do you have that? Yeah, the yellow mark, yeah.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
Mate can pick this one? Yo, let's go. Yo, mate, what we picking? Also, mate, since for the same price, if you'd rather claim another emote, you can do that instead of a sound alert. I don't care. It's Tover claimed it for you. I still have that one quest to turn in the south too. I'm actually gonna grab this fast travel too. And I'm just gonna fast travel back on. A little out of the way, but want to fast travel in case we have a quest to come back up here. Did he? I didn't even look. I only have 3. But I did miss the one in the towns. Yeah, there's a lot around here. Like, what the hell? 35, yeah. I think I'm actually gonna teleport to the town. And then just run east. I also had that quest I wanted to grab that's there too that I missed before. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't. Like I said, I'm not worried about like if we don't do a quest while you're here, like I can just do it later. Doesn't bother me. I'm just picking them up because if I can do them on the way or while we're doing the main quest, I'll just get most of them done.
Yeah, but wait.
What? One up north? To your right, I think it's hemp. I don't think there's an alligator up there. There might be a bear up there, but I don't remember what he drops. What would he drop? I remember farming one bear, but it was like on a waterfall over. Let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm already running. So whenever you catch up, you catch up. Inks are fine. I catch up in just searching for these clues. Yeah, and I'm fucking lost because like it says it's here, but it's not here. Oh, because I have to search random ass chest. Okay. That's why it's fun. No, I looted one just now, and I was like, wait, why is that the only one that has a thing? But it's marked. I just didn't realize that's what it was. I thought it was a fully rated quest. Alright, mine's done. Both of them are turned in. So go to New World DB in WDB. Yeah. Type his name in and see.
Oh, the fault.
And I've got Nora thought.
Alright. Yeah, I gotta go where you marked. Kiss me. Come on. I have no idea. That's what I was saying. Just go to NWDB and just type in his name. Oh. I mean, I farmed all of those, and I just don't remember. If I saw my fucking remember. Yeah, the dash is insane how much it is. Oh, we gotta fight a big bad jam in the cage. What do you think this is? A good game? I can't wait for PoE, man. Oh, Dadmods was cracking me up because he was talking about how, you know, oh yeah, it's releasing when Halloween's releasing or whatever. And he was like, yeah, what was funny about it is he was talking about how his kid is, you know, like 3 or 4, and Halloween is his kid's favorite holiday. It's like kid decorated the whole house and it's like super excited for it and everything. And he's like, yeah, I told my kid I'd take him, you know, trick or treat, blah blah blah. And then he's like, now come to find out, you know, PoE's releasing on you know, on Halloween. So I'm gonna have to tell him, hey, sometimes in life things don't go the way you want them to. So I guess we're not going trick or treating this year. And it was just cracking me up. He's like, no, I'm kidding, guys, I'm kidding. Because the whole chat just erupted. He's like, are you kidding me? You're gonna do that to your little boy? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Yeah. How many people were like just so triggered by that sentence? My dad said he was gonna take me to the theme park, and then he just went out for milk and never came home. We are heading right to my mark. Turn in quest. Your turn in is where we're going. Yeah, but if you're already mounted and you're auto running, it's fine. Hey, as long as you don't close the map before it finishes, it will finish. You have to open the map and wait the 3 seconds while the map is open.
Was there? Let's see after I read.
Alright, we gotta go back. I'm kidding me. Gotta follow the trail of green blight. I'm about to be level 55. That quest we just turned in, Crispy, gave me a half of a level at level 54. It's just insane. That's crazy. I mean, for you to get like a full level. I think it's one of the side quests. You like chickenpox? Oh yeah, it does that sometimes. It's kind of a hit or miss site sometimes. You like Popeye? I am really hungry now that you said something. 2 slices of pizza for dinner. needs that?
Once again, of course.
Great. Just yeah. But, report back. What the? This is so stupid. Oh, I'm gonna go all the way back. Okay. Yeah. He collects stones in this area. Did you? You might have did a side quest I didn't do. Yeah, but it's to the west. It's on the bridge. Everyone did it. Oh, yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, that was the one over there to the left that I was gonna do, but I didn't want to like waste you guys' time. I figured you were gonna get off soon. Light? Healing reduction? We're on blight tinctures, baby.
And then tell me.
Hey, speak of the devil, she's. All 55, let's go. There's so many fucking levels, it's so crazy. Yeah, it would've been faster. Got me in the booty. So many side quests to do and get off. No, I can't. I can't. You're the only person that needs me. Wait, where'd the woman go? Where'd my quest go? Holy, okay. That's way up there. I was gonna go to right. Like, me and side quests in this game is like Edge and fucking loot and Path of Exiles. It's so easy. It's so easy.
But I know you.
Like,
They had also witnessed scouts. They had also.
just do it for the first like 2 or 3 days just to get you to red tier maps and then just switch builds. Like, you know what I mean? Either take that character and swap it, or okay, I guess we're already in Great Cleave. That's a good place for you to stop. That's me. No, I just figured it's 2-8. You said 2. You said 2. It's 2 though. Listen. No, it's 2. You need to go to sleep. Dad says go to sleep. Past your bedtime. Right, mommy? You agree, right? You agree? Mom, Dad wants me to go to bed. I mean, I'll be around tomorrow. You got more time tomorrow? I thought the other day you said that your main days to play would be Saturdays. Okay. So what else is there between you being drunk or being like drunk off not sleeping?
You know, I play a reaper.
Oh, I got an expedition quest from this guy. Okay. Your Starstone. Yeah, I just got it. I have this one too for Mir. Guess I never finished that one. And I'll get it done eventually because we're gonna be running that thing like maybe 5 minutes. Are you going up there to get those side quests, Edge? Where your mark is? A couple side quests. Oh, yeah, there's a couple side quests up there. Where were you marked? Oh, that one? Yeah, that's the first one they want you to do. Okay, I'm down to go check that out. If it's good, let me know. I'll just keep you down. I need to do it. It's part of the seasonal quest I wanted to do. He was at like less than 1% HP and I got one tapped and then I didn't get to completion. It's just gone. It just finished. That's the one most people farm. Ooh, star medal. That reminds me. I did a quest that gave me. Good night. See you tomorrow. Okay. So, what do you want to do? Just want to keep pushing quest lines? Oh, we can try. Yeah. Give us up. First one's the one by Everfall. Oh, you want to get an expedition quest? I need to level my fucking what's it called anyway. Hold on. I think I'm about to get my first orc alchemy. Oh god. Oh, so happy. Touch the red goodness again. So I was heading south to do this quest, and there was star metal and then orc alchem. I had to stop. It's like you would fucking PoE, okay? I can't stop you from picking up yellows or every dog shit ass, unique that drops on the ground every 5 seconds. This is me and my goblining. My goblin in this game is as bad as your goblin in that game. Sweet. Okay, I'll be there in just a second. This one, I think this side quest is over. Wanted me to just craft like bear urine. I mean, you can get the sword from Amir. Amir, the other dungeon, the first dungeon. If you go to Amir, yeah, then if you have that sword, then you can technically tank. You can be fine with just that. But if you want a DPS, just use DPS. If it takes us 10 hours, it takes us 10 hours. And you're relatively high level, so. Giving what? Yes, and then open them with the correct weapon. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I can just put on like a dog shit ass like light leather or whatever, light armor, and just open those. Take a lot longer than I thought it was. I was just gonna talk to like one or two people. But daisy chaining through the freaking woods, talking to everybody.
Oh boy.
Alright, done talking to everybody. Oh, don't look that way. I don't look that way. It doesn't exist, right? That's the problem I have with this game is I can just infinitely daisy chain just freaking resources.
Have you seen any back?
Oh, I have a lot. I had so many levels. That shit's crazy. What are you talking about? Hearthstone? We just do whatever the quest is. Has nothing to do with being PvP or not. Unless you grabbed a PvP one. Which I don't think they have a PvP expedition one. I gotta go back and grab an expedition. Action quick. Getting sidetracked. At least I wasn't hitting Starstone. I was doing side quests. I mean, we're gonna have time. We gotta find a healer and then because honestly messaging and looking for. Because it was 2 o'clock. He said I need to go to bed at 2. If you don't tell Crispy to go to sleep, he'll never go to sleep. But he wouldn't have slept. 48 hours. That isn't good. Why did they put the fucking purple guy in the fucking corner? Like, seriously. Yeah. Like, they literally just hit him, like, in the fucking corner. Like, what the fuck? Are they ashamed of him? Like, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh! I'm trying to see if we can get more than one faction quest for this. 3 minutes to wait. Yeah, because you have to pin it. Where'd you? Where you at? Oh, yeah. Where you at? I don't see you on the map. I still need to do the Amir one. Yeah, we should go into looking for group. Because the thing is, like, some people don't actually sit in lobbies like this looking for, you know what I mean? They'll, but they see it in the looking for group, they'll just.
I greet you in reverence, fellow pursuer of knowledge.
Yeah, because this one expedition would give me 7,000 expedition points or faction tokens. I think they're usually 10k. Well, it depends on which one you want. If you want the basic bitch one, it's only 1,000. If you want tier 2, it is 3,000. If you want tier 3, which is further, it's 5,000, and then so on. It's 7,000. I think the last one might. Looking for group LFG, the yellow one. 30,000 for the highest tier rune of holding. What the? Oh yeah, recruitment. Sorry. Yeah.
I greet you in reverence, fellow
45 seconds for these quests to. Yeah, sometimes you can get lucky and you can get like 3 action quests for like the same dungeon. You can get all 3 of them done in one day. Yeah. You can. Some of them have multiples, some of them do not. And it's pretty rare to get 3, but it's possible. 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes they reset. Wait, why did my viewer count just like double out of nowhere? What the fuck? That's weird. I get like rated without being rated. It literally just doubled in like the last like 10 seconds. Oh, I got a second one. That is basically 15,000 or yeah, 15,000 faction tokens from these 2 quests. So I can turn 1 in, hit rank 2, do the quest, turn the second one in, and probably actually be able to complete rank 3 as well. Like just from the 2 turn-ins. If I can get a 3rd one. This is the problem though, is like trying to find at least one more person, because we could probably do Starstone as a 3-man if we just had a healer. Honestly, I did it without a healer last time. It took us a little while, but we did it without a healer. And if I can find this 3rd expedition quest or faction quest, I'm just gonna go do side quests right away. Yeah, that's crazy if I can actually get to tier 3 just by doing 2 quests. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Is like normals, since they're not a fresh start server, it's hard to find people. That's why like the looking for group is like the only place to really find the people, or the recruitment section, is to get lucky there, or just viewers in general. Sometimes you could find like a max level player that wouldn't mind like helping someone out. Go to bed. you know, he's been fighting hornets. I don't fault him. Or could you imagine me sleeping and then just being woken up by getting stung by a hornet? I would have burned the entire house down with everybody in it. I would have just grabbed a flamethrower and just lit the whole house on fire and went to sleep. Just burned myself alive and everything. I would have just gave up. Yeah. Try and get me now, motherfucker.
I greet you in reverence, fellow pursuer of
1.5 minutes to reset. Yeah, like I said, getting the third one is really hard. Getting two is pretty easy. It might take 20-30 minutes sometimes, but getting the third one is really hard sometimes. I've gotten lucky and showed up and just had 3 of them just sitting and, you know, just sitting on the main page. I'm like, oh, hell yeah, let's go. And then other times I've literally refreshed it like for an hour and not found a single one. Oh, someone queued in and said start. Yeah. I don't know how I saw it, but let's start. We can start it with 3. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, it's a tank and 2 DPS. Like technically you don't need a healer as long as you know how to iframe. Okay. Yes. Are they high level? Oh yeah. So they're probably just doing it for their activity. We can always do this more for like small space. Bro, I cannot catch this guy. Wasted. Oh my god. Yeah, he's just gonna murder everything first, so. Just fucking double stun both of us. Hurt. Just stay here. If I had more faith in this guy as a DPS, I would just say we can run all the way to the choke points where you can pull them all together, you know? Yeah, but I don't have any faith that he'd actually like do AoE. Like if we ran to the top of the stairs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if we pulled him all the way to the top of the stairs behind the pillar to like pull everything together, like we could just literally one-shot all of this if he had volley. Yeah. The 10% is actually insane, especially helping him. I just kind of feel a little useless. I was like, why did he just stand there? Oh, did he? Mm-hmm. Help! Help! Or don't help. You know what I don't understand? Why is it this game has been out for 6 years? Do they not allow cosmetics to just have a cosmetic slot that doesn't tie to the exact item that you're wearing? Yeah, every time you switch out your piece, you have to reapply it. Like, why? It just doesn't make any sense. Maybe that's... Yeah, but what's funny is if you actually look at it, when you go to like skin it, it pulls you up into a cosmetic overlay section. So, like, how? How does that not correlate? Okay, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, does he? That's what I was wondering. Like, if we actually grouped them all together, could we not just burn them down and like insta give them all? But I wasn't trusting him to be able to do it. Like maybe if we ran a few times and I like knew the guy a little bit more, like it would make more sense. But... Alright, so one of my quests is almost done. And my other one is almost done. So both of mine are almost done. Pushing me to rank 3 would be insane. Oh yeah, the short ones, they actually have that problem all the time, even if they're not on the stairs. Bro, I fucking hate these things moving all the time. I can never hit them when they just run past me. Should've just started doing this while you guys are going. Still trying to, still just, really? Yeah, their sight might be down right now, mate. You can always do it later, like another day, like tomorrow or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to do it right this second. You can always just give it to me in Discord later. Oh wait, what? I didn't get a drop for those? Because I didn't attack? I mean, honestly, you could. It makes it easier if you just taunt them all, so you can just up. Like if you run in and AoE all this down in one like little spot, and he can just do that. Makes it much easier. I'm missing one of the spirit. Hopefully one more drops. I saw a mob that was supposed to drop it, but he didn't. Really? I mean, at least you... Yeah, usually if you jump through, you trigger the shrine. So it doesn't matter if you die on that one. It's just kind of funny. They're chasing me! Alright, one of my expedition quests is done. I don't know where the last one. Why is everybody going up? That same person I've seen go up. I mean, unless that's like a muted thing. Do you not have the right skill? The right... Oh, I'm just saying... Oh, you went for it first, gotcha. So you just need a couple more points so you can actually pick up that quest, gotcha. Or, so you can pick up the ability. I hate having to run all the way up here with this "you shall not pass" bullshit. You shall not pass. Good enough. Clicky, clicky. Yeah, you gotta go to the right. I just wanted to pick up this bag that I didn't pick up. Wait, no, you gotta go this, like, back down this way. Where you guys going? Yeah, you come back this way, touch the little thingy-majiggy, and then you go back to the one room where there was 2 doors. You have to kill your way all the way there again. Technically, we can skip this whole first section and just jump up and fight that, but I don't think he's gonna want to do that. Technically, it's faster if we just skip this section. It just requires you not to die. Or just running. Okay. I think he saw my message. Good. I missed. Yeah, if you run together as a group, you can skip that whole section. Yeah, they just turned. Can you fight the other one? It's like looking up. Yeah, I was trying to zigzag, but these archers were like fucking me. I tried to wait as long as I could. I figured, I saw him running, I figured we were skipping. Yeah, the one where you stand in the middle and so look up at his ass. But he's gonna stand off to the side and make him jump all over the screen. Get a kite shield? He's gonna instantly start jumping on this phase 2. Whatever. I don't want to do that because he's just gonna run from us. Just let him stand there. Like, I would love to, but I know, yeah, I know the second we go to do it, he's just gonna... Would have already been dead if he would just stack with us. Oh, I just wish people would just stack, bro. It's just so easy. Well, that was pretty easy. I didn't get that one quest done, man. It's because I literally went for the door while you guys killed that one guy and it didn't give me a drop. That's so frustrating. So now I have to run it again. Get the one bag drop. So frustrating. But at least I'll get rank 1 completed and start on rank 2. Sí, señor.
I greet you in reverence, fellow
No, you're not allowed.
I greet you in reverence, fellow pursuer of knowledge.
I gotta... What? Wait, what? How did that... 7,000 tokens. Oh, okay. I read that wrong. It's not tokens I need. I need the rep. Yeah, so I got 1,500 rep from that. I need 3,000. So if I would have gotten that one bag, would have got tier 2 already. Oh. That's fucking... Yeah, check your inventory. Or sitting here. I got a purple. Let's go. First purple. actually insane. Vicious, shield aggression, refreshing, alien powered. Bet I'm not running anything that has a fucking shield. Do you want this? I'll buy and pick up none. This is insane. I'm just gonna get rid of all my group. Stick with blue. We could get a good bow though. 100 bow. Let's go. Not insane, but good. We can queue up again. Yeah. We can run them tomorrow with Crispy. And it's expeditions. Like I said, your first 3 expeditions you turn, or not expeditions, but first 3 factions you turn in is 10 times rewards. 10 times, yeah. You get 10 times the gold, 10 times the faction tokens, and 10 times the rep. That's why I said you do 2 of those, and you're rank 2. Like, you know, you did 2 faction mission turn-ins, you have rank 2. You do the rank 2 quests, and then you turn in the other one, and it starts pushing you into the next rank pretty quickly. So doing your dailies is really where you want to be. Alright, hatchet. We are running a 380. So pretty much all hatchets. 380 can go. Right. Bows can all go. What about our spears? I don't really care about rapiers. I don't really care about axes. Honestly, probably gonna drop all the swords too. Great sword. Okay. I will keep one for magic quest. Warhammers, lower the wearing. Like heavy attacks, okay. This one. Sword. Elite jacket, it's actually really good. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna switch back to light. I don't. I was just doing it because Crispy was here, honestly. Get my rocks off? Probably. Might keep this. Get you. This one's actually better. Put that on for now. Okay. Light peas. First luck peas. Actually, not too terrible either. We gonna make a bag? That face. Uh, uh, New leeching ring. Okay, down. Okay. Good enough. Alright, bags are at least cleared out. Alright, I got 2 starstone. What's up? Yeah, so when or if Crispy shows up tomorrow, we can do some more starstones. Second zone, final boss of River 2. Let's go! Huge progress. That's insane. Let's go! I need to look that up. I'll look it up after stream, probably. Yeah, I was gonna do more rocks, but I think I might finish up this zone since we started it today. I think I might just finish it up so I don't see all this shit on my screen anymore. That event is up again. Did you want to go and check it out? Yeah, I just figured that's the one that most people go to. I think so. Yeah, I think you can do it as many times as you want. I think every time you clear it, I don't know how many drops you can get, but I think every time you clear it, you can get one of those little charmy things that you can turn in to the pot. No. Interesting. Wonder why. Alright, I think it just spawned and some people are setting a camp and getting ready to run it. Oh yeah, I gotta get those account gains so you can actually get the progress, right? There's like a handful of people are going up. Oh, you right. Let's work on. Oh, wait. Well, if I can get to Weirdwood, that's huge, right? Because Weirdwood's always a big bottleneck. So anytime I see it, I can at least pick it up. I can farm as much young wood and churches as I ever wanted. just said 66. Isn't it's like 100 for Weirdwood? See more people running in on the southwest. They're gonna set up a camp over there. Oh, I miss playing this game. I know I'm not gonna enjoy like some of the stuff when we get into like the higher tier stuff. One thing I will update you on, if you haven't already looked into it, is when you're searching for gear, it's so hard to actually find a good piece of gear now because of how many perks there are in the game. But one thing that people don't take into account is, remember how before we'd look at a piece and we're just like, oh, it's missing one stat I'm missing, right? And we're just like, scrap it because it's just missing a stat. Well, now you have to pay even closer attention because not only... So basically it boils down to, you have to look at the difference between, is there a circle or not a circle around the perk? You know what you understand what I'm saying? So you might see an item that has a gym slot and 4 perks, right? And you don't like any of the perks, or maybe you like 1 or 2 of the perks. But let's say 3 of those perks have circles around them. You can change all 3 of those perks. So you have to pay attention to the ones that aren't circles, and as long as the ones that don't have a circle are what you want, you can probably make that piece of gear usable. Because all the changeable perks fall into one of the categories of either a gym slot, or like it's either a gym charm, offensive charm, defensive charm, or skill charm. So you have to pay attention to what kind of charm slot it is to know if it suits your criteria. Because you can get lucky and find one with like 3 offensive charm slots and a gym slot with 1 like non-changeable perk, and it could be insane. Yeah, they started it. But the boss didn't spawn yet, so I'm just adventures. The less likely I am to die, the better. That's the point. I don't see it. So. I'm not gonna stand across the fight. Just playing music. Okay. I hit it once! One hit. I haven't even attacked it again. What? I'm so confused, bro. I literally attacked it 1 shot. And he's like, nah, bro. I ain't playing these games. I hit him for 200. Yeah, I hit him for 200. And somehow I had aggro. Alright, so from my understanding, like obviously you gotta throw the pumpkins at him, right? But once you break his stand bar, you can actually do mega damage to him with regular attacks. Yeah. Are you getting in there to pumpkin him? I'm just gonna stand over here and look at this. I don't want to go in there and die to pumpkins. Bro, I'm poking him in the butt. Like, nobody throwing pumpkins? I'm just not going in there because I know I'm going to get one-tapped. Yeah, I'll throw pumpkins. Kill them. But I don't get like chased. Oh, shit! One's on my ass. Oh, God, one's on my ass. got you. I got you, boy. Okay, never mind. I don't got you. Something is hurting me, and I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I have nature damage just kicking. Yeah, because there's a timer on how fast you can do it. Since I already died, I didn't want to like die again. That's what I was trying to avoid. This guy's trying to make a tent and he's failing so hard. Yeah, he's got a pretty small tent. I can't even get in this tent. Okay. It's flat. It's like almost like an innie. And he has his fucking tent private. What a fucking nerd. I guess so. I can't access it. Yep. We didn't even do 10%. We didn't even do 10%. Oh my god, this group sucks. Yeah, if as long as I can start throwing pumpkins. I just can't stay in there long because I start getting like nature damaged. Yeah, he hit me for 15k earlier. Yeah, he hit me for 15k earlier. And I just think I just reset him. Hold on. He's just chasing me. I'm not even attacking him. Bro, tag somebody else. Bro, will people just use the fucking pumpkins? Leave me alone! I got so many pumpkins chasing me. Oh, there's like 50 pumpkins right here. Oh, okay. Got one of them. Yeah, I've just been kiting pumpkins. They won't leave me alone. Can't stand still for more than like 2 seconds. Oh my god, then he one taps me, bro. And I gotta respawn at the fucking waypoint. Bro, these people are really bad. Use the pumpkins. Well, we have a lot of people, just not a lot of people are throwing the pumpkins. I just see so many pumpkins sitting on the floor. Like, if more people focused on just killing the pumpkins, so like the weaker people like me could just throw pumpkins, we would be done. But instead, people just want to sit there and auto-attack them non-stop. I'm only doing like 1100 when I do pumpkin them. Bro, they're killing the pumpkins right in the middle where the boss is attacking. I go to pick up a pumpkin and I get poked in the face by the fucking boss. So frustrating. Yeah, look, this bow guy, he's killing pumpkins, but he's not picking up pumpkins. Dude, there's so many pumpkins on the ground, just throw them! Are we supposed to stand inside those, like, circles? Yeah, one of the big guys. Yeah, coming. Oh, they got you. Oh. Bro, I'm just chucking fucking pumpkins nonstop at this point. Now what is fucking me? I lived. Kill him, kick his ass. Oh, God, just in time.
The shadows will claim your soul.
Yeah, because people don't know how to dodge. Should be able to. Oh, what just one tap me? Okay. I think I got one of the big pumpkin dudes to just spit on, like, he just spit on me. I don't know. He just gave me the good old Haktua. We're doing good though. We almost got to 50%. Well, it takes like 45 years to break his fucking standbar. You dead? I'm coming. Take my strong hand. I'm coming. I got you. I'm coming. Oh no!
The shadows will claim your soul.
He sucked me. Okay. I missed. Let's not talk about it. Yo, don't bring him over here. Oh my god, he just keeps moving.
The shadows will claim your soul.
Get out in time. Bro, Big Pumpkin's gonna kill him. Big Pumpkin's gonna kill him.
The shadows will claim your soul. Crush you.
Alright, I'm gonna die. I'm getting absolutely railed by fucking nature damage.
You will suffer, maggot.
I didn't know he was.
Would you like a cup of water?
I didn't know he
You're
was
thirsty as
down.
fuck
Or I
right
would've
now.
run in sooner. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate, man. Oh, I was lost my water. That was a unfortunate hydrate. Wasn't much left. That's gonna hurt. Ugh. I definitely hit dash, but nothing happened. I'm pretty sure there's a way to dodge though, because it's like a pulse. I have no idea where you're at. I've literally just running around. Oh, yeah, I've just literally been running around, seeing pumpkins in the ground, just picking up anything I can. And if I don't see one, I just kill a pumpkin if it's chasing me. Yo, don't chase me. I know. It's frustrating. I usually just look up and just yeet it. Just move on. Don't even know how many of them I'm actually hitting.
Your stark terror sustains us. Crush you.
Oh, what's that? Kick his ass.
You will suffer, maggot. Your stark terror sustains us.
Bro, do not give me the hand.
Your stark terror sustains us.
Bro, those fucking pumpkin heads take forever to like land sometimes. I yeeted that thing, it was running away. I went to pick up another one, I looked, and my hit finally landed. Well, that was great. I want to throw a pumpkin at another thing, Walker. What just killed me? Random fucking elite pumpkin, dude.
Your stark terror sustains us.
Oh my god, dude.
Crush you.
This is where I died last time. We got him to like this much, and then I just got one tapped, and then I couldn't get back before the event was over. That's why I failed it last time. Yeah. Like, I'm out of the zone right now, but I'm still hitting him.
Your stark terror sustains us.
He's just so low.
The shadows will claim your soul.
2 pumpkins. Yes!
My master will be sated.
Got it.
There is
What'd I
no
get?
escape from
I got an E-core?
no light can ever banish the
Oh, okay.
eternal darkness.
I got a 710 chest body. Not very good. I got a 710. Good way to get things started. Gotta give you a little 65 to put it on. Alright, so I don't have to loot anything, right? I just add that. Alright. Oh, that was fun. You going to bed? A little late for you. Or did you want to run some more? You can always run another Stars Town. You guys run some side quests. It was a question, not a statement, damn it. I said, are you gonna go to bed? I said, are you? Yeah. I think when you're a higher level, you can get keys to redo some of the other trials. Did it answer your question? Bro, I'm so annoyed that my second bag got deleted. I intentionally left it in my bag because I just wasn't high enough level to equip it yet. I put the better one on so I could put the worst one on later. And then next day, it was gone. Fucking bullshit.
Well, what's my form of...
Dude. Alright, we got racicles to do. Which zone? Why don't you fail the race if you get dismounted? I know if you don't make it in time, you can, or you do fail if you don't make it in time, but I guess you get dismounted if it auto fails you. My finger's killing me. I had a hangnail and I pulled it off, and now it just hurts. So I put a little bit of Neosporin and Band-Aid on it. Now it just aches. But yeah, if you wanted the spreadsheet for the profession gear, it's in my Discord. Some of it I might have to update, because with the new zone, some of the things might have got changed around. Might have to update it and re-upload it. Dude, and what you gonna do with all that junk? Anything? Doom, doo, 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 doo. Oh. Oh shit. I gotta just run off the roof. Hopefully it doesn't make us fail. Oh. Why? You started farming something. Why are you doing this to yourself again? Just buy it. They're probably like 100,000 gold. It's not that big a deal. Wait for some noob that doesn't know the price of it. Yeah. No one would do so blasphemy. I'll totally. Oh my god, so there's this you heard that my wife just randomly stumbled across the other night. I was dying laughing. So it was basically a guy that, he had a daughter or whatever, and like the whole clip was like, oh, let's go ask mommy this, let's go ask mommy that, mommy this, mommy that, mom, like everything is just mom this, mom that. And then he wanted to text his wife something, right? But he refers to her as mom so much that he said text mom, and he said like this most graphic sexual text messages ever. And then he says send, and then 5 seconds after he hits send, he's like, oh shit. And then it just like clips over to him like dressed like a girl, and it's like so and so's mom. And she like picks up her phone. It's just really comical. Could you imagine just doing that to your mom? want to bend you over and beep, 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 beep. Just like. Oh my Lanta, this is far away. This is a long run, boys. Gotta go across. Jeez, that's so fucking far. Okay. Yeah, mate, that's so funny. Because, like, you're not thinking about it. Like, if you always refer to somebody as, like, a specific, like, pet name or something because of whatever reason, you're not thinking and you're like, oh, text so-and-so, like, using their pet name. And then what's funny is because when you save it into your, people's contacts, you usually save their contacts differently than what you call them. Right? It's like, that shit made me laugh. Oh, it's so funny. Dude, sometimes YouTube shorts are just downright hilarious. Across this damn bridge now. Because they peel. Oh god. I love dad jokes, bro. They're too good. Dad jokes are just way too good, man. Oh, mate, I'm almost done with all of my statues to be onyx. Well, I haven't turned them into onyx, but I have 20,000 of almost every statue so far. The only one I haven't worked on is the Kachows, and that's because I'm gonna do what Griffey suggested a long time ago, is to get all the other statues onyx, and then do the quest line for the onyx statues on all the characters, because it gives you like, was it 10,000 onyx or 10,000 Kachow statues just for completing the quest line, or 5,000 of them or something. So if everything is already onyx statued, then you can obviously do that quest, drop the 20,000 to onyx statue, and then you have a ton of them left over to juice out the Kachow statue. But we're almost there. I think we have like 3,000 or 2,000 more. I think it's meal statues or whatever from the gelatinous guys. And then we have, I think it's 7,000 more from the catching people in World 5, the yellow firefly looking things. Once that one's done, we still have the one from Sky Doggies and Rice Cakes. Alright, so we have these two to do next. So we're gonna go here and do that side quest. Yeah, that's something I've been putting off for so long, and I'm finally like, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna do it. And then I think soon here, I think once we have all the statues onyxed, and that's out of the way, I'm going to what's gonna call it? I'm gonna try to max out all my vials that I can. Like, not the anvil ones that those will come, the and the forge ones, like that, bro. I don't know why they don't. Like, every time you like unlock a new city, just increase the storage by 1,000. Every time you increase the, you know, the storage cap for the territory, just increase the overall storage. So we should have like a 50 or, you know, 100,000 storage limit, and just the one storage. Like, oh my god, it'd be so nice. Yeah, I only have like 149 green stacks. I'm not super worried about the green stacks right now. That I'll do soon. I want to get the vials done, because once the vials are done, I could really juice into leveling up my statues. Wait, what's that thing? Monkeys on my keyboard. Oh, what about them? No. Talking about like ASTW. Oh, the things I've never used. Gotcha. I do not have my hand. I do not hold my hand standard on a keyboard. Yeah, when I took the class and I looked at them, I said that ain't happening. Yeah. My problem is, like, I've had my hands over the keyboard a specific way playing games for so long that I know where my hands are. It's just crazy. Yeah, for people that are learning, it's a good standard. Ah, gotcha. I wasn't listening. Yeah, I give you a place to keep your hands. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it has a little line on it. And that's the thing too, is like, that's why I'm so specific on my keyboards, because the way I know like where my hand is sitting properly is yeah, it's like my pinky rests on the side of my shift key on the side of the keyboard. So I know where my edge of my hand is and where the edge of the keyboard is, so I know where my ASDW are. Yeah, right in the middle of the space bar, yeah. So it's just, if I had a keyboard that had hotkeys to the left of my shift key and stuff, and it threw me off. It threw me off so much. I'm like, where's my finger? Yeah. I put my hand down. I'm like, then I'm off because like my hand's on the outside of the macro keys, and my fingers are on like tab A and like, you know, one of the macro keys. I'm like, what am I touching? Like, what is my character doing? Yeah, that shit was rough. Alright, so I got Quest North. Alright, I guess we're heading. Do I not have serve fat? Alright, go. I'm hungry. Yeah, today was just a weird day because, like, the wife wanted me to, mow the lawn and everything. 'Cause it's like last mow of the year or whatever, and she wanted me to fertilize it and stuff. Bro, I didn't get to bed till like 5 in the afternoon. And then, she's tired. She went to bed at like 8. So like I woke up and then I couldn't go back to sleep. I slept for like 3 hours and it's like I don't know if I should be like upset that I didn't get any sleep, like not like mad at her or anything like that, but like I know she got up at like 7 or 8 this morning. But like I've been up for like since 5 o'clock the day before. I was up for 24 hours and then I only got 3 hours of sleep. And like, yeah, I get you're tired or everything, but like she didn't soak the dog food. She didn't feed the dogs that I know of. She, you know what I mean? Like there was no food, which is fine because like she doesn't need to make me food if I'm not gonna be awake for it or anything. But like there was nothing in there to eat, so I was like trying to find something to eat as well on top of feeding the dogs and everything else. It's just, like I was annoyed, but I wasn't really like I understood, right? I feel like I shouldn't be annoyed. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm tired, so it's like I'm grumpy. Yeah, it's just like I'm grumpy for like a very minor reason. Like something that I can honestly understand. But I just know like come morning, he's gonna get up. She'll be like, oh hey, let's go do this, this, and this. And I'm like, I'm tired. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. It's like, no, I'm tired. They're like, you can go to bed soon. It's that's I think that's where I get more annoyed is like when she's tired. Well, it's because when she's tired, everything can just fuck off. Nothing's happening. But if I'm tired, it's like you can go to bed in a little bit. You can last a little bit longer. And I'm like, if this was in another context, I'd be totally okay with it. you know. I'm annoyed, but I think it's mostly because like I think if I woke up and the dog's food was soaked, like honestly, it's just that simple fact. The dog's food was soaked, I would have just been like, all right, cool, not a big deal. I could have just fed them and just went on with my night. But the problem with soaking the food is it takes like 45 minutes to an hour because I gotta put the hot water in it and I gotta wait for it to cool off so the dog can eat it. But that part was already done. I don't know, like I said, I shouldn't be annoyed, but at the same time, it's like, you can't help it. If you're annoyed, you're annoyed. Yeah. And I feel like if I even make a, but I also feel like if I even say anything, it's like it's just gonna start a fight for no apparent reason. It's just like I'd rather just not say anything and just not be annoyed about it. The problem is though, I went to the doctor, and like they did my liver test and everything, and they're like, "Hey, your triglyceride thingies are really high. You need to reduce stress and stuff." I'm like, but everything stresses me out. But that's the problem. Yeah, the problem I have is everything is stressful because like something as simple as like walking to the corner to get my mail is stressful. Because my mind is just like, what can go wrong? Everything. My mind like predicts anything and every bad outcome that is not even plausible. and it stresses me out. Yeah, it's like, what if I run into a zombie? What if a plane falls out of the sky and tries to kill me? Like, what if a guy with candy in his van pulls up and tries to like lure me in? You know, I mean, like my mind just fucking wanders, and I'm just like, none of this is going to happen. Like, like logically, I know none of this is gonna happen, but like mentally, my brain just thinks of all these things, and then I'm like stressed out. I'm like, well, what would I do if that happened? What would I do if this happened? Yeah, and like knowing all the outcomes, basically, like how I would win every outcome, kind of thing. Like if a zombie apocalypse happened, what would I have to do to survive? You know, like it's shit that just doesn't matter, truly. And then like that's the thing is like going to the grocery store, right? Driving to the grocery store. Such a stressful thing. Because you cannot predict other drivers. You cannot predict the stupidity of people. So I'm just stressed. Oh my Jesus Christ. See, that's the point. Like, it's just stressful. I yeah, it just drives me insane. Like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's just my problem. It's like I almost just need meds to mellow me out because I just won't stop thinking. Which is usually what ends up waking me up too. Like I'll wake up to go pee and I'll lay down and my brain just starts thinking of random ass scenarios and I just can't go back to sleep. Because like something as simple as like I'll wake up and the wife won't be home. I'll text her and she won't answer. And then my mind just fucking goes crazy. Like, did she get hit by a car? Yeah, did she get eaten by a dog? Did she get hit by a car? Is she in a ditch somewhere? Did she, you know, at some dude's house? Like, like, I don't know, bro. My brain just goes fucking everywhere. I have pretty bad anxieties. Like, I remember when I had, I have never figured it out. I've never actually went to somebody for it. Yeah. I just remember, yeah. Like, I had to do jury duty once, and I didn't sleep for 3 days. Because I just was going through everything. Yeah, I don't know. Drives me insane. But, yeah. My doctor's like, hey, here's some meds. Take them if you want. And this is stressing me out because he gives me a 30-day supply with 3 refills. It says, take them if you want. Doesn't give me any other instructions. But the instructions on the thing say if you start taking, you don't abruptly stop taking it. I was like, well, it's kind of hard to not stop like randomly taking it if I only have 3 refills. And my next appointment isn't for next year. Like, doesn't make any freaking sense. Like, yeah, I have no idea. Well, then they didn't give me any instructions, any information, and the thing that her parents said. Well, saying I don't even think they know because well, it's supposed to be taken with 15 minutes before every meal, basically, like before. Yeah, but that's the thing. He didn't tell me, and he didn't tell anybody. 'Cause he's such a dog shit ass. I need to just get another doctor because he just doesn't give information. Period. The poison can heal. Well, what her parents said is maybe it's only 3 refills, but when you get to your last one, maybe they'll redo the subscription, you know, for another 3 refills and just keep doing it over and over again, kind of thing. But that's the weird part, is like, how is it as needed? Like, if you, like, bro, I'm not even exaggerating. We Googled like what a high number is for my number, and I am 3.5 times the high number. So I really should be taking the meds, but what does it mean by as needed? Because like, let's say like they gave me heart condition medicine. So anytime my heart starts racing and going crazy, take it as needed. That makes sense. But how am I supposed to know I need it? It's more of like just it's supposed to lower my numbers just to bring me within norm. So I don't know what exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, how am I supposed to know I need it? Yeah, exactly. That's what drives me insane. It's like, take it as needed. Well, I need it, so give me more. Like, I don't know, man. That shit just drove me insane. So yeah, that stressed me out, and just like, cool. It would be nice if that's what they would tell me, yeah. Because I remember when I went to go get it filled at the pharmacist, he said, "Oh, what's your name?" I told him, and he's like, "Oh, what are you here for?" Like, so I told him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, well he hasn't signed off on it yet. So can we just mail it to you once he gives us a sign off?" And then a week later, they're like, "Oh yeah, he signed off on it. We sent your meds out. They'll be there in like another week." I'm like, okay. Yeah, we'll see if they actually answer, because that's the thing with the VA, is like getting a hold of anybody. Yeah, the pharmacist is part of the VA. And that's the thing, is I'm not normally a big question guy, but at the same time, well, like, when I'm there, right? Like when I'm sitting there and you give me like, hey, I'm gonna do this. I just take you at face value, and then like later I'm like, well, what about this? What about that? Like, I don't think of these questions until after the fact, and then I have no way to like, actually talk to the dude. That motherfucker's impossible to get a hold of. Yeah, he's like literally impossible to get a hold of. Is that you shooting at me? I just saw someone randomly shooting a bow at me. I have a quest killing like wolves, so someone was just shooting at me. I need one more. Anyone touch the paw? You gotta touch his paw? Take my strong hand. You're going to bed? Why would you go to bed? It's early, remember? That's it. Yeah, I need it. Oh man, that was funny. For territory points? So earlier, Jukas, I was trying to answer your question about builds, but you didn't get back to my answer of my question. So if you still want an answer to that one, we can talk about that as well. But the territory points kind of vary. Obviously, point number 1 is always take storage, unless you don't care about storing things, right? But max level of territory is 300 in every zone. And everything has diminishing returns. So if you put, and also they alternate back and forth. So let's just say 150 of those levels can be put towards one stat every single time. At a certain point, putting a point into it's not even going to give you 0.1% increase. So it's not worth it at a certain point to continue putting points into it. So my recommendation, most of the time, even though once you hit 300, like territory standing, some of these points will be useless because you're no longer gaining territory standing increasements or whatever. But I recommend getting at least 25% increase to territory standing in each zone. Because if we look at this, I'm currently in Weavers, right? And if we look at Weavers, I have 1930 or 1903 territory standing. I'm mining this. I still have 1903. So it boils down to, like, let's say we kill something. I think it's kills and quests and things like that. Let's kill this mob. Right. I think killing mobs gives you territory. Yeah, see, I got 5 territory standing for killing that mob. And then we go and look. And yeah, I got 5 territory standing. So if you get 25% increase, that's a quarter increase. That's like an extra point and then a smidgen. It could help get your levels faster. And the faster you get your levels, the more points you can put elsewhere, right? So I recommend getting a handful of points into territory standing first. Like, obviously storage every time it's available, and territory standing until you hit 25%. It should take you like 6 levels or 7 levels, maybe 8. I don't remember exactly how many it is. It's like 8 levels to get to 25%, but it should help you level your territory faster right off the bat. Because a lot of things give you territory standing. I'm pretty sure clearing out corrupted portals, killing mobs. I don't think skilling does anything for you. Doing quests and things like that. Like, so a lot of that stuff will give you territory standing in general over time. But the goal is obviously to level it up so you can get further and further, right? But there are other things like house upkeep reduction, right? You don't need that in places you're not going to buy a house, right? So that can be ignored in any town that doesn't have a house, or that you're not going to put a house. And then you also have tax reductions. Tax reductions are basically reductions in taxes for the professions. So if you don't typically do your professions in certain towns, what's the point of putting points into it if you're not going to be doing professions in the town? So usually what happens is you pick a specific town to do your like craftings and stuff like that. You have one crafting town, and sometimes you can separate them or put them in the same town, but then you have like a trading town as well. So you have one town that's kind of dedicated towards trading because you can get trade reductions as well. So you could specialize one town in trading, one town in crafting, and then certain ones that you do a lot of gathering in, which most places you're going to want gathering speed in. Eventually you're going to want to put a bunch of points into gathering speed, because gathering speed helps be able to one tap like rocks, one tap trees, you know, almost insta clear herbs, getting mobs faster, things like that. You can get these professions done super fast. It gives you a lot more you know, materials per hour as well. So gathering speed is kind of like the fill-in for everything. You can also, in certain towns that you spend a lot of time doing faction quests, you can put extra points into faction tokens as well, because at some point you're going to need to farm faction tokens. Because you're going to want to buy things from the faction vendors to be able to craft gear, or to, you know, upgrade things, other miscellaneous things, or just to turn around and sell to make gold and things like that. So there's a lot of good things, but I would say the first thing is either A, if you don't plan on actually farming out territory standing in any way, shape, or form, if you don't plan on farming any type of territory standing, if you know you have what you have and you're never gonna like look back to like do more, don't get territory standing. Period. Just avoid it. Obviously get the storage every time you can, because more storage is God. And like I said, segregate your towns to a point, right? So if you have a town that you're going to craft in, obviously pick up the crafting things there. If you have a town that you're going to have houses in, if you are worried about your weekly upkeep for those, you can lower it, right? It's obviously pretty cheap to afford, so I wouldn't worry about lowering it personally. But if you're going to do a lot of trading in the auction house or the trade post, you could lower your fees for that as well in one town. So it's personal preference how you want to divvy it up, but they all kind of have a place depending on how you want to set it up. But yeah, the question for the builds was I can talk about different combinations and stuff, but I kind of need to narrow it down on like what you're looking for, right? If you're looking for melee, if you're looking for range, if you're looking for healing, if you're looking for, you know, DPS, if you're, I need to kind of have an idea. Like, are you trying to like off heal and DPS? Are you trying to like tank and off heal? Are you trying to heal with a semi off tank? Or is everything like related towards, you know, PvE, PvP? So there's a lot that goes into like picking a build, right? Or picking a weapon combination, because until you actually kind of settle on your playstyle and your idea of, you know, weapon combinations and stuff like that,
Oh, I see you found my.
it's kind of hard to just give you like a, you know, here's a weapon combination to go with, right? Because one of the most brain dead ones, right, is literally 500 dexterity using a bow. Literally, you never change your weapon. You just sit on bow 99.9% of the time, and you just kill everything with a bow. Right, and you just go 500 dexterity, and you just fucking smash everything. Which can also, you can combo with just about any weapon at that point. You can combo it with a hatchet, combo it with a spear, you can combo it with a rapier, you can combo it with almost any weapon you want, because you're using that weapon as utility at that point, whether it is to apply extra dots, whether it's to give you a get out of jail free card so you don't insta die sometimes, whether you're using it for like a riposte or some sort of evasion slash getaway. Like, you have lots of options for your secondary weapon playing that style of play, right? And what I mean by that style is having a primary weapon that you use 99.9% of the time, and your secondary weapon isn't for damage, it's for utility. Playing that style, your weapon caters towards what is needed in the build at that current, you know, junction, right? Are you playing solo, so you need some sort of like CC slash evasion, or are you playing in a group and you need more dot damage, right? Like things like that. So your secondary weapon can always change in the utility setup depending on like what you're currently doing. But in another situation where you're using both weapons back and forth, kind of like 50-50, then you're going to want to obviously have a weapon combination that combos with each other and scales the same way as each other. So just like I said, it really depends on the playstyle, what you're trying to get out of it, what you're trying to shoot for. Yeah, and here's the thing as well, Druga, like later on as you get further into the game, like you're going to be changing weapons regularly, because you're going to like find a new weapon combo, you're going to find a new like good weapon, you're gonna find like a good spear randomly, and you're like, oh yeah, that spear is boss, right? I wanna make a build with this spear. So you're gonna at some point, you know, find a good weapon, or you're gonna get an artifact and you're gonna want to try and make it work, or you're going to, you know, be struggling with your current build and you're going to want to look for a way to like revamp it, and you know, you're going to want to level up all your weapons eventually anyway, just because leveling up the weapons gives you, you know, achievements, and it gives you versatility to do different builds and play different styles. Like if you're playing melee right now and you're not really liking, you can switch to range, or vice versa. If you're playing range and you're struggling, then you can switch to melee, and you just have versatility and you have, you know, options at a certain point. So like I said, we can have this conversation and we can, like, you know, as you start thinking about it, as you start like putting some some thoughts to paper, like what you're looking to get out of a build, right? Like what you like about what you're currently playing, what you dislike about it, what suits your play style from other games, what you liked and disliked, so we can kind of like pinpoint what would work best for you, or at least point you in a direction to try something that could work for you, so you can at least attempt to find something that works for you, right? As I said, I already know what works for me, and mine mostly boils down to me swapping my weapon sets depending on what I'm fighting, because I always shoot for going for mobs' weaknesses. So I have a handful of weapons. I use the warhammer for 2 types of minions. I use the spear and bow for 2 other types of minions, and then I use a slash type of weapon, which are kind of versatile. Slash weapons are all kind of good. So either sword and shield's good, hatchet's good, great sword's good. And then the great axe I find to be more of a utility weapon than an actual damage dealing weapon. So you run the great axe on your secondary for slash types. So you use it for the gravity well maelstrom pull. So you throw the gravity well down to like suck everything together, and then you switch to like your actual damage dealing slash weapon, and you do damage. Right? That's kind of how it works. Because like if you're running in a group, if you group everything together and everybody's doing damage, you guys can alternate gravity wells and maelstroms to pull things together to like do big group damage. And then like that also holds true with like running a hammer, right? So when you're in a dungeon where you're running hammer as your primary source of doing damage because the mobs are weak to it, gravity well from great axe is still insane. Because you could throw that gravity well, pull all the mobs together, pull out your great axe or your warhammer, and start whacking people with the great hammer, or with the warhammer while they're pulled into this gravity well, getting even more damage because you're able to hit all the mobs simultaneously. There's lots of ways to go about it, man. It's just aesthetics and play styles that really changes like what weapons suit you, right? Some people really like the rapiers, some people really like spear, some people really like bows, and all of them have like a very high skill ceiling. I would say melee has a smaller skill ceiling than say ranged weapons, because melee is more of like it kind of auto locks, and as long as you're within range it just does damage and you can't really miss. But with range, since you have to actually aim your shots and you can miss, range has the highest skill ceiling of any weapon in the game, purely for that fact. Because here's the thing, if you have a bow, right? You have a bow. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Wait for my bow to turn yellow. So I'm gonna click. Can you see how long it took it to turn yellow? If you miss that shot, that is a 1 second delay and not doing damage, which means your DPS is significantly lower because you just wasted 1 whole second because you missed. But if you were on melee, you wouldn't have missed and your DPS would have just stayed consistent, right? So this is why range is kind of have a higher skill ceiling. The less you miss, the higher your DPS. So if you have poor accuracy, then you're better off playing melee. You don't miss as much. But melee also, in my opinion, is harder to survive because you're up in the thick of things. And even though the healing circles are on the ground in melee 99% of the time, and it heals you significantly, and it kind of prevents you from dying, you can get insta-gibbed. You can get comboed and get 2-tapped or even 1-tapped if you're running too little con and you're running in light gear or something. Too many factors in there, but melee is definitely harder to survive than range typically. So for like noobs, if you're playing melee, you usually run heavy or medium gear. But for like really skilled players, you can run, light armor and stuff like that. Once again, it boils down to skill levels, experience, personal preferences, what you're actually shooting for when it comes to like what you're trying to accomplish with the build. Are you playing solo? Are you playing in a group? Are you doing dungeons? Are you doing catacombs? Are you doing PvP? Are you doing PvE? Right? There's so many different variations here to like talk about. So it's just gotta figure out what you're trying to actually accomplish, right? So this is why I was asking earlier, is like I can't just give you a cookie cutter, oh, try this build, try that build, try these combinations, because unless I know what you're looking for, I can't give you an answer. But I would definitely highly suggest, it's like I do everybody else, just level every weapon to 20. While you're doing that, try every skill. Try every passive point in the skill tree and just play every single one of them, because you're not going to know until you try it. Right? Now I will say with the caveat that there are a handful of perks in the game that can make a build feel completely different picking it up. Right? Because there's like refreshing move, right? Which basically says for every light or heavy attack you do, reduce the cooldown of your abilities. So if you have something that has very high skill cooldowns and you don't have refreshing move, the build could feel really bad. Right? The abilities could feel really bad. But if you had, 5 stacks of refreshing move and refreshing on like your jewelry and stuff, and your cooldowns were up constantly, it could feel really good, right? Because you're spamming abilities like crazy, and it just feels more Tekken based because you're just like spamming abilities. There's a lot that goes into this game. It's not just as simple as like, hey guys, go and put these 2 weapons on, put your stats to this, and kill everything. Because there's so much more that goes into this game. Between, craftable items like potions and honing stones and tinctures, things like that, plus the perks that go on your gear, the food buffs, the town buffs that you can technically get as well. You also have trophies, right? Like there's jewelry, you name it, man. There's so many layers, and people are like, "Oh, shit game, nothing to do." But bro, you can actually take this game to another level. You actually tried to do like min-max the game. If you actually tried to min-max your character and actually like juice him really hard, you could actually like really, take this game to like a whole fucking spreadsheet level. It could be actually nuts. Like trying to find the min-max like proportions of the different perks, like which combinations of perks is going to give me the most DPS out of this build, what's going to give me the most survivability, what's going to make it feel the smoothest. It's just there's so many combinations, and there's no right or wrong answer per se, but there is like more and less efficient depending on like what you're shooting for, right? Like if you're trying to shoot for more damage, then getting, vicious and keen and stuff could be very helpful. Getting attunements and things like that could be helpful. But if you're looking for more, life stealy type of build, then you're going to be playing it completely different. Like it's just, bro, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you there's a lot to this game. Bro, I have 49 skinning, I'm pretty sure. 48 skinning. I can't even do this. Bro, that's bullshit. Alright. So with that said, maybe we go south. Actually, let's go up here. We'll fast travel down. I need to head down here to do 3. I have to come back up here to do this quest after I get 50 skinning. That's kind of stupid. Yeah, you're welcome. Like I said, I don't like to just give cookie cutter answers, you know that. But yeah, the main thing I like to tell people when they get into this game, if they're new and they don't really know what they're doing, or they want to learn, or they have like a specific question, like what weapon should I use? Well, I mean, obviously some people just really like melee, so play melee, right? Some people really like ranged, so they'll play ranged. And you know, we can talk about it from there. But if you just don't know, because you don't know what you don't know, just try everything. That is the goal of these games. It's not just to follow the leader of whatever the guy did in front of you. It's literally to figure out your own path. Figure out what works for you. What things to your heart. Because the way I look at a game is you're here to play a game to have fun, right? And if doing what everybody else does because it's the strongest, you know, skill or ability or whatever, if that makes you happy, then sure, just follow what everybody else does. But if what makes you happy isn't the most meta thing, isn't the most overpowered, broken thing, that doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you're going to play the game longer if you're playing something that is enjoyable, something that you like looking at, something you enjoy doing, something you don't hate to make it work, right? If you enjoy doing what you're doing, you're going to do it for longer. So that's why I always say, find what you like by trying everything, and then kind of figure out, okay, well, I like this and I like this. How can I make these work, right? Or if you find that you really like, let's say you find you like 2 or 3 weapons, right? That's where we can like refine it, right? We can be like, all right, you like the great axe, you like the rapier, and you like the musket. Kind of a weird combination there, but let's say that's what you liked, right? Like, all right, well, there's options there, right? Because, you know, there's, oh shit, you have ways to kind of fight most things with that setup, right? So the rapier and the musket are both thrust weapons, but and so you're leaving out strike weapons, which isn't a big deal, but you can do like, you know, weapon conversions to elements to bring out the amount of damage that you're missing from weaknesses. But you can also take advantage of what those things called, the artifacts. So you can still, like, if there's one that stands out that you like the most, you could, you know, primary in that one skill or that one weapon, and then use the artifact as a supplementary item to buff the primary one. So for example, let's say you really like the musket and you want to just sit on musket 24/7. That's totally viable. You can always grab a void gauntlet as a utility weapon that buffs your musket, right? The artifact. Now if you wanted to use the artifact musket, and you'd have to use a random yellow as an alt, you know, as your side weapon, that's also viable, because of the way that the perks work now is, let's see if I have one. So I don't have one yet. Okay, so we can kind of take this. It's hard to still tell, but you see how this has a gem slot, Jukas? It's a circle, and then it says gem slot. So what they have now is they have offense, defense, and skill slots, right? And they look just like a gem slot. But what ends up happening is you'll get an item that drops, right, with like random perks on it. So it'll look something like this, right? Or something like this, where the gem slot is empty, right? But instead of it being a gem slot, it'll be like an offensive slot, right? And it won't have a gem slot. So what happens now is, let's say you wanted to stay on bow and you wanted a utility weapon that's a stat stick for your bow. You would look for any item. Literally doesn't matter the item, personal preference. You find one that has 4 slots, right? So you'd be looking for maybe like a gem slot with 3 offensive slots, or since it's purely a stat stick, you don't even want a gem slot in it. You might go for a skill slot with 3 offensives, right? Or something like that. Something that's going to juice the stats of your bow. With this said, is just like this, the bow came with this gem slot filled, you can change any of the ones that have a circle around them. So let's say that the item dropped with a gem slot and 4 perks on it, but 3 of the perks had a circle around the image. So you see how like this has like a like a chevron at the top where it says acute and power. If there was a circle around that chevron, that means that that is a changeable perk. So you can actually like click on this and you can go to attachments and charms and you'd be able to change that charm. I can't do it now because I don't have one to show you. So when you're looking for gear, you're looking for those circles, because just because it doesn't have the perks you want on it, if the perks are changeable, then you can make it something useful. And like I said, since they made this change to the gear that there's charms, charms actually buff both weapons, not just the weapon that's currently out. And that's a big change from what it used to be back in the day. Back in the day, whatever weapon was out was the only stats that counted for the weapon that was currently being used. Your weapons and your offhands counted for nothing when it came to the, you know, because it was sheep. The stats on it didn't count. But now with the perks are permanent. They work for your entire character 24/7, whether it's sheathed or not. So this is where you can come in with stat sticks for having utility weapons that aren't being used like at all. But can still give you damage for your primary weapon, right? Even if it's not running an artifact to give you that extra oomph. So once again, it's a big long conversation. When we get further in, when you get higher level and you start getting more gear, you can take some screenshots, you can send them to me. I can show you more stuff in game that makes more sense, and we can like hash this out more in detail when it makes more sense. But for starting purposes, while you're leveling, just focus on purely leveling up every weapon to at least level 15 to 18. Try all the perks and masteries inside of the weapons and test them out, like I said. And as you're testing them out, see if you can try out some of the perks as well, because like I said, there's like refreshing move, there's other ones that give like increased damage. I don't know if I have one. See how this one says keenly jagged at the bottom? This one's really good for a spear specifically, because the spear has a passive inside of it that's like does more damage like the more dots on a target or something. So this is like 15. This is 15% critical chance when a target is bleeding. So keenly jagged applies a bleed. This gives you 15% crit chance anytime they're bleeding. So that's basically guaranteed 15%. You know, whatever. Crit hits extend duration of spear debuffs. So that would extend the debuff. 20% damage if, against people with, you know, grit. And there's a couple other miscellaneous things here too. But keenly jagged is very strong for that reason on a spear. It's actually very strong on most two-handed slow weapons, because it's based off of the weapon damage. So depending on how hard you hit, so if you have like a great axe and you have keenly jagged on it and you hit for like 10k, that bleed is going to be based off that 10k you just hit, right? So it could be insane. It could be absolutely insane. But then there's other perks that are even better. It's like ice attunement, right? Which basically says your weapon will do 8% more damage as ice, which basically gives you 8% more damage on your weapon, but it's as an elemental. So having like 3 different elemental harnesses or, you know, attunements on your weapon can be insane damage increase. Yeah, so once you hit 70, that's when the builds are gonna like start coming together, right? Like I said, so what you're gonna end up doing once you get to level 70 is you first thing you're gonna do is you see in chat, go to recruitment. You see where it's like X basically means invite, right? And you see it says WT, that's a world tours. X Merc is part of a world tour. X Arc is another one. Like, so you see all these like X's. So you look for people doing world tours, and then you follow them around. You get an invite to like a party of some kind, right? usually like a raid group, and you just follow them around and you loot all the elite chests. When you're doing this, whatever gear is equipped is what gear you're going to get out of the chests. So if you want to prioritize getting light armor, put on light armor. If you want to prioritize getting muskets, put on muskets. If you want to prioritize getting shields, put on the shield that you're looking for. So, you know, basically just boils down to that, right? Like, whatever you're searching to get gear for, make sure it's equipped. Yeah. So like I said, hit 70, do your daily world tours. They have a 24-hour respawn timer on elite chests, so you can do them once a day. Every day you log in, jump into a world tour, do the world tour, get the gear, try and find some like 700 gear score items, try and start, and while you're doing these world tours, put on random weapons so you can level them up and try them out during the world tours. See how they feel. As you level them up, you can get more perks and you can try things out. Because anytime someone kills something while they're in your group, you get weapon XP for your weapon. So just put random weapons on. Yes, every time you open a chest, you're gonna get that weapon as a reward. So you're gonna get a ton of those random ass weapons, but you can at least level up the weapons. So you can try them out. And once you find ones that you don't like, you don't have to level them up anymore. I mean, I would still do it just purely for EXP purposes and things like that, but you don't have to. Everybody has their own preference, obviously. See if I can skin this. Yeah, just start with that. Just start with doing your world tours, getting your world tours done, and then start getting some gear together. Prioritize on the kind of sidetracked. Prioritize on the things that you're trying to test and gear up. And then, like I said, once you're at that point, it's just about farming gear, getting the correct stance in the right spots on the right types of gear, getting your weapons with the right perks, and running, dungeons, getting into mutated dungeons, getting into raids eventually, possibly getting into and doing wars as PvP or doing outpost rush, catacombs, miscellaneous other things like that. Just kind of growing your repertoire of stuff to do every day. But the main daily thing to do is world tours. Every day you log in, you do world tours pretty much. They give you gear, they give you currency, they give you crafting materials, they can give you trophy materials, they can give you whatchamacallit, these shards to upgrade your gear to 800 gear score, like all sorts of stuff. If you have any other questions, Jukas, always feel free to ask. Like I said, if you need to, you can always throw it into Discord. If I'm not around to answer, somebody might be able to. All right, we're gonna go to a lower zone and get to 50 skinning real quick.
Oh, hey.
So we can finish the other one. We can go finish this. I don't even know what I can't kill the Turk. Or get the Turkish. Also something else you're gonna want to start working towards once you hit 70, Jukis, is some of your trophies. The main trophy you need to work towards is your luck trophies. You can either buy them off of other players, trade posts and stuff, or you can work on your furnishing and you can make them yourselves. Personal preference, but luck trophy is like the go-to guaranteed like trophy you want in all three of your houses. The luck that it provides increases the like the gear quality and rarity that you obtain, basically. So if you want to be finding really good gear, why can't I? It's really weird. I can't skip it. And then also, like, as you push further into the game, after you get your luck trophies, you want to start working towards your combat trophies if you're going to focus on combat. That's the next step. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Whew. Oh, really? I love dad jokes, bro. They're so good. My wife hates that I laugh at them. And some of them that like really make me laugh, I'll like repeat to her, and she just looks at me like, "You're so stupid." Alright, let's just go and do this last race. I think that's all we have to do for the zone. This last race, and then we have that. We have to get to 50 skating really quick so we can do the last quest club. A Nicholas. Oh god, that's so good. That's good. I like that. Fuck, man. I definitely did forget that I don't think I put any points into my weavers. So this is okay. So Jukis, if you're still here, this is what I was talking about. So with the territory standing, right? So you're gonna get these three options, right? EXP gain, kind of worthless. Right? Ignore that one at all costs. I think this only counts for combat XP. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this only counts for combat XP. Gathering base speed is really cool, and then it's territory standing. So I recommend territory standing to at least 25 before you start working on gathering speed and anywhere you go. But then the next one is like, you know, station fee and trading fee. So trading fee, like I said, you have to give up storage, but occasionally, every like I want to say 20 levels, instead of getting storage as an option, you'll get like random other ones, and storage won't be an option. So you'll be able to pick up trading fee every once in a while, or station crafting fee in those places, while still prioritizing storage, right? So this is how I do mine, right? But you see how like some of them like come in here, and eventually there'll be one that doesn't have a trading post or doesn't have a gathering, right? So you could prioritize some of the other ones at that point. But you see how it started off as 5%, and now I'm going from 19 to 21.5. So I'm getting a lot less per level, and there's a huge diminishing returns, right? And then faction rep, this is another one I was talking about. This one's actually pretty good in places that you actually are going to be doing faction missions. And then boom, 25.4%. Bam, here we go. So now every time I kill something, I'm going to get even more XP, right? So that's my priorities. So do with it as you wish, but that's what I like to do. Oh. Alright, so what we're gonna do, I have no idea where my end recall is. Where the hell is my end recall? My end recall keeps changing and it's driving me insane. It's not here. It's not here. Not here. Where is my end recall? Like, bro, this is such a stupid glitch. When it doesn't save your in, like you in recall, because I've already in recalled once, and then it just removes your in recall. Like, it's so dumb. Oh my god. All right, fine. Tend to just tactically recall by like dying really quick, but it would be faster. So if that's done, well, we can just go from here to here, and then we go from here. We just run across probably, kill some things for the teleporting. This is too high, so. Still shocked I couldn't kill. I couldn't skin the rabbit. That was just weird. So the only quest not done here is the skinning quest, which we're gonna go and take care of in a second here. Yo, come on, stop scratching. Oh,
You're right, like the week she and I did. Or she might try to run you through. I really was never sure with her. Good luck.
wait, what? That's why these guys can actually be in recalls? That is dumb. I wonder why I couldn't find the end. I didn't realize that those quest givers can be in recall. I mean, that's kind of cool though. You can set your in recall to there. Once you're done with the races, you can literally just fast travel back to them. That's actually kind of sick. I don't dislike that, but I didn't realize that's what it was because it's like such a small like icon. Like, how am I supposed to know that? Yeah, the wolf. Woof woof, motherfucker. Alright, that's taken care of. Now we can head back north. Yeah, next place is Great Cleave. Let's go. Yeah, that's where my main story is, and that's where my my race is gonna be. Pretty huge. We're gonna put that off probably till tomorrow when Crispy gets here. Crispy's around, we'll probably all just go and do Great Cleave together tomorrow. I think what we'll do for the rest of the night after we turn this the side quest, when we do the side quest chain, we'll go back to getting our rocks off for a little while until, you know, we gotta call it a night, because it's almost the end of the stream, but I might go a little longer like I've been, just to get some more refining done on stones. Oh, I didn't realize that one would actually. That was my bad. Gonna alt tab just to leave the Discord call. We need to. I'm gonna get rid of this shit. I don't know if it's good or bad, but getting rid of it. I need to keep one of each weapon at some point. This is good. Just wish it wasn't medium at this point. Maybe we get rid of it. Alright, I am curious though. There's a HUD scale. What the? Holy small ass UI, what the shit? Doesn't change this though. Like, I want to change this UI. That's what doesn't make sense. Like I don't mind this UI being like 100%. This is whatever. I want to change the I want to change the hair, like the. Okay, so notifications. Oh, okay. Can we move this over here? This is probably what's gonna fix my problem. We'll just leave that. That might honestly just fix all of my fucking problems. I need something to salvage. Alright, let's get some gear. I need to salvage some stuff. Because if my pop-ups are out of the way of the gear that I'm salvaging, oh my god, it would be so epic. Okay, it's weird that the amount of space I have is on the left. That's something I'll have to get used to. I didn't want to like scare this one off before I can actually shoot it. And this should be the last one. Bam, okay. And then south we go. Yeah, I need to get some gear to salvage so we can see when we get salvaged parts. If it doesn't cover up the items, I'm gonna be so happy. And worst case scenario, if I notice it does move but it still covers it up, we can shrink it. We can make it smaller so it doesn't take up so much of the screen, and that'll completely alleviate the problem. It's a little weird seeing the weight onto the side. Wish there was different notification bars that we can work with, like salvage notification bars and weight notification. Like I wish there was like more distinguishing factors, but that's a little too much to ask, honestly. Like I'm okay with the bare basics here. How did that miss? Uh. Head here, teleport there. I think we're almost done with this zone, and I'm stoked because we have all fast travels here. We have all fast travels there, and there. I think we're doing pretty good of 100% in each zone so far. And we'll be on Great Cleave next. I do have to hit Restless Shore probably on my own. Be one of my random completion days where we just jump in to do completion stuff on side zones. Because the main story quest doesn't take me there. It's a completely side zone that's unnecessary to run, but kind of nice to complete so you don't see. And so I have more fast travels for more resource gathering. Oh. Might be faster to teleport and then run down, but we'll just run over. So close to finishing the last quest in this zone. Alright, we're done. Alright, so we're gonna head back to Everfall. Get back to our stone grind. I'm gonna set our end recall there too. Make things easy.
Welcome to the autumn rest.
Time to test this. Alright, so we got this. Oop. Bro, give me a salvageable part. Nothing else I can salvage here? Come on. That's annoying. Do we have any items? I don't think we have any items. Oops, spear. Here's spear. Okay, so. Oh, we can get rid of this one. We have a 440. Okay, so we can get rid of this one. Alright, so what if we... Bro, I just need a salvageable part. Just one. But I think it's working. I think it'll be out of the way. And we can make it smaller if we want to. I like that. I'm actually really happy about that. That fixes all of it. So it only took him 6 years to do it. That's crazy. Alright. Yeah, we gotta get rid of our stuff. We have so much. Crazy. Okay. Let's get rid of this leather. Oh, and we have this quest to turn in as well. Forgot about this. Can throw this in. Boom.
You've begun to continue your etism to
Okay. With 5 million rep? What the shit? The fuck is that shit? That's crazy. Okay.
continue your efforts to banish Balfazu back to the netherworld by put
We have to do that. What? We have to do that a couple more times to get these, I guess? So we can get this? Oh, wait. We got an actual item. Hold on. Okay, that gave us 10. Okay, I think that fixes our problem. Okay. So where do we go for no? Where do we go for the pattern? Where's the pattern? Oh, we got the outfit. Okay, so now we can actually pick up trick or treat stuff, right? What's on Gulch? What up, Nas? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just tired. I had a long day yesterday. I got very little sleep, so it'll probably be. I'm staying on as long as I can, obviously, to stay on sleep schedule and stuff like that. But I probably won't be on too much longer. I mean, I would like to stay on a little longer, but I probably won't make it too much longer. And then, obviously doing house things and getting some stuff done around the house and stuff. And then I'll probably get some sleep. And I'm hoping that I get a pretty big chunk of sleep tonight to make up for not sleeping yesterday much. And then, yeah, be on tonight again.
Would you like a cup of water?
Oh, I don't have any water.
Right now.
You would. All right, let me go check up here really quick, and in this building for a couple more trick or treats, and then we'll go and. Oh, you catch up? I was like, yeah, sleep's always a thing, man. You always gotta like be playing catch up, man. Not very people can just literally always sleep like the amount of hours they need every single day. It's like some days you sleep a little less, some days you sleep a little bit more, and you just go back and forth usually. And as long as you average out to enough, you usually are doing okay. Feel like ooh, we got an item, boys. We got an item. Yeah, I mean, like I said, sometimes it just like slowly like deteriorates to like wrong and bad, and then you like work your way back to good, and then you work your way back to bad, and just a back and forth thing. What did we get though? Just got a random ass this thing. Sweet. Cosmetic. Huge. I'll open this. That's just gold. We did get a 740 item though. Not good. Like fire damage with max life. Like meh. It's like a starter piece. This is light. I kind of want to wear it because I need to get into light gear. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this on. It's a light piece. And then we can open up the legs. You get 2 pieces of legs. Alright, so that gives us flash conditioning and reduce heavy and light attack. Okay, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. This is tolerable. Okay, and then we'll switch to that. To this. That's Get rid of this and this. I think we're gonna stick with the medium chest piece though, because one guy said that if you have one piece of medium and then everything else is light, you can make it work. I think the math works out, if I remember correctly. Because it's like, what, 1.5, so that's 4.5. And then you have this, which is 6.5. And then you have this, that's 12.7. Oh, yeah. So we can do that. So we can keep the medium. And we just need to get light for the other pieces. So, we can get rid of this one. We can get rid of the light chest piece because we're not going to be running light chest piece. We can keep the medium, or get rid of the light, or the medium helmet as well. Okay, so do we have helmets? We do. We have one helmet to we have 3 helmets to claim. Okay, so let's put this on. Let's claim our helmet. Yo, mate, you rowdy, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. We'll be around tomorrow. I'm gonna go get some water really quick to claim that water redeem. But I appreciate you. If you need me in the meantime, mate, hit me up in the Discord. As always, thank you. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yo, you know when you like take a drink of nice cold water and you just feel that coldness go all the way down in your stomach? Oh, feels so nice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, getting your 8 hours of sleep is great, but if you're getting 8 hours of sleep because you're sleeping too late, that's also a problem, you know? Alright, so we got 2 hats. Then we had this hat. Alright. So if we can switch to a light hat, I'd be really happy. So this one's not good. Here's, I mean, this is okay. It's not great. Fortifying prep rate, not bad. Might put it on just for the fortifying prep rate. It's a spear, but not great either. I think I'd rather, maybe we'll just go with the extra leech. You know, fuck it. We'll use this. And we'll put this on. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Alright. So we got light, medium, light. We just need gloves and boots to be light. I don't think I have either. I don't think either of them are light, so I don't think we have any choice here. Yeah, because that's heavy for mining, and this is medium. I don't think we have anything else. We do have stuff that we can roll with, but we'll leave it as is for now. But we can make both of those. What do they look like? Also, I got a message. Check it out. Yes. So let's check out these. Oh, I want to check out the skin too, because I think one's a weapon you can. No, that's not the one. Oh, this does help though. Can give us some jewelry exchange. We're gonna hold on to those. I guess I can make this. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. Wait, maybe. I thought I would be able to make like a light piece of gear with. Maybe I'm not high enough gear score yet. Yeah. Maybe it has to be down here. But it doesn't say which one. It says armor pattern. It says the appropriate vendor, like the appropriate like crafting bench. Like which one's the appropriate? It didn't say which one. We'll go over here and try. They do the weapon. I would love to know what weapon that was. Or is it any weapon? I thought it would just show up here, right? Like the other one did. We just hold on to this, I guess. So books don't count as two. That would be best. Okay, this is well, I am grouping with people to do content, like to do dungeons and doing quests and stuff like that and open world stuff. But the items I obtain, I am only obtaining via myself. So I'm not trading anybody. I'm not, doing anything like that. So if I'm in a party with people and they get drops, that doesn't matter. I have to get the drop myself for it to count. I don't know why I just turned them into regular leather, but we did. Yeah, so every single thing I obtain, I obtained myself. One piece at a time. I'm trying to figure out what these, like, how do I use these, right? Because if you look at this, like, this is what I obtained, right? I got it from the box. And it literally says this pattern is used to create Nightingale armor at the appropriate crafting station. It is consumed in the process of item creation. The outcome of this pattern is based upon the professional crafter. All armor weight classes share the same visual appearance. But which one do you go to, right? And same thing with the weapon one. Why? It's like, show you. I have these ones, right? These ones show up in the vendor. I wonder if it's just because my profession isn't high enough to craft them, right? Because if you look, all I have is the green one because my armoring is level 0. I'm wondering if since I'm level 0 armoring, I can't see the blue ones or the purple ones. So I mean that could probably be it. I'm gonna assume that's why. But let's go through our stuff really quick. All right, so we put that away, that away, that away. This can all go away. That can go away. We can do our wood. You're mad confused? I mean, have you never played New World before, Nas? What are you confused about? I can explain. Also, is this a game you'd ever be interested in playing? There's a wiki for everything. There's a New World database. NWDB is what it's is the server name or whatever. Alright, so there's all that. We'll actually drop off all the patterns as well, because those are helpful for crafting. And then we will go to Windsward. And this is our dump tab for now. So we're just dumping everything into Windsward until it's full. I want the vitamins. I need to just eat my horse, level the bitch up. Alright. So the rest of this can be dropped off because I'm never going to use it. Same thing with this stuff. Goodness. Oh, about the armor, got you. Oh, jeez, really? Wait, what's SB again? I want to say Siegebreaker for some apparent reason, but that's not even a game I can think of. Starbound? No, that's not it either. Oh shit, I didn't realize I had a time limit on my outfit. Oh, sky blocks. Oh yeah, we were playing that the other night. We're farming plasma right now. So we can get our drills and stuff upgraded. So when this outfit runs out, how do I get another one? But the reason I brought it up, Nas, is because this game, so you had the base game, and then they used to have a DLC that you had to pay for, and then they just came out with a new DLC. But what they did when they brought out this DLC is they made the previous one free, and the current one that they just released is also free. So basically, all you have to do is buy the base game, and if you already have the base game, then you have everything unlocked for the game. You can play the game in its entirety with just the base game now. So really nice. It was a great change that they added. Really? That's in like, why would they ban it? That's just such a weird game to ban. I don't condone like VPNs, but God, that's annoying. That's obnoxious. Yeah, I think we talked about this when you first got into it. You were asking like what you should spend your money on and stuff in the game, right? Like you were trying to like get like the best min-max like mining setup that you could or some shit. And we were like telling you what you needed. Yeah, because like I said, like what we're shooting for is I think it's the 655 drill or it's the 555 drill. Requires 20 plasma to make it. And then the engine and the tank, like the fuel tank for it, require like 32 uh 32 more each. So it's like another 64 plasma for that. And I think there's something else that requires a little bit more because I think I was told it's like 96 plasma to fully upgrade your thing to maximum on all things. So yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. And I think I'm up to like 7 or 8 plasma right now. Nothing crazy, but it takes forever because you got to kill ghosts, and ghosts have 1,000,000 HP. And right now I can almost 4-hit them, which is pretty solid, but not great. Farm for 300 hours. Oh man, that's a lot farming. Yep, that's fucking horseshit, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel if my country was banning games that I wanted to play. I guess I would just be like, yeah, it sucks to suck. You know, find something else to play. But man, some games are just so good. Like I said, I don't condone VPNs, but at some point, like, they have their place. What up, Diablo? What's going on, my friend? You gonna come join us in the good old New World grind? They banned Steam is outright. That's crazy. Like, I can understand banning a specific game for a specific reason or whatever, but banning an entire gaming platform is kind of crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark here. You live in Russia? You don't? Oh, interesting. I know like Russian like the you know Russia typically bans a lot of stuff from US side. That's actually shocking. Really? That's funny, Nas. That's funny. Lags you under? That's crazy, Diablo. Hey, did you see the PoE 1 info? I don't know all of it off the top of my head, but the generalistic idea is like breach rework, and I think it's gonna be fun. I can pet a bunny without killing it? Oh, that's so cute. So basically, they're doing Breach 2.0. So they're taking the original Breach that they have now, where the hand, you know, opens up and the mobs spawn or whatever, and then you walk by the hands and they open up, and they're keeping the fluidity of it and the mob like ideas and stuff, but they're adding more like hardcore in games to it, right? So I think they're revamping the bosses that come and attached to it, like giving us Ubers, I think, or some shit. And then there's gonna I don't know exactly how it works. Like I said, I haven't seen it fully and I haven't like looked into it all the way. But basically there's going to be like breach things, like more in-game oriented breach things that are like as you're running the breach, you can actually discover like a breach city. And you're gonna have to like clear the full city and stuff like that. It's gonna be interesting. Definitely gonna be interesting. And then there's like these new like powers that you can like upgrade and enhance and stuff. is that I don't know the exact extent. I didn't actually read the information or watch it or anything. There's just like secondhand like flip notes that I've obtained. Yeah, it's going to be nutsos. Mega Bonk? Yeah, I've been playing the crap out of it. Yep. Super fun. Had a blast. I haven't finished it yet, though. It's way too difficult of a game. I struggled so hard. I'm currently trying to kill the final boss on every character. So I have every character unlocked. I have every tome unlocked. I have every weapon unlocked. I have almost every item unlocked. And right now I'm working on getting all characters to rank 100, unlocking their skins, and trying to kill the boss on every character. You played for 6.5 hours and didn't even realize it? That's insane. It's a fun game. You can literally spend hours on it and not even realize it. Because you gotta think about it. Like, tier 1 map takes you like roughly 10 to 15 minutes, right? 10 minutes minimum if you have no downtime, you don't level up, you don't do anything, and you don't die. Right? And you kill the boss in the 10-minute mark, right? Obviously, you can kill him past the 10-minute mark, you can go past it into the final wave, stuff like that. But every time you like level up, every time you get a new item, like it takes more time. So you can easily go into like 20 minutes just for tier 1. Then you get to tier 2s and you start getting into tier 3s. Bro, you can get some actual like 1-hour runs, if not longer, especially if you branch into final waves for a decent amount as well. Yeah, that game is bad. Like, I don't even know how many hours I put into it. Let's take a quick look. I have 61 hours in that game, and I feel like I've hardly played it. Yeah, so I definitely get you on that one, man. Doing some of the challenges, too, are kind of insane. Like, doing the unable to move challenge, that one was interesting. Some of the other ones are tolerable, but some of them are just obnoxious. Like, the reverse controls one, I can't do that one, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cheese that one if I actually do play. I'm gonna turn my keyboard upside down or some shit. Like, there ain't no fucking way I'm gonna be able to play that with like my keyboard being backwards. I'm either gonna have to turn my keyboard upside down or I'm gonna have to remap all my keys for that challenge itself. Ain't no fucking way. The skin is like throwing off my animations so much. So what you're saying is I literally have to just flip my keyboard around physically. Like, I have to pick my keyboard up and just turn it around. That's what you're telling me. Yeah, ain't no fucking way in hell I'm gonna be able to do that otherwise. That's crazy. but kind of cool. You know, like the challenges are kind of cool. Like one of them was like beat it in like 6 minutes. I think there's ones that are like beat it in 4 minutes, and I'm just like, bro, that's insane. I don't know if I can beat it in 4 minutes. Beating it in 6 minutes was hard. And there's one like beat it without taking a single point of damage, bro. I tried that one for like an hour. Couldn't do it. Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna give a challenge to invert the keys. But he actually had the forethought to know, oh, people are just going to remap it, right? He's like, fuck that. I'm gonna prevent. Bro, I just got back-to-back adder stones out of something somebody else already started mining. That's insane. So he's like, you know what? To prevent people from cheesing it, I'm gonna fix it to where you can't remap the keys or some shit. That's hilarious. You know what would be even funnier, Diablo, is and you remap the keys or whatever, but you can remap the keys to whatever you want, but the keys have to be a specific way. Like he hard codes it a specific way. So it says, hey, to go left, you have to press D, right? To go right, you have to press A. Whatever your keys are bound to, it doesn't matter, because in order to do the challenge, you have to do the keys that he assigns. That's kind of what it sounds like he ended up doing, but it's kind of funny that he actually had the forethought to like do it so people couldn't cheese it. Bro, do you know how difficult it is for you to try to keep a track of everything that's going on the screen, all your upgrades, all the people on the map, all the locations of everything, trying to do everything that game requires you to do, and to remember to do everything backwards? Bro, that is so hard. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, interesting. I didn't run into any lodestone. I don't want to go and find like one piece of lodestone to first time craft. Interesting. I don't even know how that would even work, Diablo. Ugh. We're so close to being in light armor though. We just need 2 more light pieces and we'll break that threshold. As long as I'm not wearing the shield with the sword or flail. Because I think the sword only works with the flail and or the shield only works with the flail and the sword. I just like it aesthetically having a shield on my back. I want to go back to dodge rolling instead of hopscotching. Interesting. That's just weird, Diablo, how that like interacts. I've never seen something like that. I'd have to actually see that in action to actually fathom it, I guess. Yeah, the only way that that would like be able to catch it, Diablo, is they'd have to the code, like the anti-cheat would have to recognize data being imported via, you know, whatever is connecting the two PCs, right? Because typically cheats, you know, scan the computer that's currently running for any detectable EXEs or programs or, you know, background things or any services or whatever that could possibly be deemed as a, you know, a cheat that they have flagged as cheats, right? Uh, so if you're running it on a different computer and it's just overlaid on top of it, the program has no idea what, you know, that's happening because it can't see it. But at the end of the day, like if they had a way to process and or see the incoming data from another device to determine is there information being input from another device to this device, you know, injecting into X, you know, process. And that would be the only way I could see kind of seeing it, you know, under like stopping it. Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's way too difficult, and that's once again why I don't play FPS games, because this day and age, it's impossible to keep up with like the ingenuity of cheating. And that, like I said, that's the main reason why I refuse to play FPS games. I love FPS games, but you can never trust that someone's legit. Because I don't care if there's an anti-cheat, I don't care if they ban people all the time. There are so many cheats being developed on a daily basis, so many private ones, so many like hidden ones, so many like paid ones, so many like really well developed cheats that don't get caught, and they're updated so often that they can't be really like distinguished or like caught by the anti-cheats, because the anti-cheats are so far behind. Like there's nothing they can do to keep up with them. They're always behind, because what ends up happening is like a new cheat comes out and it takes them like 6 months to a year to figure out how to detect it. They finally detect it, and that cheat has already evolved to the next stage, so they're already behind. So the only people they're catching are these free to use cheats or these out of date old cheats, and those are the only people that are ever getting caught. The people that are staying up to date, that are staying relevant, that are like moving with the times with the new items and stuff, like they don't get caught. They never get in trouble. So it's just obnoxious. Like, and I just refuse to do this. So I'd rather play games that even if they are cheating and it doesn't impact me, it doesn't matter. So if you want to cheat in a game like this and it literally have no impact on what I'm doing, I don't give a fuck. But if you're gonna cheat in an FPS game where you're literally directly impacting my enjoyment because you're killing me through the floor, across the wall, you know, whatever the fuck, and aimbotting and wall hacking and god moding or whatever the fuck. It's just not worth my time. Even though I love those games a lot. Like, they are my favorite genre. Why play something that's going to be bullshit the whole time and just cause anguish and stress? You know what I mean? If I could play something else that's much more relaxing and chill, because the intention of playing a video game is to relax and chill, have a good time, have fun. I have a lot of fun playing FPS games when I'm not getting shit on, right? Like, I don't mind losing to a good player. I don't like losing to someone I think is cheating. And here's the rub though. It's like, it's not that I think everybody cheats. There's a lot of people that cheat that I think could be legit, that are questionable or whatever, but if I can clearly watch their gameplay and be like, yeah, 100% convinced he's cheating, it completely just ruins everything that could have happened with, you know, the game. And I'm checked out at that point. Oh man, we're doing pretty good though, stone crafting wise. We're at like 151. We're trying to get to 180 just to make rune glass, but I don't know if we'll be able to make it to 181, because in order to make it to like 180, I think we'd have to do this all weekend, and I really don't want to subject all of you guys to another like 16 hours of just me getting my rocks off. I've already subjected you guys to this for roughly 8 hours of rock farming. Do I really want to do this to you guys for another like 15? Yeah, so me and the wife used to play like TDM and stuff like that. We would duo queue into TDMs and just shit on players. We got banned from so many players because, you know, people use the third-party programs to like block certain like, users and people like that. So we were blacklisted from like a lot of people's lobbies. You know, people would just ban us outright and kick us from lobbies all the time. Not that we were really good, it's just these people were really bad and they thought we were cheating. But all we were doing is just communicating, you know. I would sit in one spot and I would like spot things and I would say, oh, there's someone running to the right, there's someone running to the left, and she would run around and murder people, and she would like protect me, like the flanks and stuff. And then like we would swap roles every once in a while where, you know, she'd be holding down the middle killing people and I'd be running around the flanks like keeping her from getting flanked from one side or the other. Like we played really well as a group. And like COD was just always fun. It's just COD. That's the problem. At the end of the day, it's COD, and there's so many cheaters, like, and they're obvious cheating. Not like, oh, that guy could be cheating. It's like obvious this motherfucker's cheating. I mean, COD has always had a skill ceiling, right? You always tell a difference in like a really skilled player / a cheater versus just a dog shit ass normal Joe Schmo, right? It's not that if it's skill based or not, it's literally just a copy paste game, right? That's the problem I have with it. It's like, what's the difference between playing Modern Warfare 2 and playing Modern Warfare 3, or playing Black Ops 1 or Black Ops 7? Like, they're all the same. Like, there are slight variations in like the guns and the setups and the perks, and some of them have abilities and some of them have jetpacks and stuff, but it's basically just, it's like playing fucking Counter-Strike versus playing Counter-Strike, right? It's the same thing. Like, obviously Counter-Strike and Call of Duty are always going to be different, same with Battlefield. But like going from Battlefield, you know, 1 to Battlefield 2 to Battlefield Bad Company to Battlefield Bad Company 2 to Battlefield 2042 or whatever to Battlefield 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, like there's not much of a difference between all of them. So it's just like once you start playing one and you like one, what's the point of like making 15 other ones that I have to buy every single year just to get the new latest and greatest? It's like getting a new iPhone every single year when a new iPhone comes out. What's the point? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem I have with FPS games. That's why I like Counter-Strike, because it's you don't have to buy it every year. They're not reinventing Counter-Strike every 5 seconds. And yeah, they do have skill-based matchmaking with like ranking systems and stuff like that to a point, and like even non-ranking systems. But even with that, you have problem with people intentionally losing to lower their rankings and their skill base to play against weaker players. You have people with alt accounts smurfing. You have people queuing with like intentionally queuing with lower ranked players to play in lower ranked lobbies. And it's like there's always that problem with skill based matchmaking. Is you always have these people that are kind of carried to their rank to a point because they get into good lobbies and get carried by like good players, or just have like pretty good players that have a pretty good games, get carried to a point, and then they basically go 0-30 every game but still somehow keep their rank because other players kind of carry them. And then you get into a game with them and then you lose because this person sucks so bad they literally single-handedly die 75 times and lose you the TDM 75 to fucking like 74 because your one teammate died 70 fucking 5 times. It's like he's intentionally trying to lose. It's just I can't do it. I literally can't do it. I'm not gonna spend $70 on a game every year to deal with that shit every year. And then on top of that $70 game, then you have map packs to worry about. Then you got like pay to win chests where, oh, well, here's our mystery chest. If you open these, you can get a crossbow that can one-shot people. Or you can get, you know, this flamethrower, fucking this chainsaw, or what. You can get these random guns that you can't obtain otherwise unless you spend money in the game. Like, no, I'm good, man. I'm good. Call of Duty was always a great game, but they've fucking lost their way. Yeah, I like the idea of Warzone. I played Warzone for a hot minute. It was fun. I liked it. You know, the guns change with like the different games that come out, and they add maps, and it was cool. It was fun. But once again, it's a BR, and people cheat so much harder in BRs than they do in like regular like TDM search and destroys. It's so much more obvious when people are cheating in those games because you got people literally cross map one tapping people that you can't even see even on their screens. They're just shooting like they're going like this, just killing people around the map. Like, what's the fucking point, man? Like, you're not gonna have any fun getting killed like that every 5 seconds. It never failed that like I would play that game, and out of 10 matches, I would get killed by at least 6 or 7 cheaters. And what's even worse is those cheaters would still lose the game to legit players. That's how bad they are at cheating in the video game. I'm just gonna throw this out there, Diablo. Like, everybody has their own experience with games. Like, for example, Topher, absolutely despises Sea of Thieves because when he played it, every single 5 seconds he would zone into a server and just be insta killed by cheaters over and over and over again. So he refuses to play the game ever again. But I watch my friend Edge play it, and he never runs. He runs into a cheater like once every couple 100 hours. He hardly ever sees cheaters, right? But then you see people like Tim the Tap Man, right? He'll go in and he'll play Warzone, and like he gets cheaters in 9 times, like 9 out of 10 of his lobbies. He runs into a cheater. And it's not like, oh, this guy might be cheating or he, you know, I mean, it's impossible. It's like legitimately tracking people through walls, aim snapping to people, you know, just fucking glitching through walls, like all sorts of just guaranteed cheat shit. And like he makes videos on it all the time. So there's no way that someone could make like hundreds of like hour-long videos, 2-hour-long videos of just nothing but cheaters constantly getting banned from him just playing the game. And for someone to say, oh, there's no cheaters, there's barely any cheaters in this game. Bro, there's so many fucking cheaters. It's unreal. And you're not wrong. There is like casual based matchmaking as well, where it takes your kill to death ratio, you know, your win to loss ratio, you know, your average damage. It calculates all your stats together and kind of puts you into a lobby that kind of suits your statistics. And like you said, depending on who's hosting and putting it into a lobby, it kind of it tries to base it off of the leader to a point, but it also, some of them will take into consideration the party members as well statistics and try and match you accordingly. But some games they fall a little short, and then sometimes like they can't find something in that bracket range, so they expand the bracket to above and below a little bit. So it, you know, you can end up in a bad lobby, you can end up in a high tier lobby or a low tier lobby. It really just depends. Like that's what we had problems with in Counter-Strike 2. Is like, let's say I had like a 2000 elo and there's not enough people in the 2000 elo like matchmaking, so it opens it up to like 1900 to 2100, and then not enough people, so it goes to 1800 and, you know, 2200. So then at that point, like there's like 2200 people on one team and then we have 1800 people on the other team, and it's like they didn't balance it very well, right? So they average the teams across the board. You have one guy with 2200 on one team with like 4 1800s, and then the other team has like 4 2100s and like an 1800, and you're like, yeah, this isn't balanced. One player with a 2200 is not equal to 4 players at 2100. Like that's unreal to think that a single player can compete 4v1 like that. Like, don't get me wrong, pros can do it, and like high tier players can do it, and it's not that it's impossible, but quantity versus quality. At a certain point, like you can only do so much as a single individual. That's what I'm saying. Like, you might not run into very much because, like, also you got to take into consideration as well, Diablo's like, your play, like what time of day you play, you know, your region, right? Things like that. Like most of the cheaters we run into are in, you know, North America. I don't know cheaters wise from EU. I know that they still exist. Obviously, they're still abundant, but I feel like a lot of the cheaters probably play on the North America's like side of things. They try and like intentionally queue in to North American servers to troll, you know, streamers and other people in other countries and things like that. Like, I don't know, man. People are just fucking trolls. So at the end of the day, just why subject myself to the bullshit when I can just do this and be a much happier person? Yeah, and it's crazy. Like some regions, the skill difference is insane. Like, if you were to play League of Legends in, like, Korean servers versus North America, bro, you might be fucking Challenger in the United States, and you try and play on the Korean servers, bro, you'll be lucky to get out of bronze. You just get your fucking ass handed to you by the worst players in Korea. Same thing with, like, StarCraft and games like that, you know, like the strategy games where these countries literally have dedicated gaming, like, universities teaching these kids how to play video games. It's crazy. That's crazy. That's so much ping. Oh man. Ugh. But yeah, man, like, I played so many FPS games. It's just like I can easily just tell how many cheaters that I've run into. It's just crazy. Like, I would play like PUBG and I could just tell someone's cheating by like the first time I engaged them. I'm like, yep, that's a cheater. And then I die and I watch them and they're like blatantly wall hacking. They're blatantly trying to wall bang people. Like, it's just fucking crazy watching this shit. Like, some of it is intuition that these players, you know, have, you know, acquired from thousands of hours of playing the game, and sometimes it's a luck, you know, called Counter-Strike timing, right? He just happens to turn around at the just right time to like look for something or to do something, and then he like happens to like miss a flashbang by mistake, right? And like that shit happens, don't get me wrong, but there's a difference between luck and consistency. If you're consistently, constantly turning around on flashes, constantly like looking away from like specific aspects of the game, or perfectly peeking somebody 10 out of 10 times, like, there is a big difference between luck and consistently doing it. Like, I ran into in PUBG, Apex Legends, fucking Counter-Strike 1.6, DZ, Source, fucking Global Offensive 1 and 2. Fucking every FPS game I've ever played, it's just nothing but fucking cheaters. It's probably the biggest cheated genre of all time. Without a shadow of a doubt. I don't have any questions in that statement. I would die on that hill. If someone told me that MMOs had more cheaters in them, I wouldn't believe them. If you told me there was more cheaters in MOBAs, I still wouldn't believe you. No, there are no shot WoW has more cheaters than FPS games in general. It's not fucking possible. Yes, they have the most player base of any game in the world, and there are a lot of cheaters, aka people running bots. Most of the bots, honestly, are just run by gold farmers and stuff like that. But there are a lot of bots that do that. There are a bunch of other like speed hackers and other like miscellaneous cheats that go on in World of Warcraft, but there is no shot there is more cheaters in World of Warcraft. I don't believe it for a second. Like, let's just say 25% of World of Warcraft is a bot. It's some sort of cheater, right? I don't know what their average amount of I don't know what their total count is, like how many accounts that they have. Well, let's just say it's like 100 mil. So a quarter of that. So 25 million cheaters in Call of in just World of Warcraft, right? I highly doubt that 25 million players is more than all of the FPS games combined cheaters. And yeah, that's the crazy part, Diablo. Like, even if they ban the account instantly, the average money they make per account that they buy and sell gold from is more money per day than how much money they spend per day on the accounts. Even if like 1 out of 10 of their accounts gets banned without making any money. That's what I'm saying though, like Diablo is like the reason it works, like there's so many cheaters in like MMORPGs is because of RMTing, right? So people are selling gold to make real money, and in certain countries, that is the only way to make a liable living, right? To actually make a wealthy amount of money, right? That's fine. I'm not knocking, you know, people that live in those countries. Hey, do what you gotta do to make a living, right? I'm not gonna knock you. Just because I don't really care for it doesn't mean that other people aren't gonna use it. I'll never use it. I have no need for it. It doesn't hurt me when I'm playing my games because I play Iron Man anyway, so I don't really give a shit if you want RMT. But that's why there is so many in the in RPGs. But at the same time, it's the same people, right? The same people buying the same accounts and farming gold on multiple different games with multiple accounts on one person's doing it, right? So if we think about it, if most bots are being run by Chinese farmers, and Chinese farmers run up to like 100 bots at a time, like even if we were to take that 25 million, if we were to divide that by 100, that's not that many people in comparison to how many people cheat in actual, you know, FPS games. Because like if you were just to look at how many people get banned in PUBG alone, and PUBG is a small game. Okay? Keep in mind, PUBG is a very, very small game, right? Let's look at this. PUBG posts their ban reports every month. Right. Let's go down to PUBG. Or every week I think they post their shit. Right. So here is their weekly ban notice from the 13th to the 15th. They banned 22,000 accounts. Right? Like 22,000 accounts. And that's roughly every week they do this. It ranges anywhere from 15,000 to like 50,000. So let's just say 25,000 a week. It's the same 25,000 people. But the problem is like they're always banning the devices. But here's the problem with banning the devices, right? It's always funny that they banned 22,000 accounts, but they banned more devices than they did accounts. Kind of interesting, right? But here's the thing. The device, even though they banned it, all they're doing is banning a MAC address or an operating system ID or something like that, and that can be spoofed. So it literally does nothing. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like most of those games, you can like get free gear, like H1Z1 and stuff like that. You get gear from just playing the game. Same thing with Counter Strike, right? Counter Strike, you just idle in games and you get free crates and you sell them and you make money. Same exact thing. So I mean, there's cheats in that as well. But I'm just saying, like, it's the same. Like, let's just say it's the same, like, couple thousand players, right? Let's just say it's the same 2,500 players in that game alone. And if you count like every FPS game that people are cheating in, right? Because you can't really make any money in like Apex Legends. You can't really make any money in, you know, some of these other games. You can't really sell the stuff to other players. but they still have as much, if not more, cheaters every single week as PUBG does. I'm just saying, like, from my point of view, like, I don't see an MMO ever having more cheaters than an actual genre of FPS, right? Like a single, like if you grouped all MMOs together, right? Then MMOs would trump FPS games, in my opinion. There would technically, yes, be more cheaters in MMOs compared to FPS games because, like you said, MMOs, they make so much money from RMTing compared to FPS games. FPS games, it's a pure troll or ego boost or whatever the fuck that the reason they're doing it, because they want to shit on people, they want to win, they want to stop getting cheated on themselves, whatever their logic is. That's the only reason why they do it in FPS games. But in MMOs, they do it to make money. So it's completely different, right? People cheating in WoW, they're not doing it to troll people. Not very many, right? They're not doing it for any other reason other than to make a living. And I feel like that's a completely different outlook on cheating than cheating in an FPS game. Because like I said before, you can cheat in an MMO and have zero impact on other players, right? So if you were playing, if you were playing Call of Duty and someone was aimbotting and just one-tapping you before you could even peek, every time you spawn, and he was just spawn killing you over and over again every time you spawned because he was just aimbotting and walling you, you would have zero fun. But if someone was running around the map in World of Warcraft farming gold, with speed hacks under the map or flying or whatever, and yes, you wouldn't be able to farm maybe some ores that you were trying to farm or maybe some of the mobs that you're trying to kill, but the amount of fun impact that has on you comparatively to an FPS game is a night and day difference. There's literally no comparison. No, I don't really pay attention to Tarkov. You could wiggle. That's funny. It's like, hey, you cheating? Oh, you cheating? Okay, well, we won't fight each other. That's funny. They don't wiggle back, you just kill them. That's just so funny. That's so funny. All right, I think this is our last trip, guys. We're gonna call it a night. It's almost 6:15. I have almost an 8-hour stream. I started a little early. I'm going a lot late. I don't mind doing it. Like I said, I am just tired. I'm just trying to stay awake because I know once I get off, I'm gonna get really tired. But I am really hungry. I gotta go feed the dogs. I gotta soak their food and everything, and then I gotta do some dishes and stuff. The base game is not free, but if you have the base game, the rest of it is free. So Angry Earth is now free, and the expansion they just released is also free. They actually removed the price tag of Angry Earth with the release of this expansion. So as long as you own the base game, this game is now free. And that's why I was saying, hey, you want to play it? I don't know if you have it or not, but if you did have it, you had the base game, you can totally just play for free. There were so many people upset with the fact that Angry Earth was a paid DLC when they first were talking about the New World and they were talking about their business model and giving promises. They said that they would never, once you buy the game, you have the game forever and you don't have to pay for any other content. And then 2 years later, they came out with Angry Earth. Or was it 4 years later? It might have been 4 years later. They came out with Angry Earth and said, "Hey guys, you're gonna have to pay for this," and people were livid. Like even my friend Edge was so pissed about it, he refused to play the game. He literally didn't touch the game until they made it free. Now he came back to it now that it's free, but like it was a principle fact. Like he liked the game, but he refused to play it because on principle would not support a game company that would go back on their word. Now, don't get me wrong. I think if they were more transparent about why they were making people pay for it, why they went back on their word and stuff, and gave more of a, you know, economical report of, hey guys, we're not making as much money as we would like. We're trying to, like, you know, keep the doors open, blah blah blah. So in order to, you know, accomplish that, we're gonna need to charge for this, you know, expansion, blah blah blah. Like if they were much more forthcoming with information, I think less people would have been pissed that they randomly charged us for a DLC, right? No, I haven't seen anybody say anything bad about the game, actually, Diablo. I've only known like one or two people that have played it. I was watching one person play it. It looked kind of cool. But I haven't heard anything bad about it. Can Power World sue back? That's funny. I thought the Pokemon game looked pretty cool. I thought it looked decent. I don't think it looked that bad, honestly. I don't know. Maybe I was looking at something wrong. I don't know. I didn't think the game looked bad at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some really nice like old games that look really good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that could be said about most games, honestly. Like, there's games that look better than, like, Stardew Valley. There's games that look better than World of Warcraft. There's games that look better than a lot of games that are old-made games, but I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I only watched it for, like, 15, 20 minutes. It just didn't look like a bad game. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Nos is like, Diablo's saying the same thing. It's like a really bad game. And like I said, I didn't watch much of it. I only watched like kind of like the earlier stuff. I only watched like 5 to 10 minutes of it. But it didn't look particularly terrible. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about like a lot of other things too, Diablo. It's like, hey, here's a new Call of Duty. We didn't put any, we just copy and pasted our old game and changed the colors. Here you go. Or here's a new iPhone. We just gave you a different color case. Like, it's like these companies know that you're going to buy the new latest and greatest, even though nothing's different with it. It's just because it's the new one. And I feel like it kind of just put the sour taste in my mouth. That's why I don't play COD anymore. That's why I don't upgrade my phones. Like, I'm not going to reward companies for giving me zero, you know, effort. Yeah, it's not a turn-based game. Well, technically it's kind of like turn-based, but it's not. It's like the open action turn-based like Final Fantasy VII Remake did. Do this. I mean, you also got to imagine too, yeah, like how big is a Switch? You know what I mean? Like if you looked at like the Switch 2, right? Like it fits in the palm of your hand. You know what I mean? Like how much power are you expecting something this big to truly be, right? I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that like in general, something this small, anything handheld, anything like the size of a phone, right? In my opinion, you can't expect it to compare with a PC, right? You can't really expect this to ever compete with even a laptop. There's just not enough space for hardware. Like that's just my take on it. But I do agree that like in the grand scheme of things, if you're gonna have a newer game, right? And you're gonna like try and keep up with the times, you need to have a device that can, you know, keep up with the times. So either A, make a bigger product to keep up with like the demand of like the resources, or B, make it for something bigger. Make it for a PC. But hate that some of these like just are dead. That those pixels are completely dead. Alright, so let's put this here. Do it here. That's really, why can't I do that? Oh, I had to make the good, so I didn't realize. Okay. I mean, Dabble, you're comparing apples and oranges. You can't compare something that literally fits in the palm of your hand to something that is literally like that's like bigger than a child. You know what I'm saying? Like a laptop, the amount of space in the amount of just like overall like I don't know space that there is to put chips and capacitors and fucking power in general, the amount of open area that you have to put stuff so you can actually process information is so much larger, even in something like a Chromebook, compared to a literal hand, like a remote control, something you would literally push a button to turn your TV on. It's night and day. Oh, what was our last console? Was it like the GameCube or something? I mean, that thing is old as fuck. Because, like, the only thing I can remember is, like, Nintendo 64. Right? That was the last one I can remember off the top of my head. And Nintendo 64 was great. I had no problems playing any Nintendo 64 games when I was younger. Wii? Oh, I didn't even know they made a Wii. Wii 2. Let's look it up. Did you say Wii 2? Wii. What's funny is I just googled Wii, and for some reason the main picture was this. Right, so yeah, you Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64. There was the GameCube, and then they have the Wii. And once again, the Wii is tiny though. Like just in comparison, look how small the Wii is. Like, what are the dimensions of the Wii? I think it's small. And granted, I think it's roughly the same size as like a PlayStation 1. But like, what are the dimensions of that thing? Yeah, it's 6 inches wide, 7 inches deep, and only 2 inches wide or high. It's small. 6 inches is tiny. It's the size of a disc. Like, what is the CD dimensions? Right? It's almost 5 inches for a disc. Right? So if you take that into consideration, right? In order to read a disc, you have to have a CD-ROM. Right? Something that can pull the CD in, spin it, read it with an optical lens and everything, that is at least 5 meters, 5 inches. So that basically takes up the entire 6x7. So you basically have to cut this in half. So you have roughly 1 inch of space by 6x7. Well, let's just say 8x6. Right? You have such small amount of space for processing capacities, for power consumption, for a power supply, for a graphics chip, a CPU chip, RAM. It's such a small amount of space, and I'm not saying you're wrong that it wouldn't be able to handle a lot of things. It comes down to a space issue. They don't have to make it small. I agree with you, Diablo, but I think that's like the only reason why I can argue that it's acceptable that it's dog shit is because they made it small. Like, you can't expect high quality, high performance out of something so small. And I agree. Like, why are we making it so small when it's a console? It's not meant to be small. It's meant to power games so you get good performance. So why don't we double the size so we can double the performance? Like I said, I'm with you on this whole they're fucking stupid aspect. But I can't say, oh, your console's dog shit because it can't run good games at good quality. I don't agree with that. I mean, it's a true statement. It can't, right? Because it is a dog shit ass performance, because whatever. But it's not because of the console. It's because the company decided to not put enough performance parts in it and give it space that it needed. The company's an idiot. I'm not blaming the device itself. I'm blaming the company, right? And yeah, I think what you said is true. Is like they want to keep the costs down so they can make more money, and so they can keep it cheap for customers to pay for it, but also to increase their profits. So the less money they spend on it, and the dog shitter it is, that means they're gonna want to buy the next one, right? Because it's slightly better. They want to buy the next one because it's slightly better, and they can continue to rake in those profits from the next generation, the next generation, the next generation. So the Wii 2, the Wii 3, the Wii 4. So you go from having 30 FPS for 35 FPS, right? You get like 0.1% like more space, like. It's just like it's that dog shit mentality, just like graphics card nowadays. Going from a 20 series to a 30 series to a 40 series to a 50 series. The difference between each series isn't much, but the difference between a gap of series is a lot larger. Now, there are obviously anomalies where, 30 series to a 40 series could be a huge jump, right? Or 40 to a 50 can be a huge jump. It does happen. It's pretty common. But I'm just saying, like, it's kind of the same philosophy, right? You have a Wii 1 versus a Wii 2, and they didn't really do much different. The specs are basically the same, but they're going to make more money because it's the newer model. Just like the iPhones, just like the Samsung, Galaxies, stuff like that. But I do agree, like, if they... I understand, like, as a business aspect, you're trying to make as much money as possible, right? But at what point is it kind of like you're scamming your customer base to increase your profits at that point, right? It kind of feels kind of scummy and scammy. Yeah, and the fact that they put like a proprietary lock on their shit is kind of fucked. But I will also say, Diablo, they do a good job, in my opinion, of developing decent games to run on that dog shit ass platform. Right? They do a good job of that. Like, they know their device is dog shit, but yet they're still able to code a decently looking playable game on that really poor device, right? So that's something I definitely got to give them props for to a point. Because, I mean, shit, take fucking New World, for example. There is no limitations in this game, right? It's a legitimate PC. You can play it on as good of a PC or as bad of a PC as long as it'll fucking boot, right? And they still can't optimize it enough to even play on like Summit the other night. He couldn't play. He had to reinstall the game, change all of his graphics stuff in his game. He had to do like 15 or 16 other things just to make his game run. It was so bad. And he has like a $20,000 PC. If your game can't be run on a $20,000 PC, you have a problem with your game. And that's one thing I can say about the Nintendo games is it can be played on such a bad device that anything could technically play it if it didn't have the lock on it. But I mean, like, does Power World look any better than the new Pokemon? Like, let's just look up the new Pokemon game. Like, let's just look at some images, right? Some game images of the new Pokemon. I would say, from what I remember, this looks pretty. Maybe? I don't know. Is this correct? I don't think it looks like this. This is Power World. I just thought this was it. I could be wrong. What's it called? ZA game? New Pokemon ZA game? Yeah, okay. So this is what I remember. I think this looks sick. I think the graphics are kind of clean. The color scheme is pretty solid. It's not like overly saturated brightness or contrast or anything like that. I think they did a good job color-wise, texture-wise. I think it looks good. Yes, not being turn-based is a little different, but like compare that to Power World. Right? I feel like if we put these side by side, right? I want to make them bigger, so give me a second. I didn't want to. I want to stay on like this picture, right? Like I think that there's a little motion blur in here, but I think this looks thick, right? I mean, even in this picture, I can see what you mean, right? Like the walls are all completely and utterly flat, and like there's no like detail to them. Like even like right here, like, why is the okay? You have a really bad website. I want to see like, okay, that's fucking dumb. I want to see a picture. Here. Give me a fucking picture. See a fucking picture? So this is what I was saying. Yeah. So they're just flat. Like this is just like a flat square. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just. It's very boxy. And obviously this isn't like a picture of the actual game. Right? But I don't think this, like the texture of this guy's hair, his clothes, are any real different than this. Right? Now I'd like to compare like the grasses and things like that. Why I would like an actual like something like this, right? I'd like to see the actual gameplay, bro. Like I don't think the grass looks bad here. Like Gyarados looks a little fucking weird. But it doesn't look bad. Like he just looks weird for being a Gyarados in my opinion. Like obviously the grass is kind of meh, right? This looks a little more grassy. This looks like it's just missing grass. Maybe the graphics are turned down. I don't know. So it's like there's not as many particles in this. There's not as much grass. Like this has a lot of grass, right? A lot of blades. But maybe it's a graphics thing. Maybe they turn their graphics down versus turning them up. Who knows? I don't think this looks bad. In comparison, I think they both look relatively the same. Like tree versus tree, I think this has more detail, but this might be closer. Once again, like this one's actually relatively close, but there could be the motion blur from them running. Like I'd have to actually pull up both games, like actually log into the game, make sure the graphics are relatively the same, and see them all to compare them properly. But I don't really see one being dramatically better than the other, right? I don't see it. Combat system wise, I would say Power probably a little better, just from what I saw. But I don't know for 100%, if I'm being honest. So I haven't played either one, so. We did get this, so that means we can complete this. Alright, we're really close to being able to complete another. We can almost daisy chain this. So if we get like this one, we can do this into this. Right, and that would give me a twofer, which would allow me to do these. Give me one, which would do one, which would do one, and I'd be able to play. I just need one more perk. Which one can we do? I mean, we could eventually get one of these from doing enough rabbits, and that's about it. Anyway, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not super overly critical on games. Not anymore nowadays. Me personally, looking at those images, I don't see one being like, oh my god, that looks terrible, right? It's not like we're comparing things like this. Like, I don't know. Fucking, RuneScape. Like, just like original RuneScape, right? Like, comparing things like RS3, right? Like, this image compared to like this image, it's a clear difference in graphics, right? And then if we compared that even further to the original RuneScape, like night and fucking day graphics, right? It's not like that's what we're looking at here, right? Like going from this to this is a huge step up. And then going from this to even like the old school right here versus RS3, like it's a big difference. There's more detail, there's more coloring, there's more shading, there's more roundness, there's more, angles. Huh? I mean, this is what I was already saying though, like everything's everything's just squares. Like That's what I was talking about. Like, you didn't have to send me proof on that. Like, I know. It's all just flat, straight lines. Like I said, I just don't think that graphically speaking, looking at them both, that one is any better than the other. The only thing I would say is I don't know about the terrain in Pokemon, but definitely there's no buildings per se in Power World to compare them to, like cities wise, that I know of. So like comparing city to city, like would one be just linear squares and straight lines and stuff, or would there be like some more textures to it and stuff? I don't know. I'm not going to be overcritically when it comes to like the graphics. I think the gameplay, they both look pretty smooth. They look pretty like nice. The animations of the abilities and the combat look okay on both. The overall like aesthetics of like the graphics of moving around and traversing the world all look relatively the same. I don't think one looks better than the other personally, but I mean, like, the same can be said here. Like, these walls are all flat. Like, they're literally flat. Like, don't get me wrong, they have pillars that stick out a little bit, right? But the pillars are still flat. Everything's square. Everything's linear lines. Like, except for, like, these pillars. Like, they're a little rounded. But, like, I don't know. I feel like if your biggest gripe with the game is the walls are all straight lines and blocks, then you're looking a little too hard into like the graphics of a game and trying to find fault with it than actually playing the game and seeing if the game has any merits of worth. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it. Like if you're harping on something so small as the buildings are all flat lines or straight lines and boxes, I mean, I feel like you're just hating on it. Because like, I don't know, like, if that is literally your defining thing of why the game sucks, then it's probably a good game. Because if you can't knock its combat, if you can't knock like any of the other aspects of the game, and you're just knocking the way that the buildings look, then I don't know. I feel like it's probably not a bad game. That's like watching a movie and be like, that movie sucked because the building that they lived in was black. Like, so nothing else sucked about the movie? It was just the color of the building? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see like my argument here? Like, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I've never played Power World that much, but I've maybe an hour, 2 hours if I had to guess. Depending on if you had a flying mount or not. If you had to run it, it would take you forever. Take you a long ass time. Hey, I'm not saying this Pokemon is better than the last Pokemon. I don't even know what the last Pokemon was. All I'm saying is comparing the current one to Power World, I don't see much of a difference. Now, world size, who the fuck cares? Like that, once again, apples and oranges. If you're comparing combat to combat, that's fine, right? Is the combat better? Is the combat worse? If you're comparing graphical styles, compare the graphical styles. Don't say the game's shit because one's bigger than the other. Because that doesn't mean the game's bad. That just means there's not as much open world. There's not as much terrain. There could be more content jammed inside that smaller zone, right? Like, I don't know, the way I look at it is like, I think World of Warcraft has more zones in a bigger world than RuneScape does. But I think RuneScape has more content. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna defend them when it comes to how much money they spent versus how much money they're gonna make off of it and how much they sell it. Ain't no way I defend that, because once again, they're scummy, money grubbing companies, right? Like, I don't even pay attention to that shit nowadays, because every company is kind of subjective to, hey, let's cut our costs everywhere we can and charge as much money as we can. Like, and like you said, like, you spend how much money on this game and it's worse than the game before it. Once again, I'm not comparing previous game to the newest game, because, you know, in my opinion, most sequels are always worse. I'm surprised Pokemon is still a thing. I'm purely comparing the brand new one to Power World. I don't see much of a difference, other than, like you said, the walls are flat, so when you like turn your angle and you look down the thing, it's flat. Like, okay, I feel like that's just being nitpicky. Like, yeah, they could have put a little bit more effort into it. You know, they could have put a little bit more money dollar wise into it, maybe. Like, but is the game fun? Like, that's really all that matters at the end of the day. If a game is fun or not. Like, take Pac-Man, man. Pac-Man is like fucking 40 years old, and it was a fun fucking game. It was 2D. You basically did nothing, and it was still fun. It's still fun to this day to play. Fucking Minesweeper, still a fun game. Solitaire, still a fun game. It doesn't have to be anything like game breaking. It doesn't have to be anything insane. As long as the game is fun, it doesn't matter what it looks like, plays like, or how large it is compared to other games. I mean, I understand your argument. I get your gripe. It's like, why would I buy this new Pokemon? Like, I'm upset with the new Pokemon because the last Pokemon was better. Like, and why would I play Pokemon when I can play another game that runs better on, and I can play it on other devices? Like, there's a lot of arguments there that I agree with, but I still don't think it's a bad game. Like, I haven't seen any evidence that the new Pokemon is an actual bad game. It's fun, it's fun. Well, so I agree that, yeah, you can't attack because it's a Pokemon game, and it's a little weird that you have an open action game where you can move around and be attacked, but you can't attack back. It's a little weird, but I mean, I kind of get the premise. You know, they want the Pokemon to do the fighting, they want the Pokemon to do the damage and stuff like that. Okay, I can get behind it. I do agree it's a little wonky, right? But I do think that the intended target of swapping Pokemon, they wanted there to intentionally be a delay before attacking instead of instantaneous attacks when switching Pokemon. Because if you remember, it's not a turn-based game now, but it always was. And it's not that it's not a turn-based now, it's just not a traditional turn-based in my opinion. There is still built in, like, attack times, right? So when you call in a mob or a new Pokemon, his attack time has to start over on when he can start attacking again, right? And since it's a fluid action kind of combat style where it's not a traditional turn based where when it's your turn the other guy can't attack and vice versa, this one is like you have an attack bar, and when it's full you can attack. Whether you want to attack right that second or hold off on using it, that's up to you. Gives you more freedom in attacking, so you can like hold on to your attack and wait for like a counter, like with a defensive move, instead of just spamming your abilities and hoping that they land properly. So I don't think that the whole waiting to be able to attack is personally a bad thing. I think it's an intended thing from, you know, attack times being built into the game for, you know, Pokemon and stuff. Because you can't have one Pokemon out and then, oh, he took a hit, let's swap Pokemon, and then that Pokemon instantly attacks as he's coming out of his orb. Doesn't make sense. Now, in real life, it would be possible, right? If it was a true open action, you know, fast action, non-turn based style game, you'd be able to like freely attack as fast and as vigorously and as often as you wanted with your Pokemon. But it's a game, so they want to like balance it so it's not so, you know, so it's not so like overpowered that way. So if you just had a Pokemon that you can just super spam like one attack, like scratch, 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 scratch. Oh, it's dead. Oh, cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be able to just spam 17 scratches in a second. Like, then like, where's? It's not really a game anymore. It's just how fast can you spam your ability? That's my take on it. I don't know. New World costs 500 mil and it's still like this? Ugh. Crazy. I mean, I'm just gonna say this, Diablo. If they spent 13 mil to make that Pokemon and that Pokemon plays better than this, like, I'm just saying they're doing something right. They're doing something right. I'm not saying that if they put more money into it, it wouldn't be better. And, you know, maybe polish out some, like, graphical things and making it look a little smoother and maybe up in the graphics and, you know, whatever. But I think, I don't know, man. I just can't get past it. I think it's a decent game. Just for the 10 minutes I watch people play it and just looking at the comparison between Power World and it, I don't really see much of a difference. Maybe a little, like, palette difference, like color palettes, and a little bit of, like, the roundedness. Like, they use polygons versus, like, squares. But I don't think it's bad. Yeah, they could have, Diablo, but at the same time, if they spend too much money on the game, like, it cuts into their profits, right? And the thing is, like, they don't need to spend that much money, right? So it's like, if you were to build a computer, right? And you could build a computer that could run every single game that's currently out at 140 frames per second by only spending $10,000 on a PC. That's still a lot of money, don't get me wrong. Or would you rather spend $50,000 on a computer that's going to run the same games at the same quality, right? Now, it can last longer than the other one. It'll be able to pick up the newer games for a longer period of time, still running at 140 frames per second. It might even go run them at a higher frames per second as well. But, like, why spend more money to get the same outcome, right? As a company standpoint, your goal is profit, right? So if you can make 100 million off of this game, you know you're going to make 100 million. Where can we save as much money as possible? Do we spend 20 million on this game? Do we spend 50 million on this game? Do we spend 75 million on this game? Do we spend 10 million on this game? It's that how much it's spending less making the game to make the same amount of money at the end, right? So you have to do that slider. If I spend 10 mil, I can make 100 mil. If I spend 15 mil, I can make 250 mil. If I spend 50 million, I can only make 300 mil. So it's like, why would I go from spending 15 mil to make 250 mil to spending, you know, 2.5 times more money to only make, you know, a tenth of the money? It's one of those things. Like, as a business, I get it. But as a consumer, as a gamer, I would rather have better game, right? I'd rather you spend more money and give me a better game than you to make more money. So I get the argument once again, but I can see both points, right? Why would they? Why cut into their profits? Why make less money for the company if they know they can make X amount of money by only putting X out in? It doesn't make sense to do it. Like, logistically speaking, profits wise and margins, it doesn't make sense to put more money in that's needed. Oh, I don't know anything about the card game. I don't know. That's just my take on it, man. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, and I can understand your frustrations and your arguments, and I can see your point of view, and I agree with most of it. But I can also see their side. I can see why they wouldn't do it. I can see why they did what they did, and I also can, like, compare the two personally, and I'm not really seeing too much of a gripe, honestly. Like I don't nitpick things too much. Like if I was being nitpicky, I'd be like, all right, why can I stand on this when there's nothing under my feet? Dog shit game, right? Like I'm not gonna be so petty to say a game is dog shit because the physics are wrong. I'm not gonna say a game's bad because oh my feet aren't in the right positions. I'm glitching through, you know, walls, or your shit's too straight. It doesn't have any like doesn't have any variations. It doesn't have any like arches. Like I'm not gonna be that nitpicky because like at the end of the day, does a wall being flat versus a wall being rounded make any difference in my gameplay? Does it have any bearing on the content of the game? If that answer is no, then who the fuck cares what it looks like? As long as it plays well. It's just like the difference between old school RuneScape and RS3. So many people prefer old school RuneScape with the worst graphics because the game just plays so good. Right? The gameplay is so smooth, it's so good, there's so much more nostalgia there. And there's like in RS3's like its abilities and its gameplay and its combat is just completely different. And less people like it for that reason. It's not because the graphics are any better or worse. It's just because the game itself is just more fun. Like that's literally my whole argument. It's like who the fuck cares what a game looks like? It's what it plays like, right? If Pokemon wants to spend $13 million on a game and it plays well, then it plays well. Not saying it couldn't have been better, not saying they couldn't have spent more money, not saying they couldn't, you know, make their game more accessible, or they could, you know, make a better console that can actually support better games and X, Y, and Z. Like, all of those are valid points. Those are things that they 100% can do. But let's just stick to the nuts and bolts of the situation. Is the game fun? I know your buddy says it's not. I know a lot of people that I've talked to said it is. And I didn't see that it looked bad. I don't know much about the total experience of the game and how much there is to do and how fun it truly is. I've never played it, I never will, but I think it's I don't know. I'm trying not to be too hyper overcritical with it because I don't think it's bad personally. Like I said, yo, I have no problems with that argument. It's like it's the same problem I have with Call of Duty, which is why I don't play Call of Duty. They are literally just taking this mold of a game and they're just picking it up, putting it, stamping it, picking it up, stamping it, and they're just coloring it different. They're just putting new color on it. They're repainting it. They're adding a little bit of sparkle here and there. Like they're not really reinventing anything. They're not really upgrading it in any way, shape, or form. And that's why I can't back any of these sequel games anymore, because they're not being like creative. They're not bringing anything new. Wait, open world sports and Game Boy Red? I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, I have no idea about any of that. That's some statistics I know nothing on. I'm just saying, I agree that like they keep releasing new Pokemon games that aren't any different or any better or any worse than the other ones. And sometimes they release them and they're worse than the previous one because they actually made a decent one. Or they made a tweak to it that was actually really cool and they reverted it and changed it. I don't know, man. Oh, you're saying like if they didn't have like a massive area, like different zones and different areas to like catch like hundreds of Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, because if you only went to like one spot and you walked around and caught 100 Pokemon in one spot, like what would be the point? Right? You didn't really have to explore the game. I get that. But that's kind of what I'm saying is like it's the iPhone logic, it's the Call of Duty logic, it's you know all this The new TVs, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, it's the 2005 version versus the 2006 version, right? Like, oh, it's better. Not really any better. Like, like, I'd rather just play the old one and not spend more money on a brand new one that's literally the same thing, which is a different skin color. Like, right? It's like back in the day, Pokemon was like, hey, here's the red version and the blue version. Oh, we're going to give you the yellow version. It's like, but it's the same game. You're just giving me a different starting point or a different starting Pokemon and having limitations in each one that forces me to play both to get all the Pokemon. Like, and then they're like Sapphire, Emerald, Pearl, Black, White, Green, XYZ, whatever the fuck they all were. There was like 7,000 of them. But it felt like not any of it. It was the same fucking map every time. It was the same playthrough every time. I mean, I didn't play anything past Yellow, but I feel like it was literally a copy and paste of the same game. They just added more Pokemon into the catch zones. That's literally all they did. That's what it felt like. And like that's where I stopped caring about Pokemon back in Yellow. That's how long ago I haven't been caring about Pokemon. Because I saw that trend back then. In Call of Duty, I saw it early. I saw it back in Black Ops 2. I was like, oh, this is how it's gonna be? Okay. Like, nothing's gonna change that. It's just like fucking Blizzard, man. They're living off of their coattails. Oh, here's Diablo 3. Oh, here's Diablo 3 Reapers. Here's Diablo 4. Here's all the expansions for Diablo 4. They're just going to live off of their name. And people are going to always spend money because they love Blizzard. They're going to always spend money because they love Pokemon. They're going to always spend money because they love iPhones. They're just there to buy the new latest and greatest for bragging rights. To play the newest and greatest that's quote unquote better. But it's not. It's literally a copy paste, bro. I mean, obviously there's changes, there's differences, there's, they add things, they change things. The maps are sometimes different, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying, like, the core of it, just like any other MMORPG, like the core basis principles to the game are always the same. Everything just always going to be copy and paste, copy and paste. You do the same thing. You level up, you do the quests, you do this, you gear grind, you run dungeons, you do this. The thing that makes them different is the journey along the way. The different quests you have to do, the different environments you have to interact with, different events that you run into, the mechanics of the fights, the graphics. Like, it's the little things that really make a difference in a game. So what makes me want to play Power World over playing Pokemon? Well, the fact that it's fucking different, right? I can actually do real combat. I can shoot bows and shoot guns. I can do stuff. I can fly around and explore the world and base build, and that's completely different than playing Pokemon. I wanted to get off like 2 hours ago, and we got into a Pokemon discussion. We're talking about the new Pokemon game, comparing it to Power World, and I don't see much of a difference in the two, and Gal was trying to make me see the difference and make me understand that Pokemon spent $13 million developing their game to make a shit ton of money, that they could have spent more money and made their game less blocky, basically. Like, that's the gist of the conversation at this point. Wait, Chris Wilson is making a new game with the guy from D2? No way. That's insane. That's cool. That's cool. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. I like PoE 1 a lot. I kind of like PoE 2. It's pretty solid as well. I never really got into Diablo 2. I think I'm too spoiled with movement skills and quality of life from nowadays ARPGs to actually get comfortable with Diablo 2. The nostalgia from it's not there because I never played it, so I could never get into Diablo 2 personally. Yeah, there's a lot of things from Diablo 2 that I think would highly benefit almost any ARPG on this day and age. Yo, what up, Thor? I need to get out of here, guys. I really do. I am 2 hours past my time. I haven't soaked the dog's food. I haven't cleaned the dishes. I haven't done fucking anything. Everybody's about to wake up. I do gotta get out of here though. We are gonna be back tomorrow. We are gonna be back to hitting rocks and doing some more quests. So we finished Weavers today. We finished Brightwood not yesterday. It was like Monday. We finished Brightwood. And then the Wednesday and Thursday we finished Windsward, Monarch's Bluff, and Everfall, I feel like. So that's kind of where we're at. We finished these 3 and these 2. We're about to start Great Cleave tomorrow. And we're going to be getting our rocks off, doing more rock runs to work on our stone cutting. There's 2 times EXP for refining skills right now. We're working on stone cutting. So we got to 152 in a couple days. It's not too bad. I can go look at them and decide. What game are they playing? I feel like it'd be weird rating somebody I don't know playing a game that's not the game I'm playing. I'm being honest. And also, like, coming in with like 10 viewers to a person with like 4 or 5 times the amount of viewers I am, it kind of makes me feel like I'm trying to leech off of somebody that's bigger streamer than me, and I don't like doing that. Like, if they're the same size as me or smaller, I'm usually okay with rating them. But also, like, they're not even in the same category as me, so it kind of, like, unless I know them and I've rated them before, it makes me hard. He's usually low 2 viewers, really? Yeah. I mean, he's doing something right then. Anyway, yeah. I usually don't mind rating people. I normally don't rate people just because I don't like looking for people. But like I said, I don't think that's a good fit for me. Not today, at least. Maybe if he was down at 2 viewers, I would do it at the request of you, but maybe not today. Anyway, does anybody have any questions for me? Like I said, if you guys haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to hit me up off stream, like on days that I don't stream, you can hit me up in the Discord as well. Just add me. It's not a big deal. We will be back on tonight. We'll be grinding again. Like I said, if Crispy's on, we'll hit up Great Cleave. If he's not, then we'll keep getting our rocks off whenever he's not on. But we'll wait for this ad to be over and then we'll call it a night. I'm just gonna wait to see if you guys got any questions for me before we take off. Jurassic World. I tried to play the Jurassic World game. It was okay. I just couldn't really get into it. Like, I played it for like a few. I don't even know how long I played it for. I didn't play it for very long. Played for 3 hours. It was okay. I just got bored really fast. Anyway, that'll be over in about a minute and a half, and then we'll call it a night, guys. But like I said, I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we see you guys tomorrow. Like I said, we'll be back on this. We'll finish up Great Cleave, hopefully, and maybe we'll hit like 65 tomorrow. That'd be kind of crazy. The fact that, like, if we hit 65 in Great Cleave, that's nuts. Like, I haven't done Restless, I haven't done Morningdale, I haven't done Eden Grove, Shattered, Brimstone, Ebon Scale, Cutlass. I haven't even gone down to Cutlass yet. Elysium Wilds, Reekwater, the New Zone. I haven't done any of these zones, and I'm already like almost level 60, just finishing up Weaver's Fin. I think they overturned the level XP way too much. Like, that's crazy. You've streamed 3 times that whole. I mean, are you streaming regularly, Diablo? Oh, and that's most of the problem, I would say then. Like, if you actually streamed, even if it was 1 day a week, every week at the same day, the same time, I think you would make a lot better headway. And 35 viewers, 36 followers or whatever, for basically not having a video like in your VODs. Like, your VODs are missing, right? You have no VOD. You know, you have no schedule set up. You have nothing in your about me. There's no panels. There's no nothing. Like, if you just streamed every Friday or every Saturday for like 2 hours, and you actually put the schedule on there, and just did anything to put like anything in the about me, any type of information, anything to tell people about you or the stream, you would definitely get followers. Honestly, did I even follow you? I followed you. I followed you. Hook a brother up. Alright, guys, we're gonna get out of here. Like I said, ads over. If you guys need me, hit me up in the Discord. We'll be back on tomorrow. If you guys have have any questions, ask. And yeah, I will talk to you guys tomorrow. While we do Great Cleave. See you. Bye. Thank you.